The year is 2020. Shimmering portals to another dimension suddenly rip open across the globe. And just like that, our peaceful world was thrown into absolute chaos. Nations scrambled, deploying their best soldiers into these gates. They were sent in to investigate. Not a single one ever came back. Then the real nightmare began. Hordes of grotesque monsters poured out from these hellish gateways, and against their insane power, our modern weapons were utterly useless. These creatures started tearing humanity apart, city by city. A dark age descended upon the earth, but then mysterious patrons began choosing people. Those chosen were gifted with unbelievable powers and abilities. They became known as hunters. With these new hunters leading the charge, humanity finally started to punch back against the ravenous monsters. These patrons could even juice up active hunters with more power, making each one a unique force of nature. But among the endless sea of hunters, one emerged whose strength was simply off the charts. Wielding an army of soldiers and the power to command fire itself, the entire world knew him by one name, the Demon King. The Demon King had a broken skill. He was the only one who could level up just by slaughtering his foes. But his overwhelming power threatened the 12 great heroes, beings who were basically worshipped as gods. So they conspired, and his entire existence was wiped from the history books. These self-proclaimed gods then created a new world order called Eden. Hunters were hailed as the next step in human evolution, and anyone who couldn't become one was reduced to a slave. The hunters seized control of the world. A full 100 years flash by. A young man sprints desperately down a forest trail. He finally collapses, gasping for air, his energy completely spent. A man watching him from a tree branch above clicks his tongue. "Already done?" he asks. The kid pants that he's hit his absolute limit. He has nothing left in the tank. The man just looks disappointed. "You said you wanted to change the world," he scoffs. "You really think you can become a hunter with that kind of mentality? To get a patron's attention, you have to shatter your limits." The kid looks up, asking if Sung Hyun really believes that. "When your patron first found you, did you have to break your limits too?" Sung Hyun drops down from the tree and coolly replies that his patrons just started backing him. The young man's face falls. "That's not fair." Sung Hyun just nods. "Life's not fair. The fact that you're a normal person, and I'm a hunter, proves that. If the kid can't run, he needs to try something else." Sung Hyun holds out his hand, and a spear of pure magic materializes right in front of him, landing in the young man's grip. The kid is stunned. He couldn't believe he was holding real hunter gear. Every time he saw this kind of power, it blew his mind. Sung Hyun tells him not to get so worked up. He'll get it when he finally becomes a hunter himself. The kid clutches the spear, saying that after hunters murdered his parents, Sung Hyun gave him a certain book to remember them by. It detailed all the twisted things the hunters had done. That's the reason he wants to fix this broken world. The boy looks down, adding that Sung Hyun kept him alive all this time, but seeing how little he's accomplished, it feels like becoming a hunter is just a pipe dream. In Eden, they preach that becoming a hunter is destiny, a gift from the heavens. Sung Hyun just shakes his head. "That's a lie. Don't sweat it," he says. "You'll definitely become a hunter." The boy nods, mentioning he never goes anywhere without the book, the last reminder of his parents. It is, after all, the autobiography of a forgotten hero whose legend was erased by 12 corrupt gods. Sung Hyun sighs, saying that if that hero was still around, the world would be a much better place. But as the mentor and his student talk, a figure high in the sky spots them. A woman gazing down from above announces, "Found them." Instantly, a devastating magical blast rains down from the sky. Sung Hyun's instincts scream, and he glances up, yelling that they're under a magic attack. He slams his hand into the kid's chest, launching him backward. The boy goes flying through the air just in time to see a massive beam of energy completely engulf his mentor. A hunter's attack, he thinks in terror. "But what would one be doing all the way out here?" The woman's voice echoes Neil, and against his will, the boy's knees slam into the dirt. He's completely shocked. His own body had betrayed him, following her command without question. He was totally paralyzed. The woman descends gracefully to the ground as several other figures materialize beside her, all of them radiating immense magical power. They drop to one knee, addressing her as the Queen of Eden. They hail Lady Athena. The kid's mind reels. Athena. As in the Athena. That would make her the supreme ruler of Eden, a hunter of the highest possible rank. But what was one of the 12 divine beings who built Eden even doing in a place like this? Athena speaks, her voice cold. "He couldn't have gotten far. Find him and bring him to me," she thinks to herself. The moment they finally pinpointed his location, he vanished. Just who was this man, and why did he show up here? Her gaze falls on the kneeling boy, and she notes that she can't feel a single drop of magic coming from him. The boy's heart pounds in his chest. The book he's holding, the Demon King's autobiography, contains the truth about the 12 heroes' dirty secrets. Secrets they've buried for over a century. He just has to pray that Athena doesn't figure out what he's got, and just walk away. To her, this kid was nothing more than a useless slave. He dared to hope. Did she actually leave? Am I safe? But as his eyes lifted, Athena was looming right over him, and that flicker of hope died instantly. She told him she'd almost overlooked the faint aura of magic clinging to him. It was nearly gone, but Athena's sharp eyes caught the telltale signs, the jackhammer rhythm of his heart, the rapid, shallow breaths. He was a deer in the headlights, and she knew he was hiding something from her, and she was right on the money. Athena's voice was ice as she commanded him, "Show it to me, now, and tell me everything." He had zero control. His own body started to betray him, moving on its own. It felt like the command of a god. He fought it, trying to lock his muscles down, because if that book ended up in her hands, it was game over. He was dead, but his body just wouldn't obey. And his hand reached into his tunic, pulling out the forbidden book. It was a history of the Demon King, not as a villain, but as the true savior of humanity, a truth that Eden would do anything to keep buried. In that moment, a chilling realization hit him: everyone he loved could be slaughtered if this went south. His entire home district would be wiped from the map, completely erased. That was Eden's way. Annihilate anything and anyone who dared to stand against them. He could not let her have this book. Athena's eyes locked onto the object in his trembling hands. "There it is," she breathed. The autobiography of the Demon King. The title was right there on the cover, unmistakable. How a nobody like him got his hands on it was a mystery. But she didn't care. "That belongs to me now," she declared. But just as she reached for it, a flash of movement, Heimdall exploded onto the scene. He slammed into Athena with raw power, sending her hurtling backward before her fingers could even touch the cover. Heimdall scooped up the book and turned to the kid. "Stop your crying. You're a man, aren't you?" he said. "You held out. You did good, fighting to protect that book until the very last second." With tears blurring his vision, the kid looked up at his bald mentor and asked, Who are you? How could he just throw down with Athena, one of the 12 gods? Heimdall just shook his head. "Sorry, kid, no time for the full story. Didn't think they'd track us down this fast." Heimdall then pushed the book back into the kid's hands. "You've been saying it this whole time, right? You want to change this world." His mentor's eyes were intense. "The hunters, they play God, and they lord over everyone else. People like you with no power. You're just their pets, living and dying at their whim." Heimdall leaned in close. "But what if I gave you the power to change all that, the strength to defy the 12 gods themselves? Would you still fight to make this world better?" Just then, a roar of fury. Athena was back on her feet, her divine power flaring to life as she swung her blade. She charged, screaming his name, Heimdall. He didn't flinch. "She's on us. There's no more time. I can't take her alone. I need your answer. Now." The kid was completely floored, his mind reeling from the impossible choice. But through the shock, he found his voice. "Yes. If I had that kind of power, I would burn this rotten world down and build a new one. For the better. A future where everyone could be free." A flicker of a smile crossed his mentor's face. "That's the answer I was looking for." And then, Heimdall plunged his own sword straight through the young man's chest. The cold steel ripped through flesh and bone. As the kid stared down in disbelief, the bald man whispered, "If you happen to run into me over there, be nice to him. Would you?" And then impossibly his body, with the massive sword, still skewering his torso, began to float into the air. He couldn't process any of it. Heimdall's words, the feeling of weightlessness. A voice echoed in his mind. "The contract is complete. As per the pact with the fallen angel, the boy had been granted a patron." His entire body became translucent, phasing out of existence. He was just a spectator in his own body, his mind struggling to grasp the absolute insanity of the moment. A moment later, he solidified, crashing back into reality. He stumbled, his hands flying to his chest, trying to make sense of it all. He was positive he'd been run through with a freaking sword, but there wasn't a single scratch on him. Not a drop of blood. But his body, it felt different, stronger. A raw power was thrumming through his veins, and a system-like voice announced, "Patronage has been acquired." He thought, wait, does this mean I'm a hunter now? But where in the world was he? He frantically scanned his surroundings. That thrumming magical energy, it was radiating from him. Could he be inside a gate? A scraping sound jerked him from his thoughts, and he instinctively dove behind a jagged rock. And not a moment too soon. A goblin armed with a crude club shuffled into view. Yep, no doubt about it now. He was inside a dungeon gate. Now everyone knows goblins are supposed to be the weakest of the weak. But that's a total lie. They're way more dangerous than they look. There's a reason they have a nickname, newbie eaters. Their sense of smell is insane, their hearing is razor sharp, and they hunt in relentless, vicious packs. For any fresh hunter who goes in blind, running into these things is a guaranteed death sentence. Crouched behind the rock, the kid held his breath, praying the goblin wouldn't spot him and just move on. However, something felt off. The goblin's primal instinct screamed danger as its ears twitched, and its snout tasted the air. This creature was born to hunt. It caught his scent. Human. The monster began to stalk forward, slow and menacing. Our boy knew he had to act, and he had to act now. His hand wrapped around a jagged rock. He prayed that all the theories he'd studied would actually work in the real world, because he was fresh out of other options. This was it. Every skill he'd honed while dreaming of the day he'd become a hunter was about to be put to the ultimate test. He launched the stone. It clattered against the far wall, echoing behind the goblin. The beast froze its ugly head, whipping around to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. That was his chance. He burst from the shadows, clamping down on the goblin's sword arm with one hand, while his other slammed the rock into the side of the creature's skull. With a sickening crack, the monster's head snapped to the side. He stared, completely stunned. One move. He'd actually taken down a goblin in a single move. The technique he practiced. It had actually worked. But hold on. The sheer force behind his blow felt wrong. All he wanted to do was knock the weapon away, maybe scare it off, not pulverize it. Our hero, clutching the fallen sword, wondered if this was it, if he was truly a hunter now. Just then, a system message materialized in his vision. The fallen angel has taken an interest in you. His blood ran cold. The fallen angel. That could only be the Demon King. Before he could even process it, the cavern filled with movement. The sounds of their fight had drawn a crowd. A whole pack of monsters swarmed from the darkness. Why were there so many of them? And worse, towering behind the horde was a hulking beast, radiating pure menace, the Goblin Chief, the dungeon's boss. Our hero's heart plummeted. This was the end. He had just awakened his powers. He stood zero chance against a freaking dungeon boss. The words of his bald-headed master echoed in his mind. Men don't cry. Even back then, he had faced his trials head-on and crushed them. He remembered his master holding a book, asking him, if you gained the power to change the world, would you have the will to see it through? And his answer back then was instant. Of course, if he ever got that kind of power, he would absolutely change this broken world. That memory ignited a fire within him. His grip on the sword tightened with both hands. No, he had no right to die in a place like this. He couldn't check out until he'd reshaped the world. Besides, the freaking Demon King had his eyes on him now. This was a test, a once-in-a-lifetime chance that most people never get. It almost felt like the fallen angel was giving him a standing ovation for his fighting spirit. A roar ripped from his throat as he charged straight into the swarm. He became a blur of motion, his new sword carving through any goblin foolish enough to stand in his way. There was no fear, no second thoughts, just pure, relentless survival. Then one goblin, way faster than the rest, darted under his swing. It got dangerously close, swinging a crude club for his head, but even this nimble enemy was instantly cut down. A notification flashed before his eyes. Level up. His mind raced back to his spear, training to his bald master, looking on in disbelief, muttering, simply incredible. Looking at you, his master had said, I finally understand what a true genius is. Most people have a ceiling they can never break through. But a student with a patron's blessing, they could become a hunter without equal. That thought fueled his rampage, and soon the last of the bloodthirsty goblins hit the floor. Silence fell. Only our hero and one other creature remained standing. The Goblin Chief. The final boss was all that was left. But he knew that even if it was just a goblin, he couldn't underestimate the alpha. The official guidelines are clear: to challenge a Goblin Chief, you need to be a C-rank hunter at minimum. Anything less is a death sentence. He thought about his own power. He'd just awakened. At best, he was a bottom-of-the-barrel F rank. How could someone like him, a total newbie, possibly defeat a monster on that level? But he had no other choice. The young man, spear now in hand, decided to bet it all on a single, decisive strike. The fallen angel seemed to approve, granting him a new authority, power over fire. This spear was a relic of the Demon King himself, and easily the most powerful weapon he had. Now our hero finally had the right to unlock its true potential. He burst forward, a comet of righteous fury, thrusting the now flaming spear toward the boss. The blazing tip plunged deep into the monster's flesh. The force of the attack was catastrophic. It tore straight through the creature's body, leaving a massive, smoldering crater in its wake. The young man could hardly believe his eyes. Did he really just do that? A new notification confirmed his kill and another level up, but it came with a price. Spear durability has dropped to 0. Pain flared across his own body. He was wounded, and his energy was plummeting. He had poured every last ounce of himself into that final attack. His vision tunneled to black as he crumpled to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Much later, a team of hunters finally breached the dungeon. Their jaws dropped. What in the world could have caused this level of destruction? The entire dungeon was wiped out. Even the boss was dead. One of the hunters spotted a figure on the ground. "Hey," he yelled, "we've got a survivor over here." In spite of his grave injuries, our protagonist's eyes fluttered open in a hospital room. He was alive, somehow recovering from the brink of death. An array of medical machines were hooked into his body, their rhythmic beeps confirming he was stable. He blinked, realizing with a heavy heart that none of it had been a dream. Without warning, a woman materialized in his room. Athena. Her hand was reaching for the prize he'd claimed, the autobiography of the Demon King. The memories came rushing back, being stabbed by Sun Gyun, waking up inside that gate, and the desperate battle against the Goblin Chief that nearly claimed his life. Yet he was still here. He had survived, all thanks to that newfound power over fire. From the fallen angel before his world faded to black, his body ravaged by devastating wounds. Did the hunters who breached the gate somehow pull him from the brink? A nurse glides into the room, insisting he stay put. She fires off a series of questions. How's he feeling? Any dizziness? Is he hungry? The girl clarifies that it was hunters from a top-tier guild who stumbled upon him and rushed him to safety. Without their intervention, his fate would have been sealed. The nurse stresses just how wrecked his body was. He's insanely lucky to be alive. And since he was caught up in a gate incident, someone from the Hunters Association is scheduled to drop by. For now, all he can do is rest. But the young man's voice is raspy as he asks the nurse a single chilling question. What year is it? The nurse figures his memory must be scrambled from the trauma. He's probably still out of it. She tells him the current year is 2022. The information shatters our hero's reality. That's a full 100 years before he was even born. How is this even possible? The gates first tore open in 2020, and by 2022, a wave of powerful hunters was starting to emerge. It was the dawn of a heroic age. His bald mentor Sun Gu Yuan once told him that hunters eventually saw themselves as gods ruling over the powerless masses. People as weak as him were treated like cattle, their lives hanging on the whims of others. Our hero realizes that unlike his time, where you had to become a chosen Eden to get strong, this was an era where hunters got their power directly from patrons. He grasps that he, too, has been given this insane opportunity. Adrenaline surging, the protagonist swings his legs off the bed, assuring the nurse he feels solid. The vertigo has vanished. He'd crushed a chocolate bar from the nightstand, and now feels totally steady on his feet. The young man steps into the bathroom and stares at his reflection. Is that really him? He was never this built. Now his back is a wall of muscle and he's shot up to almost 6 feet tall. He concludes that while his face is the same, the physique staring back at him looks like it belongs to a completely different person. A sharp knock echoes from the door. A voice calls out, asking if he's decent. A visitor has arrived. Feeling refreshed after a quick shower, our protagonist is ready to face whoever is on the other side. The guest is an agent from the association, a woman named Kim Soo-yeon. She confirms that after the gate incident, he was rescued by the High League Guild. She then mentions the medical staff's report about his memory loss and asks if it's true. The association rep starts probing what's the last thing he remembers any info on his family, and what was he doing at the gate. Apparently after he was brought in, the association dug for info on him, but came up completely empty. Our hero knows he can't breathe a word about being from the future. His amnesia is the perfect cover easily explained by his awakening, or the trauma. He tells her he's 23 years old, and gives his name as Lee Jun-kyung. For some reason, the Demon King's name just rolls off his tongue. He doesn't know why, but it just feels right. Lee Jun-kyung states that's all he can recall. Kim Soo-yeon tells him not to worry about it. The association agent then asks what he experienced inside the gate. He tells her he heard a voice, one that called itself his patron. Kim Soo-yeon's expression becomes serious. She nods. Mr. Lee Jun-kyung, she says, you are now a hunter. Do you know what that means? He guesses they're like some kind of chosen ones. The agent thanks him for his time, mentioning that other staff members might visit later on. She assures him the association will be in touch. Kim Soo-yeon gives him a deep bow, noting he must be overwhelmed. But that Lee Jun-kyung has just become an incredibly important person in this world. She wishes him luck and departs. Staring out the window, Lee Jun-kyung thinks about how formal she was. It's time. Our hero decides to check his status. He summons one of the Demon King's abilities. The system window flashes to life, revealing his trait player and his title Goblin Slayer. It all clicks into place. This is why the 12 heroes were so desperate to contain the Demon King. He leveled up at a terrifying rate, and they were so spooked by his potential that they tried to erase him from history. The Demon King was built different. He wasn't just a hunter, he was a player. While others needed patrons to grant them power, he could grind his way to the top all on his own, without anyone's help. He was a singularity, the only one who grew stronger just by hunting. The Demon King. And now he, Lee Jun-kyung, has inherited that game-breaking power. The nurse returns beaming and congratulates Mr. Lee Jun-kyung on becoming a hunter. He gives her a polite thank you, but he's genuinely confused. Is becoming a hunter really something to celebrate? The girl enthusiastically confirms it. Even a bottom-tier F-rank hunter can make an insane amount of money, more than a normal person could ever dream of. And even without fighting a single monster, countless doors swing open for them. You could become a world-class blacksmith, for instance, who can forge legendary items by pumping them with pure mana. Or you could be a bodyguard for the super rich, with a waiting list of billionaires, begging to hire you. Lee Jun-kyung thought he had the system all figured out. After all, if you're not one of the chosen, you're doomed to be a nobody. So why did this feel so wrong? The nurse handed him a bag, explaining it was from some guy from the Hunters Association named Kim Soo-yeon. Inside were the clothes he was wearing during the whole portal incident. They figured it was best to hang on to them, just in case he ever needed them. Lee Jun-kyung walked out of the hospital and into the dizzying center of the city, just trying to take it all in. This was the era of heroes. Gangnam, a place his old self couldn't have even afforded to breathe in. Lee Jun-kyung couldn't help but notice how bright and unnervingly peaceful everything seemed. That's when Kim Soo-yeon, the association rep, walked right up to him, saying he'd been waiting. The suit from the association urged him to tag along. He made it clear that it wasn't safe for a newly awakened hunter to just be wandering around, but told him not to sweat it. The second he was registered, they'd hook him up with some seriously nice apartments. Kim Soo-yeon even congratulated him before the results were in. The test flashed back S rank. In the entire country, almost no one awakens with a rank that high. Shook Kim Soo-yeon ushered him into a luxury car, saying they'd hash out the details after he was officially in the system. Typically, when people awaken, they pull an F rank, maybe an E, if they get lucky. The hunter ranks are a straight shot, up the alphabet. The higher the letter, the more insane opportunities you get, and the more society basically worships you. Kim Soo-yeon confirmed that the registration was complete, and led Lee Jun-kyung to the apartment that was now his. The kid stepped inside the door, and was totally blindsided by the decor. It looked like something out of a history book. Still, he managed to say, "Wow, I actually really dig this." He thought to himself that this day was unreal. He was finally a hunter. For the first time in his entire life, he had a real home. Just then, Kim Soo-yeon mentioned someone important wanted to meet him. Our hero was totally thrown. Seriously, someone wants to meet him. Who could it possibly be? There was no way anyone here knew. He was from the future. Kim Soo-yeon explained it was the leader of the High League Guild, the very same guys who saved him. They were apparently really interested in him, but he could totally turn them down if he wasn't feeling the meeting. The association rep added that this guild was a massive deal, constantly grabbing headlines. A moment later, Kim Soo-yeon was introducing them. The guild leader's name was Sun Gu-yuan, and the first thing he said was that Jun-kyung was tall. They needed guys with his build. That's when our hero realized he recognized the man. That bald head was burned into his memory. Sun Gu-yuan caught his stare. "What are you looking at, kid?" Lee Jun-kyung snapped out of it, averting his eyes. The kid stammered that he wasn't trying to be rude. It just sort of happened. He mentally kicked himself. He had almost messed up big time. He'd been completely caught off guard. Who would have guessed? He'd meet his mentor from the future this damn soon. Sun Gu-yuan just brushed it off, saying it was fine. But then he squinted. "Have we met before?" For some reason, he said Lee Jun-kyung just seemed familiar. Jun-kyung quickly fired back that he'd lost all his memories after his awakening, so he really had no idea. Our hero then gave a deep bow, thanking the bald man for saving his life and for his team's help. Jun-kyung was thinking, "I'm looking at a living legend who's going to close down countless gates, a man who will save millions." Sun Gu-yuan just thought he was a very well-mannered young man. Lee Jun-kyung knew better. He was looking at a forgotten hero, someone the world would eventually believe was dead. Heimdall, Sun Gu-yuan. Here they were, reunited. Lying on the bed in his new apartment, our hero stared at his own hand. This is real, he thought. All of this is real. But his body felt off, like it wasn't his own. Then he spotted the familiar pattern of moles on his skin, confirming that this was, without a doubt, his body. Lee Jun-kyung's system showed he had the traits of a player, a demon king, a hunter, not of this world. He was also a forgotten king. The kid had no clue why he'd inherited the powers of a demon king. He guessed it was because a fallen angel had become his sponsor. But what became of the original demon king? Our hero knew nothing beyond that. He figured answers weren't coming anytime soon. Lee Jun-kyung let the reality sink in. He had traveled back in time and been given the single most broken ability imaginable. He had been handed the power, a power that could reshape the entire world for the better. Cut to the Hunters Association training class, where a bunch of rookies wait for their teacher. A man in dark sunglasses strolls into the auditorium and addresses the room. He introduces himself as Bae Sang-soo, one of their new instructors. A murmur shot through the crowd. Were they serious? Could that really be the Bae Sang-soo? A B-rank hunter. Scouting. Seriously, rumor had it, the association itself was looking for fresh talent among them. For most of these trainees, this was their big break. If they could just catch someone's eye, they could score a spot with the association or a top-tier guild. That was the dream everyone was chasing. Their instructor, Bae Sang-soo, kicked off the day by announcing a special hunter seminar. The plan was simple. Choose your weapon, then jump straight into a combat evaluation. But hey, no need to stress about it. He tossed a question out to the class. Does anyone here actually know how a hunter's awakening works? One of the trainees guessed you had to be chosen by some kind of supernatural patron. Bae Sang-soo gave a sharp nod. That was the gist of it. A hunter's base power level is locked in the moment they awaken. However, he continued, hunters can level up. So who can tell me how that's possible? A student shot her hand up, explaining it was either by clearing gates or pulling off some major achievement that gets your patron's attention. You can also get special skills or items from additional support, she added. An excellent answer, Bae Sang-soo praised. He could tell they all came prepared. All right then, he smirked, time for a real curveball. What is a patron's ultimate goal? And just like that, dead silence. It was the one question every hunter wonders about, but nobody has the answer to. Who are these patrons really, and why do they bother choosing regular people and turning them into hunters? Baek Sang-soo's gaze drifted over to one specific trainee. He couldn't figure this kid out. While everyone else was desperate for the spotlight, this guy couldn't seem to care less. You, the instructor called out. How about you answer the question, Baek-sang? Soo made it clear that any theory was on the table. There was no right or wrong answer. He was genuinely curious about this kid's perspective. Surprised, Lee Jun-kyung finally looked up. Isn't it all just some kind of entertainment for them? Baek Sang-soo's eyebrow shot up. Entertainment? What exactly are you getting at? Lee Jun-kyung spelled it out plainly. They pick a character to go hunt monsters. The patrons get a thrill out of watching that character grind and power up. It's basically a game. The thought chilled him. The Demon King had assumed the patrons saw their world as nothing more than a game too. And despite all the insane power the Demon King had acquired, that one critical assumption still led to his death. One thing was certain, the patrons guarded their secrets with everything they had. The scene shifts to the arena, where the first challenger, a girl with a blade, stood ready. An excellent choice, Instructor Baek Sang-soo commented. She'd picked a sword. With a firm nod, the girl confirmed she was ready for the lesson to begin. But you could see a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Baek Sang-soo's voice boomed. You will be fighting a starved goblin. Its eyes were glowing a demonic red. And listen, he added, it doesn't matter if you can't beat it. I'll decide whether you pass or fail. Baek Sang-soo then mentioned the goblin had been brainwashed, so it couldn't actually kill a person or inflict any life-threatening wounds. The test began. The goblin exploded from its cage, immediately lunging at its opponent. But the girl didn't flinch, charging head-on to meet the monster. The young hunter's sword became a blur of silver. The goblin couldn't land a single hit. In a flash, the creature vanished, reappearing behind the girl and screeching as it dove in for an attack. This could be dangerous, Baek Sang-soo thought. But in a split second, the girl whipped around her blade, slicing the goblin clean in two at the waist. One swift, perfect swing. After the fight, the completely exhausted and emotionally drained hunter collapsed onto the arena floor. The severed parts of the monster lay scattered around her. Impressive, Baek Sang-soo declared. To pull off a counter in a situation like that and obliterate the goblin, that was masterful. She passes. And with that, the final contestant was called forward. Lee Jun-kyung stepped into the ring. In his hands were a spear and a shield. Baek Sang-soo found himself thinking that the combination was a little weird. Our hero knew this test was the only thing standing between him and getting into the advanced graduation courses. If he could prove his worth right now, the rewards would be huge. The instructor's voice cut through the tension. The final test will now begin. Unfortunately, he said with a slight smirk, we seem to have run out of goblins. So your test will be against a different monster. And since your opponent has changed, the rules are changing too. You don't need to kill this one. Just earn my approval and you'll pass. Baek Sang-soo also reminded him that this monster was brainwashed too, so it can't inflict any serious injuries. Besides, as long as a B-rank hunter like me is here, nothing's going to go wrong. Jun-kyung figured his opponent would probably be a kobold, since they were about as strong as goblins. I'm ready, the young man stated, his voice steady. Good, the instructor replied. In that case, let's begin. He then added, I was impressed by your answer during the seminar. I hope you don't disappoint me in here. But the monster that stomped into the arena wasn't a kobold. It was an orc. This beast had the raw strength of 2 adult men and absolutely insane vitality. On the giant screens, the other trainees could only watch their jaws on the floor. Every hunter watching the monitor did a collective double take. An orc in a training simulation. Since when was that a thing? Baek Sang-soo explained that this little surprise was thanks to a certain B-rank hunter who had appeared straight out of nowhere. This guy was already one of the most powerful hunters on the planet. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung, a fresh C-rank, had just single-handedly wiped the floor with a swarm of goblins. And he even took down their leader inside a D-rank gate. How was it possible for a rookie to pull off something so legendary right at the start of his career? The association knew they couldn't let a gem like him just walk away. The fallen angel locked his gaze onto Lee Jun-kyung, watching every move. The orc charged a blur of green fury, but was instantly met with a spear that tore into its shoulder. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air as the monster recoiled in agony. Lee Jun-kyung scoffed, thinking he was up against some brainless brute who just charges in with pure strength and zero strategy. The kid figured this would be an easy clap. But then his spear got lodged deep in the beast's flesh, refusing to budge. As Lee Jun-kyung yanked on the shaft, he felt the insane raw power of the orc pushing back. The spectators were freaking out. Isn't this way too over the top? The instructor needs to shut this down like right now. Even Baek Sang-soo had to give him props. The kid's opening strike was textbook perfect. If that had been a normal person instead of an orc, they would have been dead on the spot. But everyone had seriously underestimated this monster. Lee Jun-kyung was thrown on the defensive, his shield now his only hope. Okay, safety first. Baek Sang-soo's mind raced. If he didn't step in, this could get ugly fast. The magic sword flared to life. The colossal beast swung to crush its opponent, but our hero was a phantom expertly weaving and dodging every single attack. Seizing the perfect opening, Lee Jun-kyung launched a brutal kick that connected squarely with the monster's skull. The beast staggered from the concussive force. It was a critical hit, dealing massive damage. The hunters glued to the widescreen panel were shook. Who even is this kid? Is he really a newbie? One of the hunters pointed out how the kid had used the leverage from his stuck spear to throw the orc completely off balance. He literally schooled that orc in the middle of a class. The mentor's mind was blown. Was that a skill? A freshly awakened hunter with abilities like that? He didn't even chant an incantation, which meant it had to be some kind of high-tier passive skill. Suddenly, the shield's durability plummeted to 0. This had never happened before in the entire history of the hunter era. In that instant, the young man leveled up. His fire mastery surged to level 2. The monster was completely annihilated. Baek Sang-soo knew right then they could not lose this prospect. They had to get him into the association, no matter what it took. The mentor just muttered, "Unbelievable. Hunter Lee Jun-kyung, you've passed the evaluation." The protagonist gave the instructor a nod of thanks, his mind already racing. That fire ability was seriously overpowered. It wasn't just a skill, it was the core of the demonic control he once wielded. From the very start of his hunter journey, this was more than a simple skill. It was true power, totally different from what normal hunters possessed. Unlike regular skills that needed a patron to get stronger, this one could be leveled up through his own stats. There was a catch, though his current gear couldn't handle that kind of raw power. To even use the skill, he'd need equipment forged from, at least, a high-strength metal. Later, the rookies all met up to chill. Sung-hyun felt kinda awkward, wondering if he even belonged there. Lee Jun-kyung just clapped him on the back and said, "Of course he did. This was a housewarming party after all." The chill hangout then moved over to the hero's apartment. They kicked back with some food, chatting about the seminar and the big test coming up the next day. They also talked about all the places they wanted to check out. Kim Soo-yun, their appointed curator, then brought them back to reality. He reminded everyone that the final evaluation was going down tomorrow. It was going to be a live test inside a real gate. But he was confident Lee Jun-kyung would have 0 issues. Song Guiyan then cut in, asking what Lee Jun-kyung had decided about his little proposition. The guildmaster made it clear he wasn't about to let a talent like this slip through his fingers. Kim Soo-yeon noticed it immediately. The whole vibe at the table shifted, getting super intense. One of the biggest guilds in the country was trying to poach this guy. It was a golden ticket, a once-in-a-lifetime shot. For Lee Jun-kyung, that is. But our hero looked him in the eye and said he'd have to pass. The guildmaster was stunned, asking for a reason. He just couldn't process the rejection. For anyone aiming to be a hunter and live that life, the offer was a dream come true. But Lee Jun-kyung had thought this through. When he'd returned to the past, he ran every possible simulation for his future. And any scenario where he got too tangled up with Song Guiyan spelled disaster. The hero explained that he wasn't looking to join any organization right now. But he added if Song Guiyan was ever in a bind and needed backup, he'd be there in a heartbeat. At least until he'd paid back the debt for being saved. Kim Soo-yeon was completely lost. Was this rookie seriously offering to help one of the most powerful A-rank hunters in the world? Just then, an announcement blared, signaling the start of the final exam. Baek Sang-soo stepped forward, saying he had a few words about the exam procedure. The location would be an actual gate, but he told them not to stress. The instructor added that he would be going in right alongside them. Our hero knew the mentor was a B-rank hunter, whose magical aura alone dwarfed everyone else in the room. Baek Sang-soo laid it out, plain and simple. Once they had their supplies locked down, they were bouncing from the gate. Lee Jun-kyung geared up with his standard loadout, a spear and a shield. But the moment he stepped through the portal, the air went thick, like trying to breathe through honey. And that heavy, soupy feeling wasn't just in his head. Baek Sang-soo clocked it immediately, explaining that the intense magical energy inside the gate was causing it. The mentor's voice was grim. "When we find monsters, you follow my lead to the letter." As they pushed deeper into the dungeon's guts, Baek Sang-soo threw up a hand signal, absolute silence. Up ahead, a crew of monsters armed to the teeth had already formed a defensive perimeter, ready to throw down with the hunters. "They're moving in," the instructor announced, his voice, a low growl. He gave the order to the hunters. "Get ready to engage." Hunters number 1 and 3 immediately dropped into their combat stances. With a white-knuckle grip on their weapons, the hunters braced for impact as they clashed with the first wave, shattering the creatures. With a guttural war cry, hunter number 3 finished off his target. The instructor then barked out hunters 8 and 16, "You're up." Those two moved with the same brutal confidence and skill, completely wiping out the next wave of monsters. "All right, Lee Jun-kyung back," Sang-soo called out. "Show us what you've got." In the blink of an eye, our hero exploded forward, a sudden blur of motion. His teammates didn't even have time to track his movement. Lee Jun-kyung blitzed through the green-skinned enemies like a hurricane. Every monster he zipped past was obliterated with a single, perfect strike. Lee Jun-kyung only skidded to a halt when his mission was 100% complete. The rest of the team just stared their jaws on the floor at his insane speed and sheer guts. One of them whispered in disbelief, "No way! Isn't that the new guy who just awakened? What is he even doing here in training?" Baek Sang-soo thought to himself that Jun Kyung's weapon handling was absolutely off the charts. He's already on par with a B-rank hunter. We can't let him get away. We have to recruit this prodigy. A notification dinged. The hunter's level had increased. The training squad, with Baek Sang-soo at the front, ventured further into the cavern. The mentor warned, "The boss room is right around the corner. But this thing is a whole different beast than the goblins we've been fighting, so you better be on your A game." Baek Sang-soo reminded them to get prepped, chug their potions, and double-check their weapons and armor. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung was lost in thought about the Demon King. The guy had the power of a player but got wrecked by the 12 heroes before he could even hit his power spike. That never would have happened if he had just leveled up faster than them. The answer was crystal clear to Lee Jun-kyung. He had to do whatever it took to get stronger, way stronger than the 12 heroes of Eden, stronger than anyone. Baek Sang-soo snapped. We're moving out, and as they pressed forward, the hunters started to feel it. Something was dead wrong. Our hero was shook. What was this crushing magical pressure that was bearing down on all of them? An urgent command came from the senior officer. Everyone retreat immediately. Get to the gates, run. As the others turned to flee, Baek Sang-soo charged toward the threat just as a massive fireball came screaming out of the darkness. The mentor knew he needed to dodge, but if he moved, the recruits behind him would get roasted. Baek Sang-soo planted his feet, spun around, and activated his poisonous fang skill. The mentor whipped out his daggers, preparing to meet the cataclysmic attack head-on. But his poisonous fangs couldn't completely negate the blast. Baek Sang-soo glanced over his shoulder, expecting the worst for the rookies. But they were completely untouched. Whatever the poisonous fangs couldn't stop, Lee Jun-kyung had just absorbed with his shield. Everyone was okay. He saw that Lee Jun-kyung was standing firm in front of all the rookies, holding a protective stance over the other students. The mentor could only say, "Hunter, Lee Jun-kyung, you are absolutely unreal." The young man replied that he only pulled it off because the instructor had already soaked up most of the fire blast. A notification popped up. The fallen angel was requesting the player to eliminate the great goblin sorcerer. The hunters laid eyes on the beast, a monster that could easily clap a B-rank hunter. "Are you kidding me? This is a low-level gate. The danger rating is so far off it's not even funny. No matter what, we have to bail." The only person here who stands a chance is Baek Sang-soo. He admitted that even for him, the great goblin sorcerer would be a seriously tough fight. All hunters exit the gate and radio for backup. But then, Lee Jun-kyung walked right up to the instructor and said he wanted to take on the great goblin sorcerer. Baek Sang-soo shot back, "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. I know you smoked a bunch of goblins and even an orc, but the great goblin sorcerer's power comes from its magic, not its fists. Its spells can vaporize a B-rank hunter." Lee Jun-kyung calmly stated that he knew exactly how powerful the monster was, and more importantly, he knew how to fight it. Yeah, the great goblin sorcerer was a solid B-rank threat. It was a master of fire magic. Its main moves were fire arrows, fireballs, walls of fire, and shields of flame. Our hero looked his mentor dead in the eye and asked, "Are all the monsters in here really designed for rookies to be able to defeat them?" That's why he wants to shoot his shot, but Sang-soo is just thinking, what is this delusional confidence still he lets him cook? The kid unleashes a torrent of raw firepower, blasting it straight at the great goblin sorcerer. His opponent, completely blindsided by the sudden aggression, is visibly shook. The hunter mutters that this can't be the same Lee Jun-kyung he knew. He doesn't just block the fireball, he freaking redirects it right back. As a pro, Baek Sang-soo realizes with dawning horror that Lee Jun-kyung didn't block it. He absorbed it. But how the great goblin sorcerer frantically scrambles to throw up defensive magic circles, trying to shield himself from the rogue hunter's onslaught. A massive firewall erupts between them, a raging inferno that seems completely impassable. In that instant, the other hunters know they've made a huge mistake. They are so out of their league. They're about to get absolutely nuked by long-range magic. But Lee Jun-kyung isn't backing down an inch. In fact, he's just getting started. The great goblin sorcerer desperate pulls another move from his playbook. Our boy instantly clocks the clone jutsu. But Lee Jun-kyung was ready for it. The kid throws up a pocket around himself, a dead zone, totally immune to the sorcerer's oppressive fire magic. Lee Jun-kyung remarks that this fire control is on another level, and then blitzes straight through the inferno toward his enemy. He's on the goblin in a flash, turning its entire body into a pincushion of pain. His fellow trainees can't believe their eyes. Lee Jun-kyung actually did it. The newbie. He really took down the great goblin sorcerer. The fallen angel is absolutely vibing with this super rookie's epic performance. A notification flashes, mission accomplished. And for pulling off the impossible, the fallen angel officially becomes Lee Jun-kyung's patron. The young man takes the news in stride. Our hero has just unlocked another piece of the Demon King's legendary power set. Baek Sang-soo makes a beeline to report everything directly to the association president. The president just assumes the instructor wants to debrief about the chaos that went down during the final test. He has no idea. The president confirms that every last detail Baek Sang-soo reported is legit. That means there's not a second to lose. The president asks the instructor point blank, just how high is this kid's ceiling? Baek Sang-soo suggests that the ultimate goal the president has been chasing might actually be within reach now. The president decides this is now the #1 priority. He needs to meet this kid as soon as possible. Lee Jun-kyung is a little surprised when he sees that the others have already arrived. Kim Soo-yeon explains he's been waiting for the hunter alongside the head of the High League Guild. Kim Soo-yeon admits he was sweating bullets. He'd heard the gate the hunter entered suddenly spiked from an E rank to a C rank, but apparently that didn't slow him down at all. Song Gui-young cuts right to the chase, asking if Lee Jun-kyung got an invitation to join the association. And yep, our hero confirms he got the offer. The other hunters are floored. They tried to recruit him into the association. No way. Lee Jun-kyung just apologizes, explaining that he's not really looking to affiliate with any group at the moment. He knows joining the association would fast-track his growth, but it would also put him under a microscope, where he couldn't hide a thing. Lying low is his entire game plan, especially considering he's a time traveler from the future. Lee Jun-kyung figures the association president is just another major player in the system. He absolutely cannot get tangled up with him. He has to dodge the guy whatever it takes. Song Gui-young switches gears and asks a more personal question. Does the young man have any food he's into? This question somehow feels way more complicated than the whole association business. After a moment of intense deliberation, he replies that he likes ramen. Song Gui-young says that settles it, promising to treat him to a proper feast with plenty of meat. After that dungeon crawl, the first thing on our hero's agenda is a desperately needed shower. Lee Jun-kyung reflects on the insane power-ups he's gained since being yeeted into the past. He needs to check his status window, like now. He's now level 11, and thanks to the Fallen Angel's patronage, he can summon a single familiar. Summoning is not a skill your average hunter has. Only 12 legendary heroes have ever possessed this power. It's this very ability that allowed him to pull off all those insane feats. It's no wonder he managed to wreck the Bone Dragons, Balrog, and even Cerberus. Lee Jun-kyung realizes he's inheriting the exact same powers the Demon King once wielded. The familiars he'll summon will be just as OP as the Demon Kings were. The system has granted him one guaranteed summon, a gift from the Fallen Angel. The kid activates the summon. Just then, Kim Soo-yeon tells Lee Jun-kyung to check out the information popping up on his smartphone. It's an entire feed dedicated to him. Kim Soo-yeon had heard the rumors that Lee Jun-kyung took down the Great Goblin Sorcerer. How did he do it, and why didn't he say anything sooner? Lee Jun-kyung was floored to see his face plastered on the front page, even if his personal details were completely blacked out. Of course, the top brass at the association, they already had the full scoop. Kim Soo-yeon casually mentioned that hunters were blowing up even more popular than most idols now. But you could tell the kid couldn't care less. Look, Lee Jun-kyung cut in, there are way bigger things I need to talk about. That definitely got Kim Soo-yeon's attention. The young man laid it out plain and simple he wanted back in the dungeons. He got his wish diving into gate after gate, and absolutely crushing every mission. He was even leveling up. The problem? Nothing. No reaction from the monsters he annihilated. Not even the final boss. How was he supposed to use them? He figured a familiar had to be either insanely powerful or have some kind of special cheat code skill, but after all that, he still hadn't absorbed a single soul. This entire time our hero was convinced he needed monster souls. Was his whole theory just wrong? After clearing yet another dungeon, Kim Soo-yeon was there to give him a pat on the back. The association rep pointed out that this was Lee Jun-kyung's 4th successful raid. He then asked if he had any loot to unload at the auction. The young man handed over his haul of trophy weapons. Kim Soo-yeon was impressed, noting how the kid mastered everything instantly, like he was born for this. As soon as the gear sold, the cash would be wired straight to Lee Jun-kyung's crypto account. Our hero just had one question. When can I hit the next gate? His contact shook his head. There are no more gates available to book. Lee Jun-kyung was stunned. The world was literally crawling with gates that no one could close, and he couldn't even reserve one. How was that even possible? Kim Soo-yeon explained that some new guild just popped up and was making major moves. They had somehow managed to reserve about 20 low-level gates all for themselves. Lee Jun-kyung's mind raced. Even if they're low-rank gates, how could one guild possibly lock down all 20? Kim Soo-yeon confirmed it was sketchy. Normally, the association would shut that down immediately. But since the guild had a track record of clearing the gates they reserved ahead of schedule, the association's hands were tied. They had to greenlight the request. Lee Jun-kyung's voice was tight. Is the leader of this guild named Choi Yun-seon? The man's face confirmed it. Kim Soo-yeon added that it was the Northern Army Guild founded by Choi Yun-seon himself. Apparently, he was the original super rookie before Lee Jun-kyung exploded onto the scene. And Jun-kyung knew that name all too well. This man, he was destined to be hailed as a hero, a loyal soldier under the command of the 12 gods. but he would also become infamous as a merciless killer, an absolute tyrant. Lee Jun-kyung thought grimly, so it begins. He remembered the god of war, Gunther. He remembered peaceful citizens pouring into the streets, begging for construction to halt, screaming for their lives to be protected. Not even the pouring rain could silence their desperate protests. An aide frantically reported to his master that the riots were spiraling out of control. What were his orders? Gunther scoffed. They were nothing but ants. If their nests were crushed here, they'd just scurry off and build new ones somewhere else. Why should he care about the lives of a few insects? Gunther sneered, calling the protesters pathetic slaves. He'd already granted them the privilege of surviving. The fact they demanded more was insulting. As Lee Jun-kyung walked through that same city, the memory was a gut punch. After this incident, half the residents of his village were wiped out. A horrific, pointless tragedy. His thoughts were shattered by a cry for help. An old man was pleading with some thugs. "How can you do this?" "Just because you're hunters," one of the punks answered by kicking the old man's cart, splintering the wood. "Stop this madness," the old man begged. "This is wrong." That was it. Lee Jun-kyung wasn't about to let this slide. Time to deliver some justice. He strode over to the old man. "What are these clowns up to?" One of the thugs squared up. "And who the hell are you?" "I heard some shady noises and came to check it out," Lee Jun-kyung said coolly. "Are you two actually trying to shake down this old man?" The guy puffed out his chest. "How dare you talk to me like that?" A dangerous glint flashed in our hero's eyes. "You two started this." The thugs paused, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. This guy might be a hunter, probably not someone you want to mess with. Lee Jun-kyung ignored them and turned to the victim. "What happened here?" The bully immediately started spinning a story. "This geezer slammed his cart into my precious body." "Yeah," his buddy chimed in. "We're just demanding fair compensation." The old man was furious. "That's a complete lie. You know that's not what happened. They kicked my cart first, and then started getting physical with me." Lee Jun-kyung's voice dropped ice cold with rage. "Why did you break this man's cart?" The thug smirked like he was explaining something to a child. "Hey, you're a hunter, right? You get it. Anyone who attacks me is my enemy. So what's the big deal about breaking some old cart? You should really watch yourself, man," the thug added with a sneer. He was starting to take the kid's moves as a personal attack. Lee Jun-kyung offered to let them walk since they hadn't touched the old man. The thug's face twisted in rage. How dare some nobody give him orders? The goon lunged at our hero, but Lee Jun-kyung flowed into a close-quarters combat stance and effortlessly deflected the blow. The guy wasn't just blocked. He was thrown, slamming onto the concrete and injuring himself. His buddy responded by pulling a hunting knife. He was ready to fight. Lee Jun-kyung couldn't believe it, thinking he'd never see a weapon in a place like this. Apparently this guy was feeling way too bold about his chances. The goon with the blade, however, was visibly shaking. The villain sneered at his opponent. "You don't even have a guild, do you?" Then he charged, slashing wildly with his dagger. "We're on a completely different level than trash like you." That was the wrong move. A flash of anger crossed Lee Jun-kyung's face as he countered instantly, neutralizing the attacker. The young man scoffed. "Judging by your pathetic skills, your guild must be a total joke." After the authorities cuffed the suspects, the ringleader had the nerve to ask our hero if he knew who they were, even trying to claim the old man attacked them first. Just then, Association Representative Kim Soo-yeon arrived and thanked Hunter Lee Jun-kyung for shutting the situation down. Lee Jun-kyung stated coldly that hunters deliberately attacking a civilian is a major offense, and it's punished with the full weight of the law. Kim Soo-yeon added that they have a witness to the whole thing, and the association would handle the rest. Kim Soo-yeon wondered aloud if they needed to worry about the guild trying to get revenge on the elderly man. "The association will keep an eye on things, so don't sweat it." But Lee Jun-kyung remembered something. The hunter bragged he was from a guild. Where is this guild located? Kim Soo-yeon's answer was chilling. It was the Northern Army Guild, the same one Lee Jun-kyung had just started investigating. Our hero's mind raced. There's no way they could lock down all the low-level gate contracts without some help from the inside. The Northern Army Guild and the dirty hunters within the association, that was the real problem. He'd hoped they would be smarter about it, but clearly that wasn't happening. 2 days later, just as he'd expected, the protagonist was recruited into the association as a striker. A few days after that, the old man Lee Jun-kyung had rescued completely, flipped his testimony. The attackers were declared innocent. Suddenly, Lee Jun-kyung, the guy who saved the day, was framed as the aggressor and the prime suspect. He knew it was coming, but it still felt like a punch to the gut. Kim Soo-yeon tried to calm him down. "Don't worry, it'll all work out in the end. The association isn't that corrupt." Lee Jun-kyung knew Kim Soo-yeon was clueless. As someone from the future, he knew the terrible truth the association had been rotten from the moment it was created. Kim Soo-yeon just gestured for his companion to come inside. The association representative then questioned Hunter, Lee Jun-kyung, about what he recalled from the incident at the gate. The higher-ups were intensely interested in what went down, especially since Lee Jun-kyung was the one who first reported it and took down the members of the Northern Army. The man got straight to the point. Is it true you threatened the life of the elderly Lee Moon-soo? And on top of that, you provided false testimony against the members of the Northern Army Guild about who initiated the attack. Lee Jun-kyung's answer was sharp. That's not true. The representative feigned surprise. Are you suggesting their testimony was fabricated, he asked, proposing a cross-examination. The elderly Lee Moon-soo was escorted into the room. Our hero saw it immediately. In the old man's terrified eyes, he was being blackmailed. Everything in this place was rotten. Just as he feared, Lee Jun-kyung quietly told the old man not to worry. But Lee Moon-soo confirmed the lie, stating that the young man had attacked him. The representative thanked the so-called victim and sent him away, then asked, does Lee Jun-kyung have anything to add in his defense? At that exact moment, a phone started ringing. It belonged to the same Northern Army representative who had been strong-arming the old man. Our hero knew it was over. The association knew exactly why the testimony had changed, but the only person who would face consequences for perjury was the old man. There was nothing Lee Jun-kyung could do in this situation. He just didn't have the power. Later, Sun Gu-yeon met up with our hero, saying he'd heard what happened. Kim Soo-yeon explained that he'd called the guild leader directly, since he no longer had any pull within the association. Lee Jun-kyung thanked them both, saying they must have their own problems to deal with. Sun Gu-yeon insisted that Lee Jun-kyung was already doing great things. Suddenly, a figure approached them. It was the old man Lee Moon-soo. He collapsed to his knees, apologizing to Hunter Lee Jun-kyung with tears flooding his eyes. The old man choked out that those scum had threatened his granddaughter, leaving him with no other option. He couldn't risk her safety. Instead of helping the hunter who saved him, he just dragged him into deeper trouble. Kim Soo-yeon looked on, speechless with outrage. So did the Northern Army strong-arm the old man with threats? And if so, why is he only spilling the tea now? The old man breaks it down. If he'd breathed a word sooner, his granddaughter's life would have been on the line. But the damage was done. The past couldn't be rewritten. All he could do now was beg for forgiveness, which he did, right in front of the guildmaster. Song Gu-yeon immediately shut that down, promising the old man his granddaughter would be untouchable. He would personally see to it. He told the old-timer to stop stressing about those thugs and head home. Our hero, meanwhile, has picked up a crucial habit. He records everything. After getting caught in jams like this time and time again, he knows better than to be caught without proof. From now on, he can't afford to miss a single detail. Suddenly, a figure strides toward him and he's stunned, saying, well, I never expected to see the leader of one of the biggest guilds out here. They were standing face to face with the super rookie, the one everyone was whispering about. It was the head of the Northern Army himself. Kim Soo-yeon was floored. How could this guy possibly know everything? Was it possible the rat inside the association was his own personal informant? The Northern Army's leader stuck out a hand, introducing himself with a smirk. The name was Choi Young-soo. Song Gu-yeon shook it, playing along with a polite, "Nice to meet you." But then, without releasing his grip, his tone dropped. He delivered a chilling warning. You better check that ego of yours before you make an enemy out of me. And this super rookie. Song Gu-yeon then leaned in closer. Actually, let me rephrase that. You're not even worthy to be his footstool. Tread carefully, he hissed, unless you've got a death wish. Back at base, Kim Soo-yeon was fuming. This is absolute BS. How did they only get a fine? After trying to ruin a civilian's life, Lee Jun-kyung grimly realized that in this world, hunters were becoming untouchable. But the more pressing issue was the old man's fate. Kim Soo-yeon explained that giving false testimony against a hunter is a massive crime. But since Lee Jun-kyung caught the whole shakedown on camera, the Northern Army's goons were officially found in the wrong. The punchline. They got a slap on the wrist, a simple warning, and the main scumbag walked free. Lee Jun-kyung knew instantly that Song Gu-yeon must have pulled some strings. He then asked for an update on the Northern Army. Kim Soo-yeon reported that they've gone completely silent. Lee Jun-kyung found that hard to believe. There's no way they just let it slide. A stone-cold, merciless killer destined to become the god of war Gunther lives by one code, an eye for an eye. There was zero doubt he would come after our hero for this humiliation. Lee Jun-kyung tasked Kim Soo-yeon with a new mission. Keep eyes on the Northern Army's every move. Our hero wasn't about to sit back and wait either. He believed in payback, just as much as the next guy. Later, Song Gu-yeon couldn't hide his surprise at the meeting. He never thought Lee Jun-kyung would hit him up to tackle a gate together. Lee Jun-kyung cut to the chase, explaining this gate was on a whole other level. He needed the full backing of the guild. Song Gu-yeon's face lit up. He declared it a tremendous honor to fight, alongside the legendary hunter Lee Jun-kyung. The guild members were buzzing, shocked to see the famed super rookie in the flesh. For them, fighting beside Lee Jun-kyung was the opportunity of a lifetime. The young hunters greeted him starstruck and thrilled. Our hero, however, drew a blank. He couldn't recognize a single one of them. And who could blame him? The entire history of the Demon King and every top-tier guild had been wiped clean from the record books. With the pleasantries over, Song Gu-yeon announced, "All right, people, we're descending." He then dropped the bomb. "Remember, this is an S-rank gate. Meanwhile, in a dark meeting room, the negotiations were anything but calm. Choi Yong-soo, a high-ranking officer, slammed his fist on the table. "Are we seriously just going to roll over and take this?" he raged. "We were just starting to expand our power, our influence." A knight calmly countered, "Perhaps we should focus on locking down our current territories before we start new conquests. After that last disaster, doesn't it feel like our own members are starting to spin out of control?" This knight was none other than the Northern Army's second-in-command, Jong In-chong. Choi Yong-soo scoffed. "Those lowlifes got what they deserved. Civilians are nothing but cockroaches, only alive because we hunters protect them. And you're telling me we bowed our heads and apologized to those insects?" The knight shot to his feet, his voice shaking with fury. "What did you just say, Choi Yong-soo? You want to step outside and settle this like men?" Enough, a commanding voice boomed, silencing the room. The true head of the Northern Army Guild called them to order, adding, "Yong-soo has a point." The guild leader's voice dripped with venom. "For daring to cross us, they deserve the most severe punishment imaginable. And I, for one, am very interested in seeing it through." The leader smirked, noting that another powerful figure had said the exact same thing. Apparently, he also had a vested interest in this arrogant upstart. "The stage is almost set," he declared. "All you have to do is wait for my signal." Failure isn't an option in the Northern Army, so when the scout reported the dungeon traps were neutralized, it was a green light. The path ahead was clear. The squad commander gave the signal they were pushing forward, sticking to the planned route. But then an ambush explodes from the shadows. Just in the nick of time, a hunter slams his fist down and an earth shield erupts from the ground. Without missing a beat, another hunter winds up and launches a massive fireball, a blazing comet hurtling toward the dungeon freaks, charging them. Lee Jun-kyung watched, completely captivated. The craziest part, these were all skills you could actually learn here. Our hero couldn't believe it. He was seeing top-tier hunters in a real-life battle, something he'd only ever dreamed of. The monsters got absolutely steamrolled, wiped off the map. They never stood a chance. The squad leader's movements were flawless. Watching Sun Gi-yoon in action, Lee Jun-kyung could only think one thing: this guy was on another level. The guildmaster looks at Lee Jun-kyung and says, "Be real with me." He admits the whole call for backup was just a flex, a test to show off his guild's power. Lee Jun-kyung doesn't hesitate. "No cap, the top league is the real deal and you're one of the most incredible leaders I've ever seen." You could just feel the raw power radiating from Sun Gi-yoon, and it was obvious he was low-key holding back his true strength. One of the hunters smirks. "All right, enough about us. We want to see what this super rookie can do." Sun Gi-yoon nods, backing the challenge. Our hero figures there's no point in hiding his power from a guy like Sun Gi-yoon. He grips his spear, the air around him crackling. He dives into a swarm of armed, aggressive monsters, a whirlwind of deadly grace, and comes out the other side without a scratch. The other hunters were completely floored. Wait, how is he popping off skills without a chant? He's already mastered high-level abilities like he was born with them. This isn't a super rookie, he's a prodigy. Every single strike from Lee Jun-kyung finds its mark. The horde of monsters around him just melts away. Sun Gi-yoon realizes that Flaming Spear isn't just an ability, it's a manifestation of pure power. One hunter just shook his head. "Okay, I've seen enough. Super rookie doesn't even begin to cover it. Not even our leader was on that level at his age." The hunter turns to his boss. "Dude, what were you doing? Why isn't this kid in our guild already?" Sun Gi-yoon calmly states that his offer still stands, adding, "Our guild is a powerhouse and we're only getting stronger." Sun Gi-yoon looks at him with a knowing gaze, sensing that the kid has been through hell and back to get to this point. Lee Jun-kyung was stunned. The guild leader just got him understanding his motivations and his ultimate goal on a deep level. Even Heimdall, with all his status, never had that kind of insight. The guild leader's tone then turned serious. "Those scumbags from the Northern Army won't just sit back and watch. But if you join us," he promised, "they wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." Sun Gi-yoon makes his final play, urging Lee Jun-kyung to join the highest league. Before dropping an absolute bombshell, he's willing to give him the guild leader position. The entire squad froze. He didn't offer a vice captain spot, he offered the entire throne. Our protagonist respectfully declines the mind-blowing offer, and Sun Gi-yoon, cool as ever, just nods. He understands. You could see it in his eyes. This kid was playing a much bigger game. Just then, his phone buzzes, a priority message from the Hunters Association. They needed his help. The Northern Army and about 100 other hunters were being deployed. Sun Gi-yoon reads the alert. It's a hunter mobilization order, but seeing as the Northern Army is the main force, the whole situation feels sketchy. Lee Jun-kyung's mind raced. Could Choi Young-sun be manipulating the entire association? He knew it right then. This was where he had to start digging. Elsewhere, a knight from the Northern Army stared at the same message, completely shocked. Have we really fallen this far? Choi Yong-soo, his friend since they were kids, and his brother, Choi Yong-son. They were different people ever since they met that man. The Choi Yong-soo he remembered was aggressive, but had a heart of gold. Now he treats ordinary people like they're less than dirt. In the guild leader's eyes, everyone else is just an insect beneath his boot. It doesn't matter if they're civilians or other hunters. If anyone's actions dare to challenge the Northern Army's authority, they're marked for destruction. This guild is a cancer, rotted completely from the core, its honor a distant, forgotten memory. The knight knew deep down that he couldn't just abandon these two, no matter what. Then the same alert buzzed on his smartphone. He was staring at an impossible choice: justice or loyalty. Our hero, as these things usually go, found himself in a desolate industrial zone, facing down a rep from the Northern Army Guild before introducing himself. The knight shot back that he wouldn't be giving his name. A ridiculously reckless move, he thought. He scanned the area. There was no one else here. No way. Did this guy seriously show up to a meet like this? All by himself. Lee Jun-kyung just smirked, confirming it was just the two of them. No backup, no traps. Nothing to sweat about. The knight declared he had only one thing to say to his opponent. You got the mobilization order from the association, he stated. You need to refuse it. Lee Jun-kyung already knew their entire guild was being called up, didn't he? He calmly confirmed that he did. The knight scoffed. Since Jun-kyung was fresh meat, a newly awakened hunter, he probably had no clue how terrifying the big leagues could be. Especially the head of the Northern Army Guild. That man was a walking disaster. Running into him on the street was bad news. But stepping through a gate with him, that was a death sentence. A thought clicked in Lee Jun-kyung's mind, so the Northern Army was a guild of chaos. These were the guilds with devils as their patrons, the ones who gave sick commands to slaughter people or cause mass destruction. A guild forged by a group like that could only be called a chaos guild. The knight looked absolutely stunned. What did this kid just say? Lee Jun-kyung fired back. Isn't that what Jung In-chang, your own deputy guildmaster, just told me? If he meant something else, there was zero reason to warn him about the danger. Lee Jun-kyung's expression was clear. He understood everything perfectly. Even after hearing the words Guild of Chaos, the knight was speechless. The knight finally erupted, screaming that Jun-kyung had no right to insult their guild. But the kid just said that Jung In-chang himself must already realize the truth. The Northern Army Guild was rotten to its very soul. The leaders they once believed in were gone, replaced by monsters. The knight's mind was racing. This kid had only been a hunter for a month, but with his insane leveling speed, it was obvious he was already packing the power of an A-ranker, maybe more. Jung In-chang realized this guy knew with absolute certainty that he wouldn't be attacked here. Was he really that good at reading people? This rookie even knew about him. The knight's thoughts spiraled. Who in the world was Lee Jun-kyung? Jung In-chang, codenamed Siegfried, was a legendary dragon slayer, but his most famous title was the Almighty Siegfried. He was the one who had stared down the most feared monster of all, the Demon King, and actually won. After that victory, his patron granted him a power beyond belief, an eternity to continue the battle against the Demon King. But on the orders of his closest friend Choi Yong-sun, his path to heroism was shattered, and he was ultimately destroyed by Choi Yong-soo. Lee Jun-kyung knew he had to win this man over to his side. Sure, he had the strength and the skills, but the real prize was his moral compass. In the corrupt hellscape of the Northern Army, he was the only one holding things together. After clearing the undead lands, Lee Jun-kyung realized his current weapons just couldn't handle his escalating fire powers. It looked like he had another stop to make before the big mobilization. He needed a new weapon. Our hero stepped into a place that looked like it was ripped from a medieval fantasy, a classic smithy. A young blacksmith grunted for him to wait, deep in the zone with his work. Our hero could hardly believe he was seeing this guy in the flesh. This was one of the hunters who awoke as a dwarf, the man who would one day become the legendary wandering blacksmith. A living icon for every hammer-wielding fighter, Park Jae-hyun. A full 4 hours crawled by before Jae-hyun was finally finished. The blacksmith turned and sized up the young man. "Who are you?" Lee Jun-kyung just smiled. After a 4-hour wait, now he decides to ask. "I'm here to commission a weapon," he said, then casually asked if the blacksmith worked alone. Jae-hyun was thrown. This kid seriously came to him, a nobody blacksmith for a weapon. The whole situation was bizarre, and now he was asking if he was the only one working here. Lee Jun-kyung explained his curiosity. "Because I noticed a second blacksmith's hammer." The smith admitted the kid had a sharp eye. It was someone else's hammer. But that wasn't important. The young blacksmith leaned in. "So why me? I've never actually crafted gear for anyone before. This is all just a hobby. What brings a hunter like you to my doorstep?" Lee Jun-kyung's answer was simple. "My patron told me to come here." Jae-hyun's eyes narrowed. A patron working directly with this kid? It sounded completely unbelievable. Lee Jun-kyung knew the blacksmith had no reason to believe him, but he also knew the truth. He could feel his patron pulling the strings in his life. Park Jae-hyun was so legendary that his sponsor could literally dictate the destiny of every blacksmith out there. According to the Demon King's own autobiography, Park Jae-hyun was the master craftsman who forged all of the king's epic weapons, but thanks to the meddling of the 12 heroes, that entire arsenal was scattered across the globe. After that, Park Jae-hyun's forge only lit up for the 12 heroes. The Demon King even wrote, "If only Park Jae-hyun had stayed loyal to me, we would have reshaped history itself." Hearing this, Jae-hyun figured that With patrons being this ridiculously strange, he had no reason to doubt the young man before him. Still, there was a problem. He flat out told the hunter he couldn't forge a single thing for him. Lee Jun-kyung wondered, is this guy just in a bad mood or what? So he asked him what the issue was. The blacksmith confessed that he and Fire were not on good terms. This was the insane reason he hadn't accepted a single custom order until now. Lee Jun-kyung just smirked and held out his hand to the blacksmith. The kid declared that he would whip up the exact flame the blacksmith required, and just like that, a perfect orb of fire ignited in our hero's palm. Lee Jun-kyung asked if the blacksmith had ever seen fire control abilities on this level. Jae-hyun scoffed in disbelief. What's that tiny flicker in your hand supposed to control? But Lee Jun-kyung shot back that he had the power to command fire however he pleased, explaining that it wasn't just some party trick, it was complete and total domination. A week flew by. The weapon was forged, and our protagonist was finally holding it. Jae-hyun then admitted that he couldn't make the shield that the visitor had asked for. As they'd already gone over, pulling that off by himself was basically impossible. This spear, however, was infused with the very essence of fire control. The blacksmith had poured every last drop of his skill into it. He admitted almost apologetically that with his current power, this was the absolute best he could produce. It was a level 1 Muspelheim spear, a uniquely rare weapon that massively boosted one's control over flames. Lee Jun-kyung knew the blacksmith had pushed his limits. To create something even more broken would require the direct intervention of a patron. Still, some weapons can evolve with their wielder, even if the chance is next to zero. Lee Jun-kyung thought that if he could get his hands on a weapon like that, he'd be set for life. The blacksmith then revealed that the weapon wasn't even finished. That specific flame it needed hadn't arrived yet. For now, the weapon was stuck at a low level. Lee Jun-kyung had to leave, but he was warned not to be gone for too long. The blacksmith's gaze then fell upon the bracelet on the visitor's wrist. Jae-hyun asked, "Is that a gift from a patron?" It seemed his sponsor was also some kind of heavy hitter. The blacksmith said he couldn't put his finger on it, but he was getting a seriously bad vibe. He warned him that it probably wasn't worth using. They were talking about the skull bracelet. Lee Jun-kyung had a gut feeling that the old master was right. It was just a guess, but he knew the skull was the keeper of souls. Fulfilling its call was going to be tough while he was caught up in the mobilization of hunters. After testing out the spear, our hero realized it was way more powerful than he ever expected. Lee Jun-kyung figured if he could just convince Jong and Chong to join his side, their chances of victory would shoot through the roof. Everything was getting more intense, but if the future unfolded like it did in the book, he held an undeniable ace up his sleeve. He knew he had to get stronger right now. To hone his skills, our hero went on a relentless grind clearing dungeons and slaughtering monsters non-stop. The kid knew that even if hunting could level him up, 2 weeks was nowhere near enough time. Even sleep felt like a total waste. 2 weeks vanished. The leader of the Northern Army Guild stood before his legion and announced that all preparations were finally complete. The day had arrived for the Northern Army to claw its way out of the shadows. The entire world was about to learn their name. A storm of demonic energy swirled around the guild leader. It was an insane amount of magical power. The leader's lieutenant reported that all the requirements to become a hero had been satisfied. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had foreseen. The guild leader roared that today the world would be rocked by the name of the Northern Army Guild. The hunter thought to himself that he would finally seize the title of king. Kim Soo-yeon drove our hero in a government car heading straight into the danger zone. He begged him, "Are you really planning to go? Because you could die." The Northern Army Guild is far more vicious than they let on. The last guild that tried to raid the Northern Army was utterly annihilated. Lee Jun-kyung already knew all this. Kim Soo-yeon pressed again. "Are you seriously going in there? After everything that's happened, you're a VIP to the association. Nothing bad will happen if you just sit this one out." Lee Jun-kyung reminded his friend that nothing is more valuable than your own life. Our hero added that he knows this all too well. He wasn't walking into this mobilization just hoping for the best. He also said that these scumbags were about to learn that life isn't just some meaningless sound, but something precious. A massive portal tore open over the city's coastline. The public descended into chaos. But the hunters were already assembling, preparing to charge the dungeon as they gathered near the portal. The press was swarming, their cameras flashing as they hunted for soundbites from anyone famous. Lee Jun-kyung recalled hearing that the top league guild had completely bailed on these raids. So what the hell was their guildmaster doing here? Song Gu-yeon just smirked. He'd already publicly branded the Northern Army as his enemy, and besides the super rookie, was his boy. Where else would he be? Song Gu-yeon then fired a question at Lee Jun-kyung. "You'd go in even if I tried to stop you, wouldn't you?" Our hero's answer was instant and firm, but stopping him was never the plan. "Look, you've probably already figured it out," Song Gu-yeon said, "but their leader is way stronger than he looks. He's officially listed as a B rank." Lee Jun-kyung cut in. "He's already hit A rank, hasn't he?" Song Gu-yeon's expression confirmed it. "My thoughts exactly." He was floored by how much stronger Lee Jun-kyung had become. It was obvious the kid had a rock-solid game plan for whatever fresh hell was waiting inside that dungeon. "I'll be waiting for you out here," Song Guyan declared. Our hero's eyes narrowed. "Why would you do that?" Song Guyan's reply was cold steel. "Because if you don't walk out of that gate, I won't let their guild get away with it, for what happens in there." Lee Jun-kyung was shook. Was this guy seriously prepared to annihilate an entire guild? If he died, just then an announcement boomed through the area. The raid was starting. All final preparations had to be completed, and all personnel were to converge on the assembly point. This was supposed to be Choi Yong-seon's moment of glory. Gunther and the Rhine Gate were destined to slaughter countless people. But this is the exact moment where history shatters. The speakers crackled to life again. Hunters are now entering the Rhine Gate. A grim smile touched the protagonist's lips. This was it. This is where he would seize all the glory that was rightfully his. A massive crowd of hunters surged toward the shimmering portal. Suddenly, the Northern Army's leader bellowed, "It has finally begun." Then a system message flared to life. Under the influence of the gate's unique properties, the ambient magical power has been altered. Utter confusion rippled through the hunters. What the hell did that mean? No one had ever seen a notification like that before. It was impossible. A new message flashed. "Gate rank has been upgraded. The gate's special trait has been activated. The exit is now sealed." A massive congregation of awakened, all trapped in one place. And somewhere far above the constellations turned their gaze to this unfolding drama. "My whole body feels like it's burning," one of the hunters screamed. The awakened had stumbled into a special gate. The density of magical energy will now increase. Pure panic exploded. People started screaming, demanding a way out of the gate. This wasn't a normal raid anymore, it was an A-rank death trap. And everyone knew A-rank gates were basically impossible without a hero-class hunter. Some hunters just collapsed their faces, masks of pure despair. Jun-kyung watched them, his expression grim. A perfectly logical reaction. This place had just become their tomb. He shot a look at the Northern Army's leadership. They didn't even flinch. It was obvious they knew this was going to happen. This was exactly the scenario they wanted. The guildmaster roared for everyone to get a grip, pretending to understand their shock. He acted just as freaked out as everyone else, saying he also wanted to know what was going on. But hey, gates are still a huge mystery, right? Unexpected things happen all the time. He promised the scientists would look into it. The important thing now, he preached, was not to lose hope. They had to fight to live. Choi Yong-seon, the leader of the Northern Army Guild, swore he would clear this gate alongside his comrades. Lee Jun-kyung saw it for what it was, the power of the ruler of the currents. He was manipulating the emotions of every single hunter. But thanks to the fallen angel's blessing, our hero was immune to coercive command. The guildmaster's second-in-command leaned in close. "Should we get started?" The leader shook his head. "The waves inside this gate will be endless," he muttered. "We have to conserve our strength as much as possible." He ordered his men to stick to the plan they'd already made. Choi Yong-seon's real goal was to wipe everyone out. But he needed survivors to spread the legend of his heroism. His guild would hold back and save its strength until the moment to retreat. His deputy was skeptical. "Is that even going to work? These hunters aren't idiots. They'll follow your command." But the second they realize the Northern Army isn't actually fighting, they'll know something's wrong. "As much as we can," the leader repeated. "We'll throw some cannon fodder and a few of our own members in to help them, just enough to keep them from getting suspicious." The deputy went pale. His boss was actually willing to sacrifice their own guildmates for this twisted plan. Choi Yong-seon's gaze drifted to our hero. "That kid worries me," he said quietly. "It's like his eyes can see right through everything I've planned. It would be best to get rid of him, and soon." He then looked at Jong Chang, his ever-loyal attack dog. He'd been forced to reveal part of the strategy because of the man's soft-hearted nature, but he never for a second doubted his skill or his absolute loyalty. The guildmaster ordered the knight, "Keep your eyes on that kid, and when you see an opening, eliminate him." Choi Yong-seon added, "It will be better for me and for the entire Northern Army." The first wave was upon them. The hunter saw the monsters surging forward. One of the men screamed, "They're mermen." On their own, their ranks were nothing special, but bunched up together, they were a serious problem. They had to make a move, and fast. Lee Jun-kyung clocked that the monsters were just charging in with zero formation. Even these low-tier mobs were acting completely reckless. He realized placement was everything, especially since the monsters were weaponizing the water itself. Lee Jun-kyung roared for the wounded to get to the rear, and for the rest to lock into a defensive formation. But our guy decided it was too soon for him to jump in. First, he had to read the room and get a proper lay of the land. The leader of the Northern Army Guild screamed at his men to wipe out the enemy. The hunters, following their commander's orders, immediately barreled toward the monsters. Lee Jun-kyung couldn't believe it. Had Choi Yong-seon really deployed his guild members this early? The hunters crashed against a wave of low-level monsters. Anyone who got hit was immediately swarmed by healers. And then it all clicked for Lee Jun-kyung. The ones being sent to fight the mermen were the absolute bottom feeders of the Northern Army. The leadership was shamelessly using its own people as cannon fodder to fire up the other hunters. The guildmaster was more than willing to sacrifice his rookies just to protect his own reputation. Lee Jun-kyung's weapon flared to life. He realized the situation was way simpler than he'd thought. Our hero exploded into action, moving to engage the horde head-on. All the while, the knight from the Northern Army kept his eyes glued on him. Lee Jun-kyung declared it again for everyone to hear: the Northern Army Guild was rotten from the inside out. The guildmaster and his second-in-command had been twisted. It all went sideways the moment they met that person. Everything changed after that. The knight had to admit the kid was spitting facts. The Northern Army was corrupt. If things kept going this way, countless hunters and guild members were going to end up in body bags. Choi Yong-seon tried to pull the loyalty card on the knight, telling him he believed in his righteousness. But the knight knew that this cornered guild had a darker agenda. Just then, Lee Jun-kyung finally dove into the battle, and instantly every eye was on him. The young man soaked up the brunt of the assault, then unleashed a hellfire that vaporized a massive swarm of monsters. The other hunters were stunned. A guy this powerful was really in this gate raid. In that moment, their fear evaporated. The knight was absolutely floored. Had Lee Jun-kyung seriously leveled up this much? Just 10 days ago, they were on the same playing field. Now he was on a completely different planet. The wave was annihilated. They caught a short breather. Some of the watching patrons even dropped a few pity rewards on the awakened. The fallen angel was clearly enjoying the young man's performance. The guardian of the long spear was suddenly very interested in Lee Jun-kyung. The spherical representative also started paying attention. The lord of all things wet had taken notice of him. Lee Jun-kyung could feel the weight of all those sponsors watching him. Could he actually pull off what only the god-tier heroes could do, and juggle multiple patrons? During the break, the other hunters rushed over to Lee Jun-kyung, flooding him with their thanks. They were desperate to know his name and what guild he belonged to. But Lee Jun-kyung just said, "This isn't over. There are way more waves coming. Everyone better get ready now. This gate has to be A rank at minimum." The hunters nodded in understanding and immediately started prepping. Our hero shot a look at the Northern Army's guild leader. The young man knew that Snake's plan was to swoop in at the last second to save these hunters and force them into his debt. However, our boy just completely wrecked that entire scheme. After this, these hunters would be on his side, no question. The protagonist decided to pull up his status and check the numbers. He was already level 24. Lee Jun-kyung knew these gates were going to be the foundation for his massive power-up. He had to hit level 30 in here. The next wave began. The mermen charged the hunters again, blasting them with water cannons. Lee Jun-kyung just kept racking up wins. The fourth wave was cleared, but this time, people got hurt. A hunter yelled that 4 of them were down. Were they going to make it? Lee Jun-kyung thought it was impossible. He was determined to clear this gate with 0 casualties. Our hero was baffled. Why was the Northern Army still barely participating in the fight? Lee Jun-kyung finally snapped, shouting, "I know what you're planning." The guild leadership was trying to preserve their army's strength by refusing to fully engage. Another hunter backed Lee Jun-kyung up. "Now that you mention it, he's right. Not a single member of the Northern Army has died. They don't even have a scratch." Lee Jun-kyung said they needed to at least pretend to fight properly. Or were they just going to chill in the back and watch? While the other hunters threw their lives away, the deputy turned to his brother asking, "Is this for real? How are we just letting this happen?" Choi Yong-seon could feel his whole plan shattering. The idea was to use the disposable guild members and hunters to clear the waves, and then he planned to turn on them. But that was a pipe dream now. They all knew they were being set up to be sacrificed. And just like that, panic began to ripple through the low-level guild members. The guild leader seethed. His perfectly laid trap was somehow playing right into this kid's hands. Choi Yong-seon barked an order to hold their positions. They needed to watch this play out just a little longer. In his mind, Lee Jun-kyung had to be running on fumes by now, making the power gap between them colossal. Finishing him off should be a walk in the park. On top of that, the guy was still fighting on the front lines, torching what was left of his stamina. The stage was set to deliver his final curtain call. The 5th wave of monsters finally crumbled, but before anyone could catch their breath, a semi-boss erupted into view, a water creature of unbelievable scale. "It's a water golem," a hunter screamed foolishly, charging in to attack. This thing, however, was packing some serious destructive force, and it was basically invulnerable. The golem's strikes hit with the force of a high-pressure fire cannon. There was no way to block them. How could they possibly win? As always, just when hope seemed lost, our protagonist made his move. Wielding a spear and shield, Lee Jun-kyung blazed forward, his fire magic erupting. It was a classic showdown, fire versus water. Who was going to come out on top in this elemental clash? With a single crushing blow, the water golem was grievously wounded. Lee Jun-kyung had just scored a huge victory. He then dropped some knowledge on the others. "These gates are absolutely saturated with magical energy. You can't just rely on brute strength," he explained. "You have to use your head, tap into the gate's own power. Imbue your weapons, fill them to the very top with mana." The archer was stunned. Wait, isn't that something only high rankers can do? But they had to trust him. The assault on the next water golem kicked off again, but this time with a whole new level of intensity. The hunters could feel it working. A jolt of hope shot through them. For the first time, they felt like they could actually win. "We're hitting it harder," Lee Jun-kyung announced, "but this level of damage won't be enough to take it down for good." He knew the real secret to killing this semi-boss. You had to destroy the core that housed all of its magical energy. But it wasn't time yet. He had to wait for the perfect opening. The other hunters watched in terror as the water golem began gathering its power again. It was gearing up for that same apocalyptic attack. They were going to have to scatter again. Lee Jun-kyung knew this was it. He was only going to get one shot to end this thing. The core was wide open. It was now or never. He blasted forward, spear first, rocketing toward the monster. With zero hesitation, his attack was a blur of motion so blindingly fast, the semi-boss had no time to even register the threat. His spear pierced straight through its watery form. The boss was obliterated. High above the patrons snapped their attention to Lee Jun-kyung. The young man simply held out his hand, and the spear shot back into his grip. That return ability he'd leveled up was proving to be insanely useful. One of the other hunters froze. "Wait a minute," he stammered. "I've heard the stories about a mysterious hunter with a long spear and shield. It was the super rookie." The hunters were absolutely buzzing, realizing they'd just met a true hero. Now, they were definitely going to survive. All they had to do was trust the super rookie. Lee Jun-kyung felt a surge of triumph. He'd finally snagged the support of several patrons at once, but his victory lap was cut short. The fallen angel broadcasted its extreme disapproval, and just like that, the other patrons ghosted him, leaving Lee Jun-kyung crushed. He couldn't help but think the player's skill was still on point. He figured that even the legendary Demon King couldn't have handled multiple patrons at the same time. The guy was a legend. He wasn't backed by an army of patrons, but he still clawed his way to the top. Meanwhile, the leader of the Northern Army Guild was fuming again. How did this nobody get so powerful in such a ridiculously short amount of time? From what Choi Yong-seon was seeing, this hunter was already on the verge of A rank. He couldn't afford to underestimate this kid. His knight stepped forward and said, "Sir, it's time for us to make our move." Could everything that just went down have been part of the rookie's master plan? They couldn't just stand by and let him dictate the battle. The knight continued, "If your original plan has been completely wrecked, then we need to pivot to a new course of action and get moving." The guild leader erupted in fury. "Are you telling me to stop trying to kill Lee Jun-kyung? Do you actually think we've lost?" he roared. "I'm the one who built the Northern Army and raised it to these heights." He was not the type of hunter to ever back down. Choi Yong-seon addressed his hunters, his voice booming. "From this moment on, we are taking an active role in clearing this gate." The leader proclaimed, "A king will never allow his pride to be trampled." At his words, the knight removed his helmet, bowing before him. "I'm promoting you," Choi Yong-seon announced to deputy guild leader. Although he added with a smirk, "With that timid look on your face, you'll have a hard time keeping the other members in line." Choi Yong-seon scanned the chaotic battlefield and declared, "That opponent is practically begging to be put down." The Northern Army hunters charged at the monsters, fired up and ready to show everyone what their guild was really made of. But the super rookie wasn't just chilling on the sidelines. He was still a one-man wrecking crew clearing wave after wave without breaking a sweat. Our MC was just doing his usual grind, and to anyone watching, it looked like he was just gassing himself out. But with every level up, he was actually regenerating his stamina bit by bit. Locked in, Lee Jun-kyung was totally oblivious to the colossal, glowing-eyed monster creeping up on him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice screams a warning. Lee Jun-kyung snaps to attention just in time, blasting a wave of fire magic to deflect the monster's savage attack. He whips his head around and spots a girl standing nearby. She hits him with a, "Guess you don't have eyes in the back of your head, huh?" And that's when it hits him he's face to face with Jong In-chong. Our boy just brushes her off, saying he doesn't need the help. Her face just falls. You can see she thinks he's completely disappointed in her, but she's not about to back down over something so small. Jong In-chong steals her resolve, preparing to go all out and shatter her own limits. This girl was determined to show Hunter Lee Jun-kyung exactly what she was made of. She literally turns her back on her own squad, the Northern Army, and launches a solo assault on the ravenous beast. Jong In-chong is convinced that her own brand of absolute justice will shield everyone. Meanwhile, the other hunters are panicking over their injured comrades. They're desperately searching for healing potions, screaming for the healer's help. To Lee Jun-kyung, the whole scene is a living hell. They started with 111 people. Now, not even half of them are still standing. Jong In-chong walks over and asks our guy if he's holding up okay. Lee Jun-kyung just tells her he's fine, then flips the question right back at her. That's when her own guildmates from the Northern Army start tearing her down, throwing insults, and calling her a damn traitor. Lee Jun-kyung is floored, thinking, "Wait, isn't she their vice captain? How can they just talk to her like that?" Sure, the Northern Army had a reputation for crushing anyone in their path, but its members still clung to a fierce, if twisted, sense of justice. So Lee Jun-kyung speaks up, declaring for everyone to hear that Jong In-chong is the vice captain, a fact they can't just ignore. Then he makes his move, telling her to join him since she's clearly abandoned the very people she'd protected for so long. But Zhang In-chung shoots back. That's precisely why I did it. She clarifies that she's teaming up with him because she cares about these people and wants to truly protect them. Zhang In-chung announces that she's done just standing by, watching them all get dragged down into the abyss. Our protagonist warns her that the Northern Army's leader will push forward with his plan no matter what, even if it's completely beyond his power. Don't worry, Zhang In-chung replies, totally prepared. I'm ready for it. And at that very moment, the final wave begins. Every sign points to one thing, the arrival of the final boss, the monstrous river worm. This is absolute madness, Lee Jun-kyung breathes. But Zhang In-chung speculates that the Northern Army's leader must have an ace up his sleeve to beat this thing. She adds that a special method was given only to the leader. She's 100% certain of it. He had a secret plan for taking down a beast of this magnitude. But before Choi Yong-seon can even start the hunt, there's another problem people dead set on stopping this raid. First things first, they have to be dealt with. So there they stand, Lee, Jun-kyung, and Zhang In-chung, facing down a massive mob of hunters who are completely bewildered by the situation. Zhang In-chung yells out the truth: the Northern Army has betrayed them all. Didn't any of you notice how sketchy everything felt? The leadership's master plan was to eliminate everyone else just to hoard all the rewards. As the vice captain, Zhang In-chung tells them she's spilling the whole truth. Then she drops the final bomb, and now the leadership is planning to attack you. Even Lee Jun-kyung is stunned. The mood shifts in an instant. Nothing makes a hunter stronger than being backed into a corner. Realizing they're dead either way, they decide to go down fighting. The guild leader just scoffs from a distance. What is this pointless resistance? It changes nothing. The Northern Army will proceed with the plan no matter what. With a dramatic swing of his sword, Choi Yong-seon roars, summoning the massive river worm. Lee Jun-kyung can only stare in disbelief. Is that thing inhaling all the water? A moment later, the worm unleashes a cataclysmic torrent of water straight into the sky. The aftermath is practically a biblical flood. It all clicks into place for Lee Jun-kyung, who realizes they're using the river worm to dominate the entire battlefield. If the guildmaster actually clears this gate, he'll be celebrated as the newest hero of the era, a completely corrupt and rotten hero. The god of war Gunther. Lee Jun-kyung reflects on all the non-stop grinding he's done up to this point. But is it going to be enough? Even Choi Yong-seon seems a bit rattled, admitting that the kid's flame is bizarre. How could it possibly keep burning in a torrential downpour like this? With his weapon ablaze and in his hands, Lee Jun-kyung is ready to take on the world. He thinks to himself that at this point, there's only one thing left to do: fight. Choi Yong-seon and Lee Jun-kyung finally collide. This battle was destined to happen. Burning with raw determination, our hero swings his weapon, aiming to shatter the leader of the Northern Army Guild. Choi Yong-seon was absolutely blindsided by the rookie's response. How could a mere boy radiate this much insane pressure? Where in the world did he get this kind of power, especially here, right on the riverbank of all places? The guild leader figured his own abilities should be surging right now, considering he'd already hit A rank. Lee Jun-kyung straight up admitted it, saying when he first stepped through that gate, he was leagues weaker than the guildmaster. But he sure as hell didn't just sit on his hands. A cold dread crept up Choi Yong-seon's spine. Had the kid's patron hooked him up with some game-breaking support while he wasn't looking? The protagonist just smirked, revealing he'd been sandbagging his energy, moving like a newbie, while secretly grinding levels and hunting. Our hero then dropped the bomb that none of that even mattered because that wasn't the point. The heat from his flames just kept cranking up relentlessly. At this point, all the water in the world couldn't snuff out this inferno. The guild leader knew he couldn't win a direct power clash. He had to get tactical. Choi Yong-seon bellowed, summoning the massive river worm to rise up and shield him. The villain scoffed, declaring that the kid only got this bold because he was gifted a tiny bit of support. But the power he'd been granted, oh, that was on a completely different dimension from whatever scraps this boy had received. He was about to hammer the reality of his true power into the kid's head. But Lee Jun-kyung anticipated it. The river worm's protective instincts were kicking in. It was coiled around him, guarding him like he was its own child. With the colossal monster looming at his back, Choi Yong-seon felt invincible, an incredible surge of power coursing through him. It's now or never, Lee Jun-kyung thought, and without a shred of fear, he blitzed straight towards the guild leader. Of course, Choi Yong-seon never imagined the kid would have the guts to pull a move like that. Our hero unleashed a devastating strike, but a shimmering barrier from the monster flared to life, deflecting the entire attack. High on the monster's power, Choi Yong-seon decided to launch his own counter, swinging his sword with absolute confidence. The guild leader sneered that if his opponent dropped to his knees and begged for his life, he might be shown some mercy. The Northern Army would be the sole victor here. But that's when Zhang In-chung crashed the party. The girl's voice cut through the tension. What about your oath? The one about protecting humanity? What happened to all your grand ideals? The head of the Northern Army and Lee Jun-kyung, locked in a tense standoff, just kept firing verbal shots at each other. You're insane. How could you just dive into the worm's mouth? Choi Young-seon yelled, but Lee Jun-kyung just grinned. You've got it all wrong. I was just waiting for it to swallow you. When they guard their young, they can gulp them down and keep them safe inside their bodies. And no matter what kind of worm it is, it's always bone dry in there, the kid added, revealing his master plan. Inside that parched stomach, the power of the patron Lord of the Rivers would be totally nerfed, while his own fire abilities would get a massive power-up. Choi Young-seon stammered that it was impossible. He was the king. He was chosen to be the king. The guild leader stalked toward our hero, demanding, "Who are you?" In response, Lee Jun-kyung summoned his flames. He was about to show him exactly who he was, launching a ferocious attack. In that exact moment, the skull of the Guardian of Souls activated, absorbing the hero's soul. The kid knew it all along. The skull doesn't feast on monster souls. It craves powerful human souls, especially from those who have trained for ages, people who became heroes. And then the ultimate plot twist. The fallen angel descended and struck down the Lord of Rivers. All support flowing from the Lord of Rivers was instantly cut off. Lee Jun-kyung's mind raced. Wait, did my patron just die? Killed by the fallen angel, but that couldn't be right. The Book of the Demon King clearly states that patrons are immortal. Just then, a swirl of dark energy materialized, and from it emerged a single black raven. The raven spoke, its voice ancient. You still haven't answered. What is your response to my question? A flashback hits Lee Jun-kyung. He declares that he didn't slay a monster. He destroyed a hunter. He's walking the path of a tyrant, not a peacemaker, maybe even the path of the Demon King. But that alone isn't going to be enough to change this world. He'll bear any shame, any sin. He'll become something that surpasses even the Demon King. The Black Raven seemed pleased. An interesting answer, it rasped. We will meet again soon. The protagonist watched the mysterious bird dissolve back into dark energy that vanished into thin air. Lee Jun-kyung whispered a farewell to the raven, telling it to report every last detail it had witnessed to its master. With that, the Rhine River gate boss, the river worm, was finally dead. It was completely consumed by the raging inferno, with zero chance of survival. The system announced he'd made the greatest contribution, rewarding him with the essence of water and a major level up. The other hunters could only stare in awe at the young man, the kid who had single-handedly annihilated the riverworm. The hunters erupted in cheers, shouting that the super rookie actually did it. Zhang and Chang screamed his name. The protagonist finally turned to look back at them, and locked eyes with his opponent lunging straight for him. With reflexes like a cat, our hero threw his shield up, blocking the assault just in the nick of time. The deputy head absolutely exploded, demanding to know what this guy did to his brother. Why did he have to ruin everything? But Lee Jun-kyung just kept deflecting the guild leader's brother's wild attacks, not even bothering to throw a single punch back. He waited until his opponent had completely burned himself out, before coolly pressing the tip of his spear against the guy's chest. Lee Jun-kyung then dropped some serious truth, saying the whole reason they got these insane powers as hunters was to shield humanity from disaster. With great power comes great responsibility, fam. Anyone who uses their strength to prey on the weak has zero right to call themselves a hunter. Lee Jun-kyung declared he'd seen more than enough pointless bloodshed for one day turning his back on the guild leader's little bro. He told him to reflect on his actions, and if he did, maybe, just maybe, he'd get to keep on living. But nope, the deputy guild leader pulled a blade from a hidden sheath, lunging at our hero and screaming that he was going to destroy him. In a flash, Jung In-chong leaped between them, parrying the attack from her former ally. The deputy guild leader was completely stunned. How could she betray him like that? As the drama unfolded, the Soul Keeper's skull quietly absorbed another one of our hero's souls. You okay? Lee Jun-kyung asked the girl. Jung In-chong just shook her head, whispering that she should have stopped them way earlier. If she'd just stepped in, none of this tragedy would have ever happened. But our hero told her not to blame herself because she was nothing like them. The girl, however, was broken, saying this was the end of the road for her. She declared she no longer had the right to wield a sword, and would live only to atone for the Northern Army's crimes. A thought flashed through Lee Jun-kyung's mind. Wait, has Jung In-chong actually given up for good? No way. She's destined to become a legendary hero. He decided then and there he wouldn't let her waste her life like this. She deserved a much better fate. For now, all he could do was watch over her. The second they stepped out of the gate, they were absolutely mobbed by journalists and crowds of people. A rep from the Hunters Association stepped forward, telling the press to back off and give the hunters some space. The reporters were buzzing, demanding to know where the guildmaster Choi Yong-sun had disappeared to, and now that they mentioned it, Choi Yong-soo was also totally MIA. What in the world actually happened inside that dungeon, and where did most of the Northern Army even go? Could the hunter standing dead center be the one who led the whole raid? The theories were flying, and everyone was dying to know what went down. The head of the High League Guild stepped up, confirming the biggest rumor. That's him, the newly awakened S-rank super rookie. He quickly added that these hunters had just survived a brutal gate clear and seriously needed time to rest and recover. Sun Guoyan insisted that the survivors be given a well-deserved break. The gate that 110 people had entered was now infamous. Only 39 people made it back from its depths. Word on the street was without the super rookie, that number would have been way smaller. Cut to a dark room where a black raven swoops through an open window, landing on a table next to a dude with an eye patch. The man noted that Hugin was late, musing that this new hunter probably knows about their little trick for controlling the river worm. He also knows the secret to becoming a hero, the man smirked. How fascinating. The raven let out a series of caws, a language only they understood. The man with the eye patch listened, a slow smile spreading across his face. So he gets stronger by hunting monsters. This new info meant they absolutely had to meet the survivors from the Rhine River Gate incident. Prepare everything he ordered. We no longer have any use for the Northern Army. The person on the other end of the line simply said he understood and would get everything ready for the press. Just then, the door opened, and Jung In-chong walked in. Standing at a podium before the remains of the Northern Army Guild, the girl announced she was tired of the hunter life. She'd thought long and hard about it, but the other members were devastated. They couldn't just let their deputy leader walk away. They had grown way too close. Jung In-chang glanced back and saw every single hunter standing right behind her in solidarity. You did nothing wrong, one of them yelled out. This was all the Master's brother's fault. Then, as one, they all fell to their knees. They pleaded with her not to let them go. One hunter spoke up, his voice cracking. I just want to live an honorable life, so I can face my son without any shame. From here on out, we'll carry the army's sins on our own shoulders. Your journey can't end like this, they cried. But Jung In-chong simply replied that it was her duty as the last captain left on this sinking ship. This burden was hers alone to carry, not theirs. But a hunter shot back. There's something you don't get, ma'am. Our hands are already soaked in blood. We're in this with you all the way. Elsewhere, Sung Hyun started to wonder if his big speech to the reporters hyping up the new rookie was a bad move. But Lee Jun-kyung just smirked, telling him he should be thanking the top league guildmaster. Because after that man's press appearance, Lee Jun-kyung's fame didn't just grow, it exploded. He had become an overnight superstar, skyrocketing to A rank in the time it takes to clear a single gate. Honestly, no one was even surprised anymore. The protagonist vaulted from C rank to A rank with what looked like a snap of his fingers, and the press absolutely devours stories like this. He was the ultimate underdog, a hero who conquered every single obstacle. What kind of dark horse was this, shattering all expectations to clear these insane gates? But Song Guyan pointed out a harsh truth. The term dark horse is only ever used for people who are expected to be weak. That label just doesn't fit a super rookie of his caliber. Lee Jun-kyung shot back that without any real background, you couldn't say the nickname was totally off the mark either. Song Guyan was low-key terrified that Lee Jun-kyung would see this as him meddling in his personal business. Luckily, that wasn't how it went down. Our hero just suggested that he should loop in the head of the top league guild on his next move. Lee Jun-kyung's eyes narrowed. How did you know I was weaponizing the concept of hero creation? The whole idea of manufacturing heroes was something nobody even talked about in this day and age. Song Guyan's voice was laced with disbelief. Are you telling me you can actually create a hero? Lee Jun-kyung just smirked, stating that the guild leader already knew everything because he too was a member of Asgard. The moment he spoke those words, a torrent of raw power surged through Song Guyan. His body temperature spiked, and his eyes began to burn with an intense light. Just then, an assistant approached the head of the association asking, "Is everything all right, sir?" The association head just smiled. "I think something interesting just kicked off." Lee Jun-kyung stared down Song Guyan, realizing, so this is your true power. The bald man was stunned. How in the world did you figure that out? Lee Jun-kyung's mind raced back to their first meeting. Heimdall had been part of Asgard from the very beginning. The young man demanded to know why Song Guyan would do all this. The answer was simple. His actions were driven by the fact that he knew the entire game plan. Song Guyan admitted that Lee Jun-kyung had simply beaten him to the punch, making his move first. He confessed he'd had his own suspicions about Jun-kyung. That insane growth rate practically screamed that he was hiding something major. Lee Jun-kyung sighed, realizing that's probably why Song Guyan laid the trap in the first place, and he, like an idiot fish, swam right into it. Our hero figured it wasn't malicious. He pressed him, asking why he felt it was necessary, but was met with dead silence. So Lee Jun-kyung dropped the bomb he planned to join Asgard, a clandestine society of unbelievably powerful hunters. The real war was about to ignite. Later, Jung In-chang confronted him, demanding to know why he wanted to see her. Lee Jun-kyung didn't waste any time. "I'll cut to the chase. I need you to join me again." In-chang shook her head. "I think my usefulness ran out back at the Rhine River gates. I have zero pull in the Northern Army anymore." "I'm completely useless," she stated flatly, adding, "I'm not the kind of person who can do anything worthwhile." The protagonist immediately shut that down, insisting she was an incredibly valuable asset. She looked at him completely outraged. Lee Jun-kyung spoke as if he could see right through her. She finally broke, admitting the Northern Army was a dumpster fire, and she was complicit in all of it. He looked at her with genuine concern and asked what happened. Her voice trembled with regret. "I was completely blind to it. She had no idea about the countless atrocities happening right under her nose. So many hunters just following the guild leader's orders, committing unspeakable crimes. A chill ran down Lee Jun-kyung's spine as he remembered what they tried to pull on him. In the shadows, they eliminated anyone who got in their way. To Choi Yong-sun, the Northern Army's guildmaster, normal people were no better than insects. Lee Jun-kyung knew this was bad. For someone with her moral compass, this kind of guilt was a crushing weight. If he did nothing, she would completely shatter, and he absolutely could not afford to lose the Dragon Slayer like this. Lee Jun-kyung leaned in, his voice intense. If things keep going this way, what's your move? In Chang, the gates aren't stopping, and hunters keep awakening new terrifying powers. Regular people don't stand a chance against that kind of unimaginable force. He reasoned that if this level of corruption was festering in a small guild like the Northern Army, you could only imagine the horrors happening everywhere else. Are you really going to turn your back on everyone who needs help? He challenged her. I plan to rip this problem out by the roots, to purge all the evil that's spreading around us. It's time to decide. In Chang, whose side are you on? Lee Jun-kyung doubled down, stating he wanted to completely obliterate the corruption she had witnessed. The girl stared at him incredulous. Do you honestly think you can stop all of this? I know you're strong, but do you have any idea of the kind of power they wield? I'm too weak to fight them. Even if you had a plan to change the world, what happens when enemies like that stand in your way? The young man took a deep breath and finally revealed his trump card. I came from the future. He continued, his voice grim. Something unimaginable is coming. The death toll will be staggering, the destruction, off the charts. When that day arrives, I'm going to need the power of Zheng in Chang. Lee Jun-kyung then asked, You're aware that the association is about to summon us, right? Fine. He'd see him there. The offer was still good. The news was blowing up with reports on the Northern Army Guild. All the monstrous things they'd been doing were finally coming into the light, including the slaughter of innocent people. Lee Jun-kyung realized this conspiracy ran way deeper than he'd ever suspected. Was this entire thing a setup from the start? Now that they'd served their purpose, they were just being thrown away like trash. This had one person's fingerprints all over it. Just then, the skull on his bracelet flared to life, pulsing with untamed energy. The Soul Keeper's skull had awakened. It was about to be reborn as his one true familiar. Lee Jun-kyung knew in that moment that the skull was finally complete. It had feasted on the souls of the guild leader and his brother, gorging itself on the waterworm's essence and the water golem's gemstone. A notification popped up. The familiar's name is Hunmu. To summon it, you must speak its name. Our hero couldn't help but wonder just how powerful this thing was. A massive skull materialized before him, its voice booming. Did you call for me, master? Lee Jun-kyung didn't even flinch. A talking bone dragon. At this point, why not? Magic was like the air itself. It was absolutely everywhere. Dropping into a lotus position, Lee Jun-kyung plunged into a deep meditation, his focus so absolute that his entire body was engulfed in flames. Were they not even scratching the surface of magic's real power? There had to be a way to squeeze more out of it. It was all about the mana flow. Lee Jun-kyung recalled that the Demon King's guide to unlocking magic's true potential was frustratingly vague, which made putting it into practice a total nightmare. The kid could feel it in his gut. He was fast approaching the point of no return. The moment of truth was closing in. When the clock ran out, all the current A-rank guards would get nerfed down to C-rank hunters. He had to power up before then, but that was a whole lot easier said than done. A message pinged on his phone. It instructed him to head to a specific roadside, where an escort to the association was waiting. He knew this was it. The meeting was finally happening. The association rep escorting him remarked, "First time I've ever seen a rookie this excited." Kim Soo-young pointed out that even when facing the dungeon or the infamous Rhine River gates, the hunter never broke a sweat. It seemed the only thing that could actually rattle him was a meeting with the association's president. To be fair, the president wasn't exactly the kind of person you could just casually chat with. Kim Soo-young added that there was really no reason to be so on edge though. The super rookie wasn't being called in because he'd messed up. This was about rewarding his accomplishments and having a little chat. Lee Jun-kyung shot back that more than 50 hunters had been wiped out in those gates. That body count included the top dogs of the Northern Army. He seriously doubted he was summoned just for a pat on the back and to be asked how he was holding up. This was 100% going to be an interrogation. Sung Hyun then changed the subject, asking if Lee Jun-kyung was dead serious about joining Asgard. Mentioning that was something he could arrange. Our hero already knew Heimdall and Asgard were not on good terms. Their original mission was supposed to be for humanity's sake, but now things had taken a seriously dark turn. When Sung Hyun first met the Demon King, he was already having major doubts about Asgard, but there wasn't a good enough reason to bail. He had only been briefly tied to the Demon King back in Asgard before they went their separate ways. Lee Jun-kyung's plan was to get into Asgard faster than the Demon King ever could, and then leech all the resources he needed to power level himself, squeezing Asgard dry for everything it was worth. Our protagonist stepped into the office to find the association president calmly picking a book off a towering shelf. The president glanced back, claiming he'd completely spaced on their meeting. He said he'd been swamped all day but was glad the kid showed up. But let's be real, this was the man in charge of the entire nation's hunter association. The president's name was John Hyojin. Lee Jun-kyung remembered this guy was a huge fan of the Northern Army, and was even name-dropped in the Demon King's own biography. He was a major power player you simply couldn't afford to underestimate. John Hyojin suggested they cut the crap and get straight to it. The president leveled his gaze at our hero and asked, "Who are you?" He added that they both knew enough about each other already, so there was no point in playing stupid games. Lee Jun-kyung was already sitting on intel, confirming the president had backed the Northern Army. The book was clear you couldn't trust a single word that came out of Odin's mouth. Every last word was a lie. John Hyojin let out a sigh, saying he was bored, and now he was certain they were cut from completely different cloths. The association president admitted the kid was incredibly intriguing. Since awakening, he'd been tearing through monsters inside the gates, and even managed to take down the goblin leader. After a stunt like that, all the top-tier guilds were trying to recruit him. And get this, he also bodied the A-rank river worm solo. Jang Hyojin was shook. The kid's leveling speed was straight up insane, but not everyone was impressed. The association president steps up, demanding to know why our guy torched the hunter he'd personally mentored Choi Young-sun. Lee Jun-kyung just fires back that the president saw the whole thing go down with his own eyes thanks to that little spy crow of his. He laid it out plain and simple. They tried to end me, so I ended them. It's not complicated. The president seethed, claiming the young man had demolished a piece of his own legacy. Lee Jun-kyung shot back. He was just a pawn on your board, so why don't we cut the crap and get to the real issue? Then our hero drops another bombshell announcing he wants to join Asgard. Jang Hyojin just stared, thinking this kid had a serious talent for leaving people speechless. Did he even have a clue what Asgard was? Lee Jun-kyung didn't miss a beat, replying that it's the squad of first-generation hunters formed to save humanity. The kid then added with ice in his veins that he knew he was standing in front of Odin, the king of Asgard himself. Lee Jun-kyung doubled down, stating one more time that he wanted in. The book had spilled all the tea. Odin was never a good guy. That whole kind-hearted act was just a front. He'd always been a ruthless operator, but even a king has his weaknesses. The association president was completely floored. How in the world could this kid know all that Lee Jun-kyung was betting his life on the intel he'd dug up from that book? And the gamble paid off. Jang Hyojin was too intrigued to turn him away now. His own curiosity had him trapped. The president admitted that his all-seeing eye had zero effect on the kid, then asked, "You know about my eye, don't you?" Our protagonist smirked. "You mean the one that's supposed to pierce through any lie?" Turns out the fallen angel had thrown up a firewall blocking any kind of mental attack from this patron. Jang Hyojin's lips curled into a grin as he conceded. "All right, kid, I'll let you into Asgard. But he warned you've got to pass a few tests first. Based on how you do, we can think about an official application." The president then laid down the law, imposing a mental ban on everyone in the room from ever speaking about what just happened. Lee Jun-kyung silently noted that his patron hadn't just blocked the truth-seeing gaze, but it had completely deflected the gag order too. It was a good thing Odin was totally oblivious. Lee Jun-kyung's mind raced. If his patron could bounce back a mental command like that, then the fallen angel could probably negate any mental attack thrown at him. If that was true, wasn't that ability just way too OP? After the intense showdown with the president, our hero found In Chang. He walked up to her asking what she was still doing there. In Chang looked devastated, admitting she never even got the chance to ask him why he'd done everything he did. Lee Jun-kyung figured the association president just wanted to cut her loose now that she was a liability who knew all his dirty secrets. He then asked her, "So why did he just leave you be? Was it because you're innocent or something?" The girl replied that the president literally invents new sins to pin on innocent people, so trying to do anything was pointless. The young man told her the truth was much simpler and much colder. The only reason you're alive is because you mean absolutely nothing to him. The president figured that whether she lived or died, it wouldn't change a single thing in his grand plan. As long as the Northern Army existed, he could just wipe it off the map as a warning shot to another, more useful guild. "And that's exactly why I'm reaching out to you," Lee Jun-kyung declared, "because I'm going to turn this world on its head. You can call me arrogant or whatever he said, but you've got nothing left to lose. It can't get any worse for you." Naturally, a secret meeting like this could only go down in one place, a grimy, abandoned factory in some industrial wasteland, far from any potential witnesses. In Chang finally looked at him and asked, "So what are you going to do now?" The young man changed the subject, suggesting she'd found herself a patron back inside the Rhine River Gate. "So, which patron has their eye on you?" he asked. In response, the girl revealed a glowing red stone. She admitted she wasn't sure how to use it, but that her patron, Prince Charming, had gifted her the Dragon's Bloodstone. According to the Demon King's autobiography, a stone like this had only surfaced 3 times in all of history. The Dragon's Bloodstone is the one thing you need to gain Siegfried's eternal life. And then, In Chang said, she was ready to give the stone to Mr. Lee Jun-kyung. Our hero was stunned. "Do you even realize how priceless this thing is?" The girl offered a faint smile. Judging by your reaction, you know its value way better than I do. Our hero, of course, was dying to get his hands on that stone, but was she really just going to hand it over? Lee Jun-kyung questioned if it was really okay for her to just give away a gift she received from her own patron. The girl explained that it was a gift meant for the one person who recognized her worth and actually believed in her. I'm looking forward to the moment we start working together, she said. And with that, Lee Jun-kyung replied that he understood completely. He was bracing himself for a hell of a grind to get his hands on the dragon's bloodstone, but plot twist, it turned out to be ridiculously easy. Staring at the girl, a thought crossed his mind. Is she for real this naive? Do people like that even exist anymore? Just then, Lee Jun-kyung reappeared at the blacksmith's forge, asking how he'd been holding up after all this time. The blacksmith was totally caught off guard. What in the world was Lee Jun-kyung doing here? Our guy's eyes scanned the blacksmith's latest creations. And damn, the rack was loaded with some seriously impressive weaponry. This is insane, the protagonist breathed. But the blacksmith warned they were still a work in progress. Thanks to his help, the forge's fire was burning perfectly, and the blacksmith was beyond grateful. But their stockpile of raw materials was looking pretty pathetic. Lee Jun-kyung knew that even with the blacksmith's god-tier skills, you can't forge masterpieces out of garbage. This whole thing was moving way too fast. Prime materials don't just magically appear overnight, in this time frame anyway. That's when our hero unveils the dragon's bloodstone. The dwarf's eyes went wide. He'd never laid eyes on a mineral like this. Don't get it twisted, this isn't a gift, Lee Jun-kyung stated flatly. The blacksmith just nodded, knowing full well that no sane person would just accept an artifact this legendary and priceless for free. Without another word, Lee Jun-kyung snagged a heavy hammer from the wall, muttering that he was just borrowing it. The blacksmith stared, completely baffled by what he was about to do. Our boy slammed the dragon's bloodstone onto the anvil and raised the hammer high. Watch close, he commanded, right before bringing it down with full force. Wait, stop, the dwarf bellowed in a panic. But our hero didn't flinch until the stone cracked clean in two. The blacksmith snatched up the two halves, only to watch them instantly morph into two whole identical stones. He was absolutely floored. So that's how you were supposed to use it. The ancient text mentioned that if a dragon stone was saturated with enough blood, it had insane regenerative powers. In other words, you could literally duplicate it. Lee Jun-kyung immediately fused one half of the dragonstone into the Muspelheim spear. But he knew this was no time to get reckless and experiment. Lee Jun-kyung then revealed he had big plans for the second half too. His gaze then fell upon a specific gladius, a blade that was a dead ringer for Siegfried's legendary gladius from the old stories. Our hero declared that the other piece of the stone belonged right there. After that blacksmith visit, our hero's combat game leveled up hard. The dragonstone eagerly drank the blood of every orc they slayed. In Chong and Lee Jun-kyung absolutely steamrolled the rest of the dungeon. Afterwards, the girl admitted that the one-handed sword he gave her was completely insane. She'd never wielded a weapon that felt so perfect. It was like the blade had become a part of her. Lee Jun-kyung smirked to himself. Classic Ap Jae-hun. The man's a legend when it comes to smithing. He turned to his companion, asking for a status report on the dragonstone's power level. She checked the gem. Looks like it's charged up to about 2%. The more monsters they took down, the faster that meter climbed. In Chang was still reeling from the discovery. One stone splitting into two, and two becoming four. A feedback loop of pure power. Giving him that stone was the best call she'd ever made. But their conversation was cut short by the arrival of another beast. It let out a deafening roar, a sonic blast designed to stun them and leave them wide open. But Lee Jun-kyung was faster, instantly sidestepping the attack and unleashing a torrent of fire magic to counter. He realized the gate's final boss was an ogre warrior, but its strength was off the charts. Wait, where was? In Chong Lee Jun-kyung whipped his head around, only to see the girl single-handedly blocking the ogre warrior's devastating blow, her sword held firm against the onslaught. That was Siegfried's greatsword for you, a weapon forged to withstand the fury of 1,000 dragons. Lee Jun-kyung could see the pure shock on the monster's face. It couldn't believe a mere human was matching its raw power. Seeing her chance, in Chang went on the offensive and unleashed a devastating arc with Siegfried's blade. The monster didn't stand a chance. I gotta admit, Lee Jun-kyung said, it's nice knowing you've got my back. He then added, we're heading out in 2 days. In Chang's eyes widened. It was happening, and it was happening soon. Lee Jun-kyung explained their plan, a 2-day hunting blitz to sharpen their skills and get their teamwork on point. Every little bit would boost their odds of making it out alive. He knew the moment was finally here. The trial Odin had set up just for him. He figured he'd prepped as much as humanly possible in the short time he was given. It would be a huge bonus if In Chang could start building her own rep, but that was a problem for another day. So there was no need to get ahead of themselves. Later, our hero found himself face-to-face with the head of the High League Guild to talk strategy. Song Gu-yuan cut right to the chase, warning Lee Jun-kyung to back out of tomorrow's mission. If you go, it's a death sentence. This ain't gonna be a walk in the park like the Rhine River Gates Jun Kyung. This is the real deal. Something about the guild leader's words felt real, so Song Gui-yun cut to the chase, asking him why he was really joining the league and what his true endgame was. Ultimately, the guild leader just declared his absolute trust in Lee Jun-kyung, saying he wasn't sweating the small stuff anymore. Our boy was completely floored. Where was all this blind faith coming from? The guild leader just admitted he didn't even know himself. He chalked it up to pure intuition, a gut feeling. But then Song Gui-yun got dead serious, warning Lee Jun-kyung not to show his face tomorrow. Odin, he explained, already had his eyes on the kid. Even if Jun-kyung ghosted the test, Odin would greenlight his entry into Asgard. The offer was open whenever he wanted. But Song Gui-yun hit him with a reality check. Lee Jun-kyung still hadn't truly earned his title. If he showed up tomorrow, the only way he'd claim that title was in his obituary. Lee Jun-kyung just thanked him for the heads up. Then he added that nobody needed to worry. No matter what went down, he was coming back alive. He had way too much left to accomplish. The scene cuts to our hero meeting up with Kim Soo-young, congratulating her on the big promotion. Kim Soo-young lit up with gratitude. She gushed that his progress as a hunter was insane, which in turn was a massive win for her as his curator. But this international expedition, that was next level. The honor of repping your entire nation as a hunter was unbelievable. In Chang chimed in that Kim Soo-yeon seemed like a genuinely good person. Lee Jun-kyung agreed, noting that the promotion hadn't changed her one bit. After a moment, a shimmering distortion tore through the air, a portal. The special representative stepped forward to make the announcement. The gates to London were officially open. He told them they were cleared to go, adding that they should probably try to come back in one piece. On the other side, a welcoming committee was waiting their leader, announcing what a massive honor it was to finally meet the infamous Dark Horse face to face. They gave our hero a grand welcome to London. The crew played it cool, returning the pleasantries and saying they were just as hyped to be there. They explained they were from their host nation's official association. That's when Lee Jun-kyung and his partner gave their names. In Chang was seriously impressed, pointing out how clutch it was that Lee Jun-kyung was fluent in multiple languages. Our protagonist had a dark flashback. He didn't pick up a foreign language for fun. He learned it because back in the hellish Eden era, if you couldn't speak English, you weren't even considered human. The voice of the welcoming party snapped him out of the grim memory. They offered to escort the newcomers to their rooms, mentioning that portal travel can seriously drain your batteries. That evening, a massive party was scheduled to welcome all the hunters who had been summoned for the expedition. In Chang sighed, admitting she was kind of bummed that she couldn't understand English. What are all these people whispering about, she asked. Lee Jun-kyung didn't sugarcoat it. Some were thrilled to meet her, but others were dropping some seriously racist trash. Suddenly, the entire crowd parted like the Red Sea as a mountain of a man stomped into the hall, completely ignoring the dress code, and he clearly didn't give a damn. The giant strode right up to our crew and sneered, "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" He grumbled that he was expecting to meet two idiots from Korea, so what were they doing here? The big guy locked his eyes on our hero. He scoffed. This kid looks like he couldn't even throw a punch. Is the Korean Association only sending out weaklings now? In Chang didn't understand a word, but the pure venom on the guy's face told her everything. The vibe was definitely not good. Quick lore drop: Asgard is a shadow organization that secretly pulls all the strings in Korea, operating from behind the curtain. And they aren't alone. Clandestine groups like them exist all across the globe, controlling the entire hunter world. These factions are locked in a constant power struggle, a cold war for influence and ultimate authority over the gates. This dungeon battle was just another one of their power plays. The original mission, protecting humanity from monsters, had been lost in the sauce a long time ago. They got lost in their own hype, caught up in a toxic pissing contest just to prove who was stronger. Back in the hall, the meathead Gromello taunted that the Korean kid couldn't even answer a direct question. Jun-kyung just thought, this guy is so out of his depth, he just didn't belong. This entire event was originally supposed to be the stage for a different hunter, Choi Young-son. In the original timeline, he was the one who scored a legendary victory at the Rhine River Gates, earning the title and becoming the famous hunter known as Gunther. But our hero meddled. He rewrote history, and because of his intervention, Gunther ended up dead. This completely shattered Odin's master plan, forcing him to send Lee Jun-kyung as a last-minute replacement for the fallen legend. It dawned on Lee Jun-kyung that this bully wasn't even comparing him to Gunther. Was this the consequence of changing the past? Just then, another hunter stepped up, getting right in the giant's face and telling him to leave the Koreans alone. The guy flashes a charismatic grin, extending a hand. He says it's a massive honor to finally meet the dark horse everyone's been hyping up. The thug freezes, eyes popping out of his head. You can see the gears turning. Could this skinny kid really be the legendary dark horse? The smooth talker shoots a glare at the bully, shutting down the unnecessary drama. He immediately apologizes for Demetrius acting like a total clown. He waves off the giant meathead like a bad smell and introduces himself. The name's George, and his title is Odysseus. Lee Jun-kyung freezes. He recognizes the name instantly. This is the tragic hero destined to get absolutely wrecked by his own partner Hercules in the future timeline. Keeping his poker face, Lee grips the guy's hand. He plays it cool, saying the pleasure is all his. He drops a compliment mentioning he's heard plenty about Odysseus. George actually blushes, rubbing the back of his neck, claiming he's nowhere near Dark Horse level yet. Suddenly, Demetrius thrusts a massive paw forward. He decides to squash the beef with a friendly handshake, grunting out his title, Hercules. He asks if the Dark Horse knows anything about his homeland, Greece practically daring him to refuse the apology. But Lee knows the lore. The ancient texts describe Hercules as a literal monster. Just standing near him gives you goosebumps. Before Lee can react, Young-in Chang steps into the crossfire and intercepts Demetrius's hand. She tells the big guy to back off. Her partner isn't buying what he's selling. The Hulk blinks, completely blindsided. The audacity. But before he can rage, In Chang crushes Demetrius's hand with a grip like a hydraulic press. He's paralyzed. George's jaw hits the floor. He can't believe his eyes. This petite girl is casually overpowering Hercules' brute force. Hercules finally shoves her back, busting out a manic laugh. Do they have another secret powerhouse on the team? He's actually impressed. The giant grins, promising they'll definitely cross paths again down the road. George bows politely, apologizes one last time for the chaos, and drags his team away. Lee checks on his teammate. You good? She shakes her head. Not really. You expect us to beat a tank like that? The records aren't lying. Hercules is basically invincible. Lee admits it point blank head on they'd get crushed. But the guy has a fatal flaw that keeps him from grabbing the #1 spot. That weakness only matters in a fair fight though. Cut to the nightlife scene parties every single night where secret factions schmooze and spy, sizing up the competition's power levels. But the Dark Horse crew, they ghosted the whole social scene, which pissed off the power players. Meanwhile, their handler reports they've arrived at the drop zone. The handler is amazed they're grinding even on an overseas trip. Lee quips that they can go sightseeing some other time. The employee still looks nervous though. He warns them to save their energy for the gate-clearing mission. He promises to keep the engine running until they get back. Our MC steps into the Ogre Horde gate, and the Celestial patrons immediately tune in. Lee declares they aren't leaving this dungeon until they get the loot. If it's not here, they'll raid every similar gate until they find it. He turns to his companion. Fight like you're back home. Focus on defense. Lee drops a truth bomb right now. Hercules would one-shot him. That makes In Chang the MVP of this operation. Unarmed and looking crazy, Lee walks ahead. He orders In Chang, who's holding a sword, to hold her position. She blinks, confused. We aren't fighting as a duo. Not this time, Lee replies. Wait here and it'll all make sense. Lee dashes off, leaving her solo. Jung-in Chang finds herself reflecting on just a few weeks back. She used to be drowning in guilt over the guild disaster. But now, her heart is ice cold and steady. Her patron used to spam her with disappointed or furious. Now the notifications read, satisfied, and she knows exactly who to thank. Suddenly, Lee returns, clutching a spear he definitely didn't have before. Assume defensive stance now, he barks. As the dust settles on the horizon, an army of armed monsters crests the hill, eyes glowing with pure rage. In Chang scans the threat level. It's a nightmare, 12 ogres and a two-headed boss beelining straight for her. She spins around and sprints to regroup with the protagonist. But Lee shouts, don't run. She stops, dead stunned. Is he crazy? Every single one of them is locked onto her. Then it clicks. Is this why he made her equip the Great Enemy of Ogres title earlier? Lee just keeps walking away from the danger. You got this, he calls out. The girl asks for clarification. Is that why? You made me fill my inventory with healing potions. He nods. Jung-in Chang grits her teeth and grips her sword with both hands. It's go time. She vowed she'd handle it. Meanwhile, the ogres were relentless, screaming for the fleeing crowd to freeze as they stampeded after them. Without missing a beat, our lead summoned his familiar Hyunmu. 1 hour later, the beast materialized. Lee Junkyung barked orders, back up, In Chung now. Slam a healing potion on her the second she takes a hit. Junkyung's mind was racing. He needed that final puzzle piece to take down Hercules. Channeling his pyro abilities, he strolled through the inferno, snuffing out the flames with his mere presence. Then a massive silhouette blocked his path. It was the one fight they wanted to dodge. Future heroes would call this nightmare the Red-Eyed Ogre Mage, because of his insane power level. Cut to the Association HQ. The Haley Guildmaster barged into the president's office, zero clearance. The assistant panicked. Sung-hyun, what are you doing? The president just waved it off. It's chill. He signaled the aide to clear the room. All right, spill it. Why are you storming in here like a maniac? Sang-hyun glared. Don't play dumb. You know exactly why. The president smirked. Actually, I'm drawing a blank. Snap. A silence barrier went up instantly, locking down the room so not a single whisper could escape. Now we can talk shop, the president said, his tone dropping. I'm curious, is your guild actually going to follow Asgard's regulations? Sang-hyun blinked. Was this guy seriously lecturing him on the rulebook right now? What about fighting for humanity? Did that core principle just get buried under a mountain of red tape? The president raised an eyebrow. Was a guild leader actually throwing shade at him? Sang-hyun didn't back down. I'd lecture you if I thought you'd actually listen. This is about Hercules. The president froze. Hercules? What are you getting at? This next fight is the endgame for taking him down. Is Olympus trying to void our contract? Sang-hyun insinuated the president sent Hercules personally, but the reality was way darker. Are you out of the loop? Or are you seriously sending this kid to a slaughter? Don't you care about the super rookie? Sang-hyun snapped. I'm going in. The president held up a hand. Relax. Him dying isn't part of the script regardless of the chaos. Besides, we have a pact. If he's in real trouble, I'll get an alert instantly. The president smirked. Olympus broke the deal first. That means the gloves are off for me. Sang-hyun analyzed him. This guy is slick. Did he 4D chess this whole situation? The pact was a safety net, sure, but the guildmaster couldn't shake this nasty feeling in his gut. That disaster was incoming. Little did Odin and Heimdall know, the pact was already shattered by the fallen angel. Back at the blaze, a behemoth stalked toward the burning house. Lee Jun-kyung, clutching a fireball, decided to play with fire and lure the beast away. I figured it out, he muttered. I know why this ogre mage anomaly is here. This was the key, the critical weak point. For the showdown with Hercules, the Titan charged him, and for a split second, pure fear spiked in his chest. He bolted. The monster thundered after him. Jun-kyung couldn't process it. How can something that massive move that fast? This thing was Hercules-level dangerous. Can I even kill it? He knew he should be dodging fights like this to save energy for Hercules. But running wasn't an option. He had to win. He slammed on the brakes, spun around and blasted the beast with high-tier fire magic. Gates cleared. Jun-kyung exhaled. That could have gone south fast if he landed a hit. Getting injured before the dungeon raid, potions wouldn't have fixed that mess. But it looked like In Chang handled the boss. That girl is a solid ally. Meanwhile, Demetrius grumbled to Odysseus. Haven't seen the guy since that day. The Korean must be grinding, Odysseus mused. Demetrius groaned. I'm bored out of my mind. Can I just crash the gate? Bad idea, George cut in. He didn't need Demetrius causing more drama. The guy was a walking headache, who already ignored Olympus's orders to brawl in the dungeon. Hercules scoffed. What did I do wrong? Why throw a match when I can crush them? I'm a warrior. I don't do losing on purpose. George rubbed his temples. Demetrius was driving him nuts. The dungeon raid was starting. Chill out, Demetrius smirked. I've got Odysseus covered. That dark horse won't survive one hit anyway. Besides, I'm into that girl, can't miss my shot. George tallied up the few rivals he actually respected, scoffing as his gaze landed on the so-called dark horse. But for some reason, a cold shiver ran down his spine, a massive bad omen. Jung In-chang was itching for action, asking her partner if he was going on another hunt. She was ready to ride or die. Lee Jun-kyung shut that down immediately. He was at 100%, but she was definitely not combat ready. In-chang demanded to know whose fault that was. Jun-kyung reminded her that the ordeal had unlocked a seriously broken skill for her. It was a buff that would skyrocket her physical stats and max out her endurance. Rest up, Jun-kyung ordered, turning his back. I'm running this raid solo today. And just like that, he was gone. He found himself on Alchemy Street. The mana density here was suffocating, she had to be close. He ducked into a random shop, tossing a casual apology to the air as he entered. The girl at the counter of the phone booth welcomed him. One look and Jun-kyung knew he'd hit the jackpot. She raised an eyebrow. Rare to see a fellow Korean around here. What's your business? Looking for a special brew. Or maybe something for a little. All shady business. Jun-kyung cut the chase. Your Park Yujin. The owner's eyes narrowed instantly. Who are you? How do you know my name the second I flipped the open sign? The protagonist stepped closer. Did you forget how to swing a hammer? You're the legendary blacksmith's little sister. Second only to him and the server's top alchemist, Hephaestus. Her guard went up. Did Park Jae-hyun send you? 7 days later. Yujin wiped sweat from her brow. I melted the red ore like you asked. She'd fused it to the Muspelheim spear. Now, are you going to drop the mystery act? She pressed. This is a first for me. Red ore fused into a spear slot. Did you seriously fly all the way to England for this? Just to find this mineral. Even the high rollers in Olympus don't have loot like this. How did you even know where to look? Lee Jun-kyung cut her off with an offer. Come back to Korea. Our hero laid it out. If she wanted god-tier materials, she was wasting her time here. Korea was the play. Yujin squinted at him. What's that supposed to mean? You promising you can source minerals that Olympus can't touch? You're cocky, I'll give you that. She paused, a grin spreading across her face. But it sounds fun. I'm in. Outside the broadcast blared, the raid was live. All hunters get to the gate, the announcement echoed. In-chang looked nervous. Do we really have to throw hands with this entire mob? Not everyone, Jun-kyung replied coolly. Some of these guys aren't here for the dungeon rights. They just want the clear reward. In-chang let out a breath. Thank God. She actually thought it would be a peaceful run. Junkyung thought. If everyone here was as naive as you, this would be easy. But he knew better. Demetrius scanned the crowd, sneering. Who are these nobodies? Why is the lobby filled with trash? The other hunters froze, eyeing the massive brute next to him. Everyone knew Hercules was bad news. The hell you staring at Hercules roared. George tried to leash him. Chill out. We aren't even inside yet. Hercules locked onto our hero, completely ignoring the NPCs around him. Target acquired. Demetrius felt the air crackle. That Korean guy was triggering Hercules. Then the gate yawned open. The crowd surged forward, keeping a safe distance from the monsters. Junkyung leaned into his partner. The second we're inside, you run. Far away. In-chong blinked. What? Why? Mount Catalan. Boom. An explosion rocked the base of the mountain. A blinding flash deleted the shadows. Screams erupted. In-chong spun around, panic rising. What is happening? Trusting her partner, she pivoted and sprinted in the opposite direction. But her escape was cut short. A wounded hunter clawed at the dirt, begging for his life. She couldn't just leave him to die. She skidded to a halt, forcing a health potion down his throat. What hit you? She demanded. Sensing danger, In-chong drew her blade, slashing defensively at the air. Clang! Demetrius stepped out of the fog. Impressive. You actually blocked that. In-chong's arm went numb. This guy hits harder than the ogre boss. Demetrius tilted his head, amused. Wait, aren't you the chick who was clinging to the dark horse? The brute smirked. He was absolutely buzzing with adrenaline, thrilled he'd jumped into this mess. Demetrius cocked his massive arm back, winding up to deliver a skull-crushing haymaker straight at In-chang. The girl barely sidestepped the strike, but she instantly realized this bruised-up titan was packing unreal destructive force. Hercules didn't let up, raining blows down on her. He taunted her through the onslaught, asking why she'd gone mute. Cat, got your tongue, or did the fear snatch your voice away? Zhang In-chang kept parrying the strikes with her signature blade, her mind racing. She realized Demetrius wasn't just big. His power level was straight-up nightmare fuel. Her bones were rattling from the impact, threatening to snap, but this was exactly what her hellish training was for. She weathered the storm and found her footing. In-chang shifted into a counter stance, declaring that the defensive phase was over. It was her turn to bring the pain. Hercules grunted, admitting he'd heard whispers about her. She was one of those unranked hunters, no fancy title, but she moved like a total pro. He told her she should feel honored, genuinely privileged, to witness his true power firsthand. Demetrius triggered his wild beast skill, and rippling with catastrophic energy, he launched himself at her. Lee Junkyung watched from the sidelines, realizing the power gap was way too toxic to continue. He shouted to his partner that they needed to bail immediately. The girl didn't need telling twice. She spun on her heel and hightailed it after Lee Junkyung. The duo skidded into a safe zone. In-chang reported the intel the second they spawned into the gate. A massive explosion had gone off. A whole squad of hunters got caught in the blast, vaporized instantly. Zhang In-chang looked at her teammate, totally bewildered, asking what the hell was actually happening. Lee Junkyung dropped the truth bomb. It was a setup. The girl assumed that Demetrius was the mastermind behind the trap. Lee Junkyung shook his head, total opposite. As soon as they entered the gate, someone had jumped Demetrius. That cheap shot triggered the giant, sending him into a blind berserker rage. In-chang's eyes went wide. Had Lee Junkyung predicted this entire chaotic mess? Is that why he told her to run? The young man noted that this drama was far from the season finale. To be continued. Zhang In-chang exhaled, saying she was lucky she didn't get flattened by that attack. Demetrius had been charging up. She asked what the game plan was now. Lee Junkyung replied that the current objective was simple: survive this A-tier nightmare. Suddenly, A-rank monsters mutated cattle, and lions burst from the tree line. It became crystal clear that Demetrius wasn't the only threat on the board. Lee Junkyung summoned his familiar skull. The summon reported 0 hunters pinging on the radar nearby. The young man ordered him to keep scanning the perimeter. If any threats popped up, return and snitch immediately. Lee Junkyung told his partner it was time to rotate. But the girl hesitated, staying behind for a moment. With Hyunmo watching their six, Lee Junkyung didn't press her. Still, In-chang looked off. She was quietly burying the bodies of the fallen enemies. Zhang In-chang flashed back to the guy's earlier words about the 2 paths to victory. Did Lee Junkyung want to raid the boss, or focus on the PvP chaos? The young man admitted the boss would be an absolute tank, and trying to duo that beast would be a grind. In-chang asked if he seriously thought Demetrius was the bigger threat. Did Lee Junkyung even have a strat? The protagonist smirked, replying that he had a plan to clear both objectives in one run. Hyunmo materialized, reporting 3 hunters with skull ink lurking nearby. Our hero immediately clocked it. These were the guys profiting from the chaos. He explained that these were the trolls who poked the bear, provoking Demetrius the second everyone spawned. Zhang In-chang suggested it might be smarter to ghost them rather than risk a fight. The young man countered that he had a play, and he was executing it now. Cut to the 3 tattooed hunters, captured and trussed up against a massive tree. A looming shadow engulfed them. Demetrius arrived. He told George he'd tracked the Dark Horse's trail, but asked who invited these three clowns. George noted that judging by their ink, they were affiliated with Borgen. Borgen, a shady syndicate with deep roots in North Africa. They specialized in psychological warfare. Trafficking drugs and kids was their hustle. George added that these were the guys who ambushed Demetrius at the spawn point. The thugs saw the giant and immediately started begging, claiming it was just a mistake. Hercules shrugged, saying he had zero beef with guys who did whatever it took to catch a dub. He respected the hustle. The Titan added a caveat, as long as you follow the code. Then Hercules unleashed devastating blows, pummeling the three captives. Spawn camping people entering the gate was strictly against the dungeons. Rules of engagement. Hercules muttered that next time they'd better follow the rules, assuming they respawn in another life. Moments later, the Borgen agents were completely wasted. The patron of the monster tramplers gave a nod of approval. George looked shocked, since when did Demetrius care about rules? He ghosted Olympus and absolutely curb-stomped Theseus. He had to be muttering that to himself in disbelief. Hercules smirked this. Dark Horse turned out to be a total riot. Odysseus chimed in, asking if they could really count this lucky break as a gift. Suddenly, a squad of armed hunters blocked the path in front of Hercules and Odysseus. Demetrius actually looked surprised. Were these the newbies' goons? Apparently, he wasn't the only one itching for a brawl. The bruiser grinned, adding that he was really starting to vibe with this. In a heartbeat, every single hunter was wiped out. Odysseus shook his head. This guy's hobbies were straight up gruesome. George asked if Demetrius would ever use an actual weapon, just for the sake of looking normal. The guy was a fighter class after all. It wasn't just Demetrius's insane strength that freaked George out. The brute replied that to really enjoy the hunt, you had to feel the bones crunch under your bare knuckles. A lightweight like George wouldn't get it. Wouldn't understand that Demetrius was a war junkie with pure adrenaline and battle lust pumping through his veins. The second he entered the fray, he went full psycho. George was honestly sweating about the inevitable clash between Demetrius and the Dark Horse. Li Junkyung and Zhang Incheng moved silent and lethal along their route. Approaching a small rise, a massive wave of magical power hit them. They realized they had stumbled right into the boss monster's den. Peeking over the hill, they spotted a group of hunters. Li Junkyung signaled to hold fire, no killer intent coming off them. The hunters eyed our hero skeptically. Was he really the Dark Horse? And seriously, wasn't he a little late to the party? They'd been camping out waiting for him forever. Li Junkyung was visibly confused. One hunter stepped up asking if Asgard was the one pulling the strings. Li Junkyung nodded. The hunter introduced himself as Inev. He hailed from the Nile territories. They were stationed here to carry the rookie, but it turned out the guy didn't even know the script. The outcome of this dungeon raid had been rigged ages ago. Asgard takes the win period. Li Junkyung's mind raced the Egyptian Nile. We're talking global powerhouses like Asgard or Olympus. Inev admitted he didn't know if Olympus triggered this mess, but Li Junkyung showing up just made everything way more complicated. That's why they were here to be the safety net, guaranteeing his win. Li Junkyung realized this was the secret sauce behind Cho Yong-su's victory in this war. Inev urged them to move. They'd help crush the boss, so they needed to speedrun this right now. Duoing a monster like that would be a nightmare. Li Junkyung shut him down cold. He was taking out Demetrius himself. The rookie knew that taking the easy win meant he was just another puppet on a string for Odin blindly following orders. Zhang Incheng looked confused. Why was everyone so shocked? Li Junkyung broke it down for his partner. Asgard had already pre-ordered the victory in this war. It was a setup. The blueprint was simple: secure the win by teaming up to stomp the boss. Incheng finally clicked. Dodging the fight with Demetrius and rushing the boss was the guaranteed path to victory. The girl sided with Li Junkyung, immediately noting that if that's the play, they stick together. She confirmed she was riding with Li Junkyung's plan, no questions asked. Li Junkyung locked eyes with her, acknowledging she was someone he could actually trust. The other hunters decided to sit this one out. No way were they getting wrecked by Demetrius, for zero reason. They couldn't believe Asgard sent such a reckless idiot. They needed to bail through the gates fast. Inev dropped one last tip: the boss was a lion, but on steroids, massive and overpowered. Inev added he wasn't fighting Demetrius, but the intel was free. Inev's partner said she was washing her hands of this too. The rest of the squad made the same call. They'd watch from the cheap seats in the shadows. Zhang Incheng sighed. They were back to square one. The girl asked Inev what the odds were now. Inev admitted it looked grim, but looking at the rookie's rap sheet, the guy was clearly a beast. A rising star who popped out of nowhere, cleared the Rhine River special gates, and this super rookie single-handedly dismantled the entire Northern Army Guild. That guild was no joke, and this hunter is tight with Heimdall, a major player in Asgard. All it took was one look to get Odin's attention. Inev admitted that if you look at raw potential, this kid stands toe-to-toe with the leaders of shadow organizations. The rookie realized that's why they were all staying on the sidelines to analyze his combat data. Everyone watched with bated breath. Li Junkyung and Zhang In-chang stepped up to face the boss, which was indeed a colossal lion-like monstrosity. Bracing for the clash, our hero turned to his partner. He locked down the left flank while she secured the right. Rule number 1, don't burn out too fast. In-chang nodded. She was locked and loaded. The familiar chimed in, promising to watch their six. Fights like this are a total grind, demanding 100% focus. But here's the kicker. Jun Kyung barked an order. Save your stamina. Don't go all out yet. They couldn't forget phase 2. Because the second that starts, Demetrius could drop in. Meanwhile, across the dungeon, Demetrius was painting the walls red. Bodies everywhere. The brute sneered, claiming he just kept bumping into folks. While hunting for that specific flame, George warned him to chill. Dude, dial it back. Stop going nuclear. The real fight was coming anyway. Demetrius just growled. Shut your mouth. That actually caught George off guard. Had the big guy finally snapped, that insane power came with a price, an unquenchable thirst for violence. George hesitated. Did the Dark Horse know Demetrius was a ticking time bomb? Was that why he pawned these guys off on him? But nobody knew the truth. Not Olympus. Not even Odin himself back in Asgard. You sure you can keep it together? George pressed. The Hulk just scoffed. Don't worry about me. I've leveled up. I'm not going to lose control. To the bloodlust. Demetrius glanced back, grinning. Main course is served. George analyzed the situation. This guy was a legit S-class monster backed by Olympus. Meanwhile, the boss mob was frozen stiff, totally paralyzed by fire magic. We got him, In-chang panted. Jun Kyung nodded. Solid work. Inove's jaw dropped. Did these two actually clear stage 1? It seemed impossible. Reacting to the demonic aura, the Catalan lions started swarming. But here's the weird part. Usually you dump all your DPS while the boss is stunned and shifting phases. So, why did they stop swinging? In-chang could feel the demonic energy vibrating through her bones. Was this part of the plan? Jun Kyung didn't flinch. We're exactly where we need to be. Because our guest just arrived. Right on cue, Demetrius stepped in, scanning the battlefield. Looks like a party, he sneered. The phase shift was starting, so why was the Dark Horse just standing there? George skid to a halt. Don't start without me. Demetrius braced himself for the next round, ready to crush the Dark Horse. But Hercules blinked. The kid was acting weird. He wanted this fight. So why was he bolting? Suddenly, Jun Kyung and his partner spun around and took off running. Hercules didn't get it, but he was instantly pissed off. The giant charged after them with the boss monster hot on his heels. In-chang yelled back. They're gaining on us, both of them. But why wasn't Catalan aggroing on Demetrius? Jun Kyung shouted, we drew the aggro first. Just wait, he's about to unleash that demonic energy on everyone. They just needed to stall. It was a chaotic conga line, super rookie Demetrius, and a raging boss monster. Suddenly, the monster let out a deafening roar, turning hostile toward anything breathing. Hunter's monsters didn't matter. The boss and his minions started tearing into everything in range. The hunters realized too late the boss had gone full berserker mode, consumed by demonic energy. Only Demetrius was loving it. He cackled like a maniac, unleashing his full power on the monsters. That dared to touch him. Demetrius bought us a window, Jun Kyung said, but it's closing fast. He tossed a vial to In-chang. Use this. Now. She stared at it. What is this stuff? Secret weapon, he smirked, coating his spear tip. The weapon instantly flared up, crackling with overflowing energy. The spear surged with power as the dragonstone sucked the red ore dry. Jun Kyung blinked. The dragonstone absorbed it. That wasn't supposed to happen. He had no clue what the side effects would be. Looks unstable, In-chang noted. It's our only shot, he replied. He lunged, driving the red ore-charged spear into the boss. Demetrius didn't hesitate, jumping into the fray and unleashing his signature beast roar. Odysseus joined the pylon. Amid the chaos, the kid shouted at Demetrius, told you to bring better gear, should have listened. The bruiser grunted. Yeah, I'll put it in the suggestion box. Odysseus clocked that spear instantly. It looked different. The Dark Horse was definitely 10 steps ahead. Turns out that spear packed a debuff similar to Demetrius's beast roar. But Hercules, he barely flinched. He noted that a cheap shot like that wouldn't even scratch his HP bar. The Dark Horse was nothing more than a buzzing mosquito to him. Demetrius scoffed, saying that's exactly why he ordered George to squash this pest. He had bigger fish to fry the real beast. George, however, was salty. He could feel his boss looking down on him. Jung In-chang couldn't believe the audacity. A bully talking trash like that. Suddenly, the girl clashed with George. Steel meeting, steel in a shower of sparks. George froze. How was she charging up that much ki energy? From that kind of range, he figured she was just a rookie lacking experience. But then, George blinked, and she was gone. Vanished. Why didn't she go for the kill shot right there? Instead, she slammed the ground. And suddenly that skull turret blasted him with this sticky, sweet-smelling goo. Wait, monster pheromones. Bingo. George realized too late as the horde started swarming him. Did they seriously just weaponize a potion to flip the script? Yup, he walked right into their trap. Lee Junkyung was stunned. How was this hunter tanking Catalan, a beast leaking demonic energy? Just how OP was he? But thanks to some 200 IQ plays, the rookie and his partner were watching it all go down, from the VIP seats. He gave the girl props. She handled Odysseus like a pro. In-chang admitted Hyunmoo came in clutch with the assist, but Lee Junkyung knew they were on the clock. They had to wrap this up, before Odysseus respawned. In-chang nodded. Demetrius, though, he was loving this. He was grinning, saying everything looked perfect. Just another day at the office. But Lee Junkyung knew, it's showtime. Demetrius was holding it together for now, but the cracks were forming. Berserk mode was loading. Lee Junkyung laid out the strat. In-chang aggro Catalan and Demetrius. He's gonna destroy himself. Lee Junkyung figured there was no need to wipe him out completely. They just needed to crit while he was vulnerable. The 1 versus 1 finally kicked off. Lee Junkyung smirked at Hercules. Yo, why aren't we playing together? Hercules shot back. Game's already started, kid. Or are you lagging? The bully's eyes started glowing. I've been waiting for this. This wasn't just a fight. It was going to be a highlight reel. Lee Junkyung steeled himself, thinking everything was going exactly to script. Hercules wasn't impressed. Unreasonable, he scoffed. Did this newbie really think a mana-filled shield could stop him? Please. Now. He was going to teach the Dark Horse a lesson in pain. In-chang panicked. Did this guy not read the wiki on Demetrius's power? Sure, his shield was stacked with mana, but blocking the rhinoceros strike, that's a death wish. Demetrius scanned the area target lost. Suddenly, Lee Junkyung ghosted right behind him. Critical hit. The spear pierced the brute's shoulder. Demetrius roared, swung his arm wild, and launched his opponent across the map. The brute laughed. You think a mana shield makes you invincible? You really are a Dark Horse kid. But are you ready for round 2? Lee Junkyung was reeling. The damage output was insane. How did the guy tank that spear shot so easily? Demetrius mocked him. Who do you think I am? That was a paper cut. It'll heal in seconds. Except, it didn't. The wound festered. Hercules realized too late the spear was laced with poison. His veins were burning. Lee Junkyung dropped the lore red ore, also known as the Ore of Madness. Demetrius screamed, losing his mind to the pain. This ore boosted regular ogres past boss-level strength, making humans obsessed with harnessing it. It turned animals into monsters, and monsters into raid bosses. Originally called the Ore of Liberation, scientists wasted no time testing it on hunters. It buffed their stats like crazy, but since the side effects were literally insanity and death, the banhammer came down hard. Hence the rebrand Ore of Madness. Lee Junkyung knew the magical output was off the charts. The whole Catalan mountain felt like it was quaking. Demetrius howled. What did the Black Horse do to me? Lee Junkyung warned that George was dead meat if he got close. But George ignored the red flags and rushed to help his boss. Lee Junkyung watched in horror. History was repeating itself, and this time, he couldn't stop the tragedy. Demetrius had completely snapped, and in a dark turn of events, George paid the ultimate price for trying to intervene. George stepped up to the plate, convinced he could talk, no jutsu Demetrius back to reality since the madness was fresh. But our MC wasn't about to let that tragedy replay. Lee Junkyung flashed in, physically blocking the young man's path. He leveled his spear eyes locked on the target. Back off. I've got a strategy built exactly for this mess. George hesitated. He didn't fully trust this guy, but he was desperate. Fine, he said. Lee Junkyung held up a hand. I just need 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the super rookie was practically body-checking George to keep him from getting obliterated. Finally, George cooled his jets and decided to hear the rookie out. Spill it fast, George snapped. We're running out of time. Lee Junkyung dropped the plan they needed to aggro Demetrius and tank him just for a bit. George's jaw dropped. Did this rookie seriously think he could stall a berserk Demetrius for 5 whole minutes? The guy was absolutely feral, radiating pure chaotic energy that screamed game over. Demetrius wasn't even registering them anymore. He blitzed past Junkyung and George like they were NPCs, locked onto the boss monster with total tunnel vision. Nothing else existed. The crash was inevitable. Junkyung smirked. This was playing out exactly according to the script. Jung In-chang was running interference like a pro, and with Catalan on their side, they had Demetrius boxed in. George had zero clue what 4D chess the super rookie was playing, but he was out of options. Junkyung knew the hidden mechanic. The red ore's instability had a hard cap of 5 minutes. If he could survive that timer, Demetrius would reboot. That was the win condition. Suddenly, the vibe shifted. A massive spike of demonic energy hit the hunters. Was Catalan entering phase 2? Nope. It was Hercules going full berserker mode. Uncontrollable. Lee Junkyung knew he was the only one. With the stats to handle this charging in blade first, Jung In-chang wasn't far behind, swinging her sword to slow the beast down. The bystanders were shook. Was that Odysseus throwing hands with Hercules? It was absolute insanity. The power gap was too wide, and the other hunters decided they didn't get paid enough to die here. Eneve's partner looked around in horror. How did this dungeon run go so far off the rails? It's the red ore in Eve spat. It's corrupting everything. We have to step in now. Jung and Chang was fighting for her life to hold the line, but Hercules was swinging with lethal aggression. It felt like the longest 5 minutes in history. Bam, a brutal kick sent In Chang flying. George screamed at Demetrius to wake up, begging him to snap out of it. Bad move. Demetrius turned on George, grabbing him with a manic grip. George got tossed like a ragdoll. Then the berserker unleashed his aura, summoning a massive fiery tiger avatar. Lee Jun-kyung swooped in, snatching George out of the kill zone just in time. George was spiraling. Where is that timer? He panicked. But Jun-kyung was certain the experiments proved the 5-minute limit was absolute. So why wasn't this monster running out of gas? Demetrius was still raging, cranking the anxiety levels to 11. Suddenly, Water Rage activated Inove, and the crew jumped in with support buffs. "We got your back," they shouted. Jun-kyung used the split second to check on his teammate. "In Chang, you good?" "I'm fine," she lied. But the MC knew better. Her HP was critical, and she wouldn't last much longer. Suddenly, Jun-kyung hacked up blood. The Dragon Bloodstone was reacting, reversing his mana flow. His body started morphing, and he let out a guttural roar. Ineve stared. The super rookie was turning into a monster. Just like Demetrius. He's got the same condition, she realized. 5 minutes had come and gone. Why wasn't Demetrius resetting? He was only getting more overpowered. With every second, the countdown was broken. But Jun-kyung, now in a similar berserk state, felt a new surge of mana. It clicked. He flooded his legs with pure energy, boosting his speed to god-tier levels. He launched himself at the boss monster and obliterated it. Ding. Achievement unlocked, Enemy of the Beast. But the victory came at a cost. The demonic energy was eating him alive. He had to purge it. Whoosh. An unimaginable inferno exploded from Lee Jun-kyung's body. The flames swallowed Catalonia Mountain whole. The surviving hunters scrambled for the exit, but the thick smoke was literally draining their mana as they ran. The silhouette of Demetrius cuts through the smoke, literally ablaze. He marches toward the hunters, a walking inferno. George screams out a warning. Demetrius's arm is wrecked. But wait, what's that? Demetrius flares his aura, triggering his unique skill. That mangled arm reconstructs itself, instantly forged from pure fire. George realizes the terrifying truth: the guy is burning through his excess mana just to regenerate. He's a self-healing engine, and our dark horse Lee Jun-kyung isn't out of the fight yet. He's channeling his own mana overflow to stitch his body back together. The regeneration is violent and fast. George pins the blame on that eerie blue flame engulfing the gate. It's fueling the madness. Lee's wounds are deeper, nastier, yet he's healing faster than the monster in the Hercules vessel. The beast's rage shows no sign of cooling down. Demetrius doesn't wait for a full heal. He lunges to exploit the opening. It's a desperate, savage move. This looks bad. Hercules and Lee Jun-kyung, both battered, both breaking their limits, launch at each other. Maximum velocity collision incoming. The clash drains every ounce of energy in the room. George and the onlookers hold their breath. Did the Dark Horse actually pull it off? Thwack. The protagonist drives his spear straight into the Hulk's chest. Demetrius stumbles. The Hercules vessel glitches out, freezes, and crashes to its knees. Lee towers over the fallen Titan's spear in hand, but a system alert pops up. Lee Jun-kyung's existence is fading. He's erasing. It's a chemical reaction from hell. The red ore is reacting with the Dragon Bloodstone. Survival instincts are clashing, battling the urge to purge the monster blood and the legacy of Catalan coursing through his veins. It all fuses with demonic energy into a volatile hybrid crystal. Just like those failed test subjects, Lee is about to rupture from the inside out. It's game over. Suddenly, the atmosphere crushes down. Athena, one of the 12 goddesses, descends. She commands the berserker, kneel. Lee's body betrays him. He drops instantly, powerless to resist the command. George hits the dirt, trembling with fear and honor. "An honor to behold you," George stammers. The goddess ignores the pleasantries. She demands to know why her domain is in total chaos. She feels indebted to Zeus for this mess. She locks eyes with the kneeling Lee Jun-kyung. "Who is this mortal?" George answers. "He is the Dark Horse." Athena's mind races. This kid caused all this. He shattered her barrier. He painted the entire Mount Catalonia with his sinister mana flame. Impossible. She naively thought he was just a lucky intruder who stumbled into Asgard. But beating Hercules on pure specs, unforgivable. Athena makes the call. "I'm ending this man. Right here, right now." Her spear materializes in her grip. She winds up to strike, but freeze frame. A new challenger steps in. "Stop. Don't do it." Athena spins around, stunned. "Heimdall, what are you doing in a dump like this?" Heimdall holds his ground. "I could ask you the same thing. Did he track her lightning signature here?" Heimdall plants himself between the goddess and Lee Jun-kyung, a human shield. Athena screams. "Move. Immediately." The bald guardian doesn't flinch. "Touch him and I take it as a declaration of war on Asgard." Athena freezes. Is this kid actually that special? She figured nothing in the multiverse mattered to Heimdall. Then a third voice chimes in. "Mind if I join the chat? It's Inev from the Nile faction." Athena recognizes the Egyptian leader instantly. "I know you," she says, her guard still up. Inev plays it smooth. "Honored goddess." But the Nile is formally asking for the protection of the Dark Horse. He flashes the Eye of Osiris on his palm, proof he speaks for the top brass. You know what this means. He's banking on Athena, respecting the treaty. Cut to black. Lee snaps his eyes open. He's in a bed. Zhang and Chang rush to his side the second he stirs. He's awake. The girl looks worried. His body is still a wreck. "I need to get a medic in here." Lee tries to ask where he is, but nothing comes out. His voice box is fried. He scans the room, round shield, crossed swords above the door. He's with the Knights of the Round Table. Not every secret society is out for world domination. Some actually have noble vibes. But Lee is cynical. The Knights of the Round Table, they didn't lift a finger during the fight. They stayed in their hole, hiding in the shadows. They only move if England is about to get wiped off the map. All that power, and they sat on the sidelines, changing absolutely nothing. He tries to move. Useless. His body is destroyed. Ligaments shredded. His legs are dead weight. Even his familiar Hyunmu is out cold. He pulls up his status window. Yikes. His level tanked all the way down to 50. The silver lining. The stat drain is just a temporary hangover from the red ore. The bad news. He's still mute. The protagonist didn't just level up. He unlocked a skill set that rivals the most broken unique rank hunters out there. Heimdall is banking on this potential, convinced that one day this kid will stand shoulder to shoulder with the big boss, the fallen angel. But then a disturbing report comes in. The rookie's body is literally rotting, decomposing while he's still alive thanks to that toxic demonic energy. It's a 1 in a million curse, a total medical dead end with 0 known cures. Surprisingly, one look at him tells a different story. Lee Jun-kyung figures that with the fallen angel backing him and his mana circuits firing, purging this corruption is barely a minor inconvenience. It's just a debuff he needs to cleanse. Heimdall shuts down the chatter immediately. Jun-kyung needs to focus on his HP recovery. The interrogation can wait until he's not half dead. Meanwhile, the Olympus representative is absolutely losing it, calling Jun-kyung's power a glitch in the system. Too dangerous, too abnormal. Olympus demands a full audit of this guy's stats. Heimdall claps back instantly, refusing to leak the build details of his players to the competition. If Olympus wants answers, they should investigate the mess they made at the gate. Then the bald guy steps up, asking if Olympus didn't already void the secret treaty between them and Asgard. The script was simple. Asgard takes the win at the dungeon, and the hunters play their roles. If Asgard knew Hercules was going to go rogue and trash the agreement, they never would have deployed Lee Jun-kyung to that hellhole. The kid simply did what the mission demanded. Heimdall doubles down, making it clear he doesn't owe them an explanation. He expects Olympus to own up to their own shady moves. But the Olympus rep isn't hearing it, insisting Jun-kyung is a walking nuke. He scorched the entire zone with blue hellfire and drained the mana of every other hunter like a vampire. That's an unprecedented anomaly. The woman slams her hand down. This is why they demand custody of the Dark Horse. If not, Olympus is ready to declare total war on Asgard. Heimdall knows that mana cannibalism via fire is risky business, a completely unknown variable. But let's be real, aren't all hunters walking disasters by default? Heimdall reminds them that before awakening, these guys were nobodies. Now, their very existence strikes fear into regular people. So, for Olympus to threaten war over this, it just proves they're a bunch of degenerate trash, needing a reality check. The Olympus rep snaps, blaming everything on him. What is Heimdall even doing here? Just being near him clouds her mind with red-hot rage. She's praying that once this drama wraps up, she never has to see his face again. Suddenly, a notification pops. Mana flow activated. Lee Jun-kyung can finally sense the current and harness it. He cracked the code by analyzing how mana cycled inside Demetrius, channeling everything in the environment to mimic that god-tier pressure. Jun-kyung realizes the potential. If he dumps this into an attack, his DPS goes through the roof. If he uses it for defense, he becomes practically unbreakable. That's the true meta of mana flow. But right now, he needs to channel that energy into self-repair. The synergy with his natural regeneration is insane. His recovery speed starts ramping up exponentially. But then, a system error occurs. The kid starts hacking up blood. But Jun-kyung realizes this isn't damage, it's his body rejecting the toxic impurities from the Dragon Bloodstone. He can finally scrub those blocked zones clean, using the mana flow as a detox. The protagonist pinpoints the bottleneck, a dense black sphere lodged in his back, choking his circuits and disrupting the rhythm. He realizes he has to manually override the system and reroute the mana. Cut to the training room. George and In Chang are going hard, sparring with live weapons. George nods in approval. The girl is actually keeping up. PvP is completely different from fighting mobs, and she's finally getting it. After a brutal session, he calls time. In Chang, however, is spiraling. She feels like she was total dead weight during the battle. At the gates of Catalonia, no title means no respect. Her patron still hasn't acknowledged her existence. Her biggest regret being too weak to shield Lee Jun-kyung when it mattered most. Her patron, the beautiful prince, gazes down at her, not with pride, but with pity. That stings worse than any physical wound. Until she levels up, she refuses to even call herself a comrade of Lee Jun-kyung. Suddenly, Lee Jun-kyung intervenes, asking George for one more round. He sees something in In-chang, a reflection of himself, haunted by the inability to protect others. George agrees to the request, but just one round. Back in Catalonia, he caught a glimpse of her skill ceiling, and it looked infinite. Every time their blades clash, she evolves, getting stronger in real time. It's undeniably impressive. George gets a flashback. She's moving exactly like a young Demetrius. Jun-kyung's gut tells him Demetrius is going to hate this copycat style. But hey, the dark horse is awake and moving. George barks at the big guy to hustle. Snap back to reality. It was time to rise and grind. Rotting in bed, that wasn't Demetrius' style. But when the big boss of the major league rolled up on our hero, the kid knew this wasn't just a social call. Song Guian looked shook. Lee Jun-kyung was already mobile. Dude is a walking plot twist. The guildmaster cut straight to the chase, asking what Jun-kyung knew about the lightning bolt. The rookie didn't miss a beat. It's a legendary artifact of Olympus, dripping with the raw power of Zeus. Song Guian nodded, noting that few abilities in existence could rival that kind of voltage. Top-tier tech constantly analyzed. Then Jun-kyung dropped the bomb. Is it like Bifrost? Guian froze. How did the rookie have that intel? The bald leader scanned the room, realizing this wasn't the place for classified talks. Follow me. They stepped through a warp gate and spawned into a massive ancient-style garden. Pure aesthetic. Insane, Jun-kyung muttered. Heimdall smirked. Welcome to my turf. This is Bifrost. Then he hit him with the question, you a prophet or a regressor? Jun-kyung shrugged. Just read a book about Heimdall and his buddy. Covered the Demon King too. The Demon King. Guian's eyes went wide. Was the kid serious? Who took the king down, and how? Not destruction, Jun-kyung corrected. Sealed. Guian realized the domino effect. If he knew that, did he know about the history with Athena? Guian was reeling. He had to trust the kid. The intel was too accurate. But the book, it's unfinished. Jun-kyung warned him. That history book, it's just the prologue. The next chapter depends on my moves. Future is foggy. Most of the records are gone. Guian sensed no deception. So what's your endgame? Jun-kyung's eyes darkened. To rewrite the hellscape I lived through. Starting now, the timeline changes. Bifrost doesn't do lie detection, it only flags threats to Heimdall. And the kid was clean. Jun-kyung apologized. Can't spill everything yet. Fixing the future isn't my only play. High up in the branches, In-yop watched Jun-kyung shake off the grogginess. The hero blinked. A Nile rep infiltrating the round table sus. What was the play? In-yop bowed. Sorry for crashing the party. Taking a huge risk here, but I need a favor, Dark Horse. Jun-kyung knew the guy used a veto to save him, but allies unlikely. Their interests didn't align. Come to the Nile, please. Jun-kyung stared. The head of the Nile, on his knees, begging. They barely knew each other, just a casual assist at the gate. The vibe was weird. Why is this necessary? Jun-kyung asked. Suddenly shouts, intruder alert. In-yop panicked. I'm burned. Look, it's about the red ore madness. Just come to the Nile. Jun-kyung's mind raced. Someone who understands the red ore psychosis. Did Egypt study the outbreak? Before he could process, In-chang burst into the room, checking for damage. You good? I'm alive, the rookie replied. Nothing critical yet. Just climbed one mountain, but I feel a bigger one looming. Meanwhile, the round table wrapped up. Verdicts in Athena started the war. No shocker there, Olympus broke every rule in the book. Time to pay the piper. Finally, Jun-kyung sighed with relief. Let's bounce. A voice called out. In-chang spun around. George, she shoved Jun-kyung back. Stay behind me. You're still recovering. George looked. Off. Drowning in dark energy. Relax, Jun-kyung told her. I got this. Even if George looked ready to kill, he just wanted to talk. Jun-kyung stepped up, asking if there were more issues. George shook his head. You're standing. And Demetrius isn't. You won. Total domination. George offered a nod of respect, admitting he learned a lot. But Demetrius, he won't fold next time. Jun-kyung smirked. I don't leave loose ends. George paused, glancing at the girl. She won't listen to me. Tell her. She's got potential. She can get stronger. Jun-kyung realized In-chang was chasing a title of her own. You gotta remember, her rep and her sponsor's backing are everything. Plus the identity of that sponsor. Huge deal. George threw a casual wave to the squad, promising this wasn't goodbye. It was just, see ya later. Lee Jun-kyung looked George dead in the eye. Hercules wasn't done. He was gonna evolve into a total beast, way scarier than before. He'd bounce back guaranteed. And when he did, our MC was hoping they'd be throwing hands on the same side for once. George loved the sound of that team-up. But reality check, Demetrius was barely hanging on, and needed a rush transport to Olympus stat. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung was just skipping rocks, killing time. Suddenly splash, a lady rises straight out of the water. She called this whole situation a sick joke. Seriously, who snitched on her location to this kid? Talk about zero tact. Lee Jun-kyung didn't flinch, guessing straight up you're Merlin. That caught her off guard. How did this basic-looking dude figure her out? He looked like a total NPC. But fine, Merlin dropped the act. She confessed she's the real boss of the round table. Then she flipped the script. Who are you? Lee Jun-kyung smirked, with zero hesitation. You already know exactly who I am. Merlin cut the act. He's the guy who folded Hercules like laundry. The Dark Horse. A cocky hunter with an ego to match. He knew her secret identity, but what was his endgame here? Why poke the bear? Merlin shifted forms, instantly morphing into a young dude. He was absolutely certain of one thing. Every round table member knew he wasn't one to be trifled with. So who was this kid standing his ground? Lee Jun-kyung dropped the bomb. I know where Excalibur is. Cut to the airport. Lee Jun-kyung spotted Jung In-chang chilling in the lounge. She immediately grilled him. Where have you been? Just had a meeting, he shrugged. But Jung In-chang's eyes locked onto the shiny new necklace hanging around his neck. What's that? Was he seeing someone? Jung In-chang started low-key panicking. She connected the invisible dots. He was totally stashing a secret harem here in England, wasn't he? Song Gu-yan cut in asking if they were set. Lee Jun-kyung fired back, checking if the guild leader handled his business. Song Gu-yan confirmed it. Everything's handled. It was time to head home. Suddenly, a stranger flagged them down. Hold up, he said. Merlin sent me. The wizard knew Lee Jun-kyung would be right here. The message, you owe me for that necklace. Time to pay up. Song Gu-yan's jaw dropped. You know, Merlin. Lee Jun-kyung just nodded. We made a deal. He flashed the jewelry. The guild leader squinted. That's Merlin's. Lee Jun-kyung confirmed it. And added, yeah, and it nearly got me killed. He filled them in on the shape-shifting craziness he just witnessed. He wanted the full scoop. Meeting face-to-face was risky, but he needed that necklace bad enough to push his luck. Wheels up. The cabin was completely empty, except for our trio. VIP treatment. Song Gu-yan crashed immediately for a nap, but Jung In-chang couldn't let it go. She was confused about George. Like the guy was technically their enemy, right? Yet he helped train her, gave her advice. If Hercules had done that to Lee Jun-kyung, she would have been out for blood, consumed by revenge. She just couldn't wrap her head around it. Was it some high-ranking hunter nobility thing? The way George treated them was just different. Lee Jun-kyung offered a theory. Call it intuition. George probably just realized Lee Jun-kyung wasn't looking to brawl with Hercules unless he had to. The intercom crackled, descent started. Buckle up, we're landing. The airport was a zoo. Journalists swarmed the place, desperate for a quote. Giant banners screamed, "Welcome, Dark Horse." The guy who humbled Hercules was everywhere. Song Gu-yan explained the narrative. Hercules challenged the rookie, and the rookie won. Lee Jun-kyung side-eyed the guild leader. Why didn't you warn me about this circus? Surprised, Song Gu-yan grinned. This is the fame you wanted, right? Jung In-chang cut in, asking what the plan was now. Too much to do, he sighed. Priority 1, fixing his gear. His spear was wrecked from the dragon bloodstone, and that red ore backlash. Plus, Hyunmoo was still out of commission. Fighting without his familiar, a nightmare. And apparently some crisis just popped up in Nile. But first, I'm moving, he announced. It was his childhood dream to finally own a place. Jung In-chang blinked. Moving house, that was the big emergency, she figured. He wouldn't need her help for a while. But she had one last thing to say. Jung In-chang stood tall and declared she was ready to go solo, no more hand-holding. She told him their dungeon run was a blast, a total XP goldmine. But George's words had lit a fire under her. She needed to prove she could stand on her own 2 feet. Jun-kyung watched her silhouette fade into the distance. The real Jung In-chang was finally waking up. He knew it. She was about to level up into an absolute powerhouse. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Kim Soo-yeon from the association. The big boss, the head, was summoning him personally. A chauffeur would be there to pick him up tomorrow morning. But wait, Jun-kyung froze. He'd totally spaced on the most critical piece of the puzzle, Odin. How could he forget? It was high time for Demetrius to snap out of his funk. He dove straight into training mode. George's jaw hit the floor. He didn't expect the big guy to immediately start punishing his own body, desperate to make up for lost time. What the hell happened? George stammered. Demetrius paused, a strange clarity in his eyes. Tell me, George, is this the first time you've ever seen a hunter take an L? George realized he was right. Demetrius had never tasted defeat before. But looking at him now, the rage was gone. His soul seemed peaceful, completely unlike the aggressive berserker he used to be. George pressed him again. Seriously, what changed? Demetrius smirked. The Dark Horse. He never wanted to be our enemy. Don't worry, Demetrius said, flexing his hand. I've put a leash on the madness. It's fully under control. He could channel that raw power now, without losing his mind. The giant laughed. Jun-kyung hadn't just beaten him. He'd handed him this upgrade on a silver platter. Jun-kyung called it earlier. Hercules wasn't finished. He was evolving into a monster way, scarier than before. He was back on his feet. And Jun Kyung, he was banking on that beast being an ally. Next time they'd be wrecking havoc side by side. Cut to the wasteland. Absolute carnage. Monster corpses were piled up like trash as Jung In-chung plowed through. She was soloing dungeon after dungeon. But her streak hit a wall. A massive behemoth wielding a giant blade stepped into her path. 3 days of non-stop grinding. She blinked, stunned. Where did the devs spawn this nightmare from? It gave her flashbacks to the Hercules fight. The killing intent radiating off this thing was suffocating. Her patron Prince Charming trickled in a tiny heal, but her HP was flashing red. She was running on fumes. Even with the buff, she was barely standing. But looking at the beast, it was gassed too. This was it, sudden death overtime. The monster lunged. She dodged by a hair, the wind of the blade cutting her cheek. Now she prepped the counter. She launched herself into the air gravity, becoming a suggestion, and came down with a planet-crushing strike. She didn't stop there. "You're not walking away from this," she screamed. Victory was right there. The beast stumbled, crashing to the dirt. One final swing cleaved through. Down goes the giant, just like the rest of the trash mobs. Deleted, but the adrenaline crash hit hard. Her legs gave out and she face-planted into the ground. 0 potions left. Muscle failure total. Was this how it ends, rotting next to a dead boss? She couldn't even lift a finger. Suddenly a shadow loomed. A cloaked skeleton materialized from the void. Thirsty for a potion hunter. Who the hell was this edgy bone guy? Her system pinged Prince Charming just granted her the title Siegfried. Her eyes fluttered open. The skeleton was gone. Standing there casual as ever was Lee Jun Kyung. "Where?" she croaked. "Still in the gate," he replied. She checked her status, full health. Her body felt lighter, supercharged. It was a wild sensation. Where did he snag a high-tier elixir like that? Jun Kyung just grinned. "I think congratulations are in order." She blinked, confused. "For what exactly?" Panic set in. "Wait, where's my sword?" Jun Kyung laughed. "I almost stepped in to nuke that monster myself, but I held back. Just thought about it. I'm not a kill stealer, you know. I let you handle your business." She thanked him, realizing his restraint let her earn the kill and the title. Suddenly, boom, a pillar of neon green light blasted down from the sky, engulfing them both. A notification popped. Her patron was the ogre Prince Siegfried. The little legend hopped right onto her shoulder and made himself comfortable. "He's all yours now," Jun Kyung quipped. She froze. "How exactly do you interact with a legendary pocket-sized ogre on your deltoid?" "Think of him like the Black Warrior," Jun Kyung explained. "With that title, you're officially a top-tier hero now." She looked at the creature. She'd actually felt a connection since their duel. It was kinda adorable. Jun Kyung winked at the little guy. "Hey handsome, keep the princess safe, all right?" The guy asks if In Chang picked out a name for him yet. She shoots back, a quick negative, not happening yet. It's all a total head trip. Is she seriously the prince while this mini ogre plays the princess role? Then the little guy speaks up. Gong. Just like that, In Chang claims it. The patron Prince Charming flashes a satisfied smirk. The patron. Fallen Angel just cracks up at the sheer absurdity of it all. Lee Jun Kyung figures she definitely clapped that ogre mage in the 1v1. Jung In Chang is matching the Black Warrior step for step. She hits Lee Jun Kyung with the big question, "How'd you even end up here?" He hits her with the classic, "It's a long story." Usually she clears these gates in 48 hours max, but he was starting to low-key panic. It's been 3 whole days since she ghosted into this dungeon. Lee Jun Kyung tries to pivot the conversation, but priority 1, radar pinging a hostile incoming from the northwest. Boom, 2-headed freak appears on the horizon. Lee Jun Kyung drops a reminder to clear the gate. They gotta wipe the floor with every mob first. In Chang feels that new heroic title surging through her veins, pumping her body full of raw mana. The boss of Ogre Village, a double-headed nightmare. She decides this beast is the perfect punching bag to test her new stats. Jung In Chang doesn't waste a single second on pleasantries, and launches an assault on the monster. Mid-air sword swing, suddenly Gong yeets himself off In Chang's shoulder, and rockets toward the beast. The 2-headed ogre didn't even have time to blink before Gong made impact. In Chang barely registers the blur before both monster heads go flying. Clean decapitation. Lee Jun Kyung eyes Gong, and thinks, yeah, she doesn't need a prince, she's got a wrecking ball. Gate cleared. Good game, Jung In Chang calls it. Then circles back to the mystery. Why is he here? Lee Jun Kyung drops the bomb. He's headed to China. Is she riding shotgun? Odin's trial aced it. Our MC was curious if the taboo would hold, but he cheesed the system with Merlin's pendant. Lee Jun Kyung finds himself in Asgard. He's infiltrating some shady deep state cabal, pulling the world's strings. Hunmu's all grown up with a perfect physique. He's not quite on the Undead Army King's level yet, but he's puppeteering 7 skeletons now. Jun Kyung spots a new skull on his bracelet, a fresh soul currently buffering. Blacksmith Park Jae-hyun fixed the spear, but there's a catch. It's gone full demonic, literally draining its user's life force. That's why Lee Jun Kyung has to hit China easily, one of the deadliest PvP zones on Earth. They couldn't plug the gates fast enough, so China basically turned into a monster kingdom. But the guy who can scrub the black marble clean is somewhere in that mess, right in the future epicenter of the apocalypse, the northern front. These aren't mindless beasts. Armed monsters are marching in formation, straight at the enemy. The hunters spot a massive wave of snow orcs closing in. 3 hours of tension. Then bam, the orcs get ambushed and torched instantly. Hunters are shook looking around. Who unleashed that heat? They look up 2 silhouettes on the hill. Li Junqiang and Zheng Yinchang looking epic. The locals approach with Song Guyun watching their 6. Locals give props for the save and ask, "You guys seriously going inside?" Junqiang flips it. "Nah, thank you for holding the line." He adds that he's got a mission. One hunter whispers, "Wait, isn't that the dude who folded Hercules?" But there's a snag. A massive barrier blocks the path normies can't get through. Sounds like a problem, not for Li Junqiang. He tells them to chill. He's already got the cheat code. Song Guyun is skeptical. How is he going to travel without the Bifrost taxi service? In Chang's like, "What is it?" Li Junqiang drops the truth. It's a gate, literally. The entire territory of China is one continuous, endless dungeon. He tells her, "You'll get it when you see the chaos." Song Guyun tells the squad to back off. He plants himself right at the entrance. He's useless inside, so he's playing the waiting game. He'll check this spot every 2 months. The guild leader chimes in. "If you aren't out by then, I'm swinging back in a month." Just an endless cycle. Li Junqiang confidently says, "If we win inside, I'll walk out on my own terms." Guild leaders praying that's true. Song Guyun watches the duo fade into the gate's abyss. He realizes this kid is grinding non-stop to save humanity. Song Guyun vows to carry whatever weight he can. Inside, freezing. Even with heavy gear, Zheng Yinchang is shivering, asking, "Does anyone actually survive here?" Li Junqiang feels the bite too. It's way more frigid than the forecast predicted. The timeline was accelerating. Everything was moving way faster than before. Boom. Snow orcs at 12 o'clock. She ignited her blade, stepping up with a smirk. "I got this." Needed a warm-up anyway. In Chang unleashed hell, clashing with the beasts. It wasn't even a fair fight. The power gap was massive. She was a whirlwind of steel, totally dominating the field. The snow orcs realized they were outmatched and scrambled to surround her, but she didn't flinch. She dialed up the intensity, the adrenaline rushing so hard, the freezing cold just vanished. Predictable outcome. In Chang finished her warm-up by absolutely obliterating every orc in her path. But Junqiang caught a vibe. Those orcs weren't just attacking, they looked like they were running away from something. Enter the ice trolls. Cold immune tanks with regeneration stats similar to the orcs, but way nastier. "Watch it, ice trolls," Junqiang shouted. They synced up, mowing down every monster that dared to get within striking distance. In Chang lowered her weapon, bewildered. What the hell is happening? The whole vibe felt off. High-tier monsters everywhere. And Junqiang realized his mana control was getting glitchy, harder to handle than usual. Then In Chang saw it. The tactics, the movement. These things were fighting like people. Junqiang connected the dots. She was right. The gate's absorption process was speeding up way past the projections. No time to waste. "How much farther?" In Chang asked. Junqiang ran the numbers. "At this pace, about a month. We can't burn that kind of time," he added. "We need a ride." Target locked Heavenly Lake at the summit of Mount Pegtu. They struck camp and got a fire roaring to fight the freeze. Gons was vibing by the flames, soaking up the heat. Junqiang stood up. "I'm gonna scout ahead." Inchang and Gons stayed cozy, but when Junqiang returned, he wasn't alone. He'd wrangled 2 reindeer to speed things up. Saddle up. With the beasts carrying the load, their pace skyrocketed, shaving days off the trip. The path steepened. "We heading to the peak?" Inchang asked. "Shouldn't we be freezing to death up here?" But the mercury was actually rising. And weirder, haven't seen a single monster for miles, she noted. "The Mountain Lord keeps this place clear," Junqiang explained. Lord Inchang raised an eyebrow. "Who's that?" "A human." Nope, Junqiang replied. "Not human, not monster, not animal." He struggled to put a label on it. "Just wait. You'll see for yourself soon enough." "Leave the reindeer here," he commanded. "Time to breach the barrier." Cut to the association president brooding atop a skyscraper. Ever since the gate opened, the world had spiraled into total anarchy. Possessing god-tier power, he had one goal: find Asgard. Dedicate himself to the people. But while flexing his powers for the sake of humanity, a dark realization hit him. The weak, the non-magical, were dead weight. His true responsibility, the hunters. The ones strong enough to survive the apocalypse. He sighed. Li Junqiang had run off to China without meeting his expectations. What a letdown. The climate was wrecked, monsters were tearing the country apart. Yet he felt nothing but boredom. But maybe that kid, the one with 0 heroic strength, who somehow clapped Hercules anyway, maybe he could find the one thing the president never could. A sinister laugh escaped him. Getting interesting, he smirked. "I need to savor this." Because Junqiang was the perfect appetizer for his endless hunger. "Back on the mountain, we're here," Junqiang announced. "Heavenly Lake." But the welcome wagon, a squad of armed locals, locking eyes on them. In-chang blinked. Humans living in monster territory, she shot Jun-kyung a look. You knew about this. Survivors, he stated flatly. Remnants from the ancient northern lands. A hunter stepped forward, suspicious. How do you know who we are? Jun-kyung didn't flinch. I need an audience with the mountain ruler. A ripple of shock went through the group. The king of the mountains. How does this outsider know about him? He knows too much, a hunter screamed. Intruders, weapons up. Jun-kyung sighed. Wanted to do this the easy way. He shifted his stance. Guess that's off the table. Suddenly, a silhouette on the ridge. A little girl. She waved cheerfully. Stop. I'm taking these guests to the king. See, the northern region was wiped off the map ages ago. Failed nuclear tests turned it into a ghost land. Long before the first gate ever opened, this place was already a radioactive wasteland. Following the chaos, a mass exodus of refugees scrambled toward the southern region or bolted for the Chinese border. But the hunter wasn't focused on them. He grilled Lee Jun-kyung again, demanding to know how he had inside intel on the survivors. The rookie just smirked. That was a loaded question with no easy answer. The girl whipped her head toward the hunter, eyes wide. Was her uncle seriously going to press the mountain lord's personal guests like this? Logic dictated that if they knew about the king, they were in the loop. But the hunter wasn't buying it. He pegged these two as potential accomplices to the scumbags who raided them before. Please don't take it personally, the girl pleaded. Years ago, some shade balls rolled up, trying to assassinate the mountain lord. The village handled the invaders, sure, but everyone has been walking on eggshells ever since. Lee Jun-kyung cut in, telling the girl to drop the uncle title. He wasn't ancient yet. Meanwhile, the locals stared daggers at the new arrivals, clearly thinking it had been ages since fresh faces showed up. You could see the question in their eyes. Wait, the outside world hasn't totally collapsed yet. Scanning the area, Jun-kyung clocked about 200 souls living here, mostly hunters. You don't survive this hellscape without being tough as nails. Suddenly, a hulking guard blocked their path, armed to the teeth, and barked that outsiders weren't welcome. Jun-kyung raised an eyebrow seriously. Is this how they roll out the red carpet? Our hero clapped back, asking if the mountain owner hadn't personally requested his presence. The guard didn't flinch. I'm not letting you pass. Period. The girl rushed the guard, begging him to chill, but the sentry stood his ground, reminding her that she knew exactly what critical condition the master was in. Hearing that Jun-kyung's mental gears clicked, something bad had definitely gone down with the Lord of the Mountains. Honestly, the guard's opinion meant zero to him. The armed man bristled, claiming this stranger was arrogant and looking for a fight. That's when the girl's vibe completely shifted, invoking the name of village chief Cheongji. She ordered the guard to stand down immediately. The guard instantly humbled himself, bowing his head in submission. Turning to the guests, the girl signaled them to follow her straight to the mountain lord. The duo trailed behind her, stepping into a cavernous unknown. The young man glanced at his partner. You know anything about the myth of Tangun? It's a forgotten folk legend about how Hwanung came down from the peaks and founded Korea, basically creating humanity there. In-chang blinked, confused. Why bring up history class now? Jun-kyung pointed out that the locals were clearly operating off that ancient playbook. Following the girl Jun-kyung, and In-chang finally reached the presence of the mountain ruler, the white tiger. Jun-kyung stepped up, asking the beast point blank if it was the boss around here. The tiger rumbled back, claiming its power eclipsed Jun-kyung's entire military force. And yeah, it knew exactly who he was. Regardless, the beast welcomed the young hunters as honored guests, introducing itself as the protector and master of Mount Paktu. So what brings you to my domain? Both Jun and In-chang felt a spine-chilling aura radiating from the creature. Jun-kyung didn't sugarcoat it to the Lord. That power you're using to protect this place, it's running on fumes. He realized the tiger was dying because its battery source, Mount Paktu itself, was slowly being obliterated. The protagonist dropped a deal he could save the mountain lord, but honestly, he wasn't interested in the cat. He wanted an audience with the true master of the mountain. The beast let out a deafening roar, calling him out for his disrespect. Jun-kyung held his ground. You can detain me, he shrugged, but it's not right for a mountain lord to just roll over and die. His terms, take him to the intruder, and he'd save the tiger and Cheonggi village. Deal sealed. Once they were back in the fresh air, In-chang turned to her companion, asking who exactly the master was. Jun-kyung shook his head. That wasn't just some monster, the young man explained. That while the girl might see it like a reindeer pulling a sleigh, that thing was a way more advanced being. Basically, after soaking up magical energy leaking from the gate, its personality and appearance leveled up. In-chang wasn't convinced. That doesn't explain how it talks, hoards magic, or acts like a human. Jun-kyung nodded. The girl wasn't totally off base. Even before the magic juice, that tiger was built different. You know what an alpha is, right? Alphas are born bigger, stronger, and smarter than the rest of the pack. Give them time, and they become the stuff of myths and fairy tales. But the master of Mount Paktu, he's in a league of his own. The young man added that this was thanks to his patron. The girl looked puzzled, but Jun-kyung dropped the bomb. The true master. He was a hunter just like us. but now he's critical wounded by some intruder who breached Peg-2. So the mission had changed. It wasn't just about survival. They had to hunt the intruder too. Cue the girl performing a ritual and shouting, "Opening the portal." Jun Kyung and his crew watched in awe as reality tore open, revealing a gateway to another world. It was go time. Seizing the split-second opening, he threw himself off the precipice, diving straight into the abyss while the girl executed the seal sequence. She locked reality behind them, vowing that everyone had to make it back in one piece as our duo breached the temporary dimensional rift. Inside the sealed zone, In Chang's jaw dropped, struggling to process the chaotic landscape, but Lee Jun-kyung had seen this glitched geometry before. He broke it down. These were nested dungeons, gates spawning inside other gates like a Russian doll of danger. Since the entire northern region and its neighbor are technically massive gates, every dungeon inside is just a temporary instance, and In Chang groaned about the sudden blistering heat. Just moments ago she was shivering in the cold, but Jun Kyung framed it as a hardcore endurance test to toughen them up. Basically, if they survive the oven, they level up. Right on cue, the beautiful prince, her celestial sponsor, dropped a clutch heat resistance buff on her. Jun Kyung smirked internally. That's exactly the kind of overpowered perk you'd expect from a hero channeling the legendary Siegfried. Clearly, the constellations weren't stingy when it came to handing out cheat codes, while In Chang went full berserker mode on the spawning mobs. True to her brutal style, she didn't just kill them. She sliced the monsters into ribbons as Jun Kyung scanned the battlefield. He confirmed the area was clear, and In Chang let out a breath, realizing her fire control proficiency had just spiked significantly. Jun Kyung nodded, he knew it. The Cheonji gates with their infernal temperatures were the ultimate XP farm for fire-based skills. Catching her breath, In Chang questioned the identity of that mysterious kid from the village, wondering if, was she the one who constructed this sealed dimension? Jun Kyung corrected her. She didn't build the cage. She baited the monster into it. They were standing at the spiritual heart of Mount Baekdu, a nexus where all the ley lines converged and trapped the intruder. This is the battery source for the Mountain Lord himself, and that girl is actually the legendary Bear Woman from the creation myths. She's the living generator, pumping energy into the mountain, funneling her power directly to the Lord of the Mountain. In Chang realized the hierarchy was twisted. The apex predator here wasn't the mountain master, but the village head herself. Her true name is Unyayo, but Jun Kyung warned that the prisoner locked in here with them was in a league of its own, far deadlier than any nightmare fuel they had faced before. In Chang paused, asking if Unyo was really a name or just a flex. Jun Kyung shrugged it off as a hero's alias, recalling ancient texts that described this specific child as a legendary figure. The records claimed Cheonji was the supreme training ground, and Jun Kyung realized everything was playing out exactly like the script. Within the Demon King's autobiography, finding a grinding spot, this broken was rare, and he needed to max out his stats now. Preparation was key for the chaos coming in the future, and just like that, his fire mastery leveled up again. In Chang marveled at Jun Kyung's patron, assuming some god was showering him with gifts for him to be this overpowered. Jun Kyung deflected, insisting her sponsor Prince Charming was the real MVP, while secretly knowing the truth. It wasn't a god making him strong. It was his broken player trait doing the heavy lifting as the girl approached the fading Mountain Lord. She checked his status, but the tiger just rumbled wearily. Nothing had changed. The guardian of the mountain was on death's door. He was burning his own life force to shield Mount Baekdu and the village, while simultaneously keeping the invader suppressed. His essence was evaporating in real time, and the girl insisted they needed to tap into the mountain's reserves to fight back. But the Lord was already critical. She offered to retract her power to save him, but the tiger shut that down immediately. He wouldn't hear of it, noting instead that while these human rookies were impressive and packed a punch, the entity invading their world was on a totally different scale, prompting the girl to ask why he dragged them into this hellhole. The tiger admitted he didn't care about their strength. He summoned them because of the shadow looming behind them. It matched the invader's energy. Cut to the heroes. They were stranded in a void of scorching heat, surrounded by floating clusters of volatile mana. Suddenly, a small child materialized in front of them, and the girl snapped, demanding to know if this pipsqueak was the threat. Jun Kyung cut in. She was dead wrong. That thing wasn't human, and judging this book by its cover would get them killed. Before In Chang could clarify, the air screamed as a massive, translucent energy avatar erupted from the child's silhouette. The entire dimension quaked under the pressure, and the warrior girl stammered, questioning if this was even winnable. The child snarled, eyes glowing with hostility. In Chang drew her blade, and Ogong braced for the clash. Sword raised, In Chang closed the distance, ready to strike, but the entity didn't even flinch, it just detonated. A shockwave of raw power blasted outward, launching In Chang backward like a ragdoll, leaving her stunned by the sheer kinetic force. Jun Kyung stepped up to tank the aggro, gripping his spear and charging straight at the pint-sized calamity, thrusting with lethal intent. The impact shattered the ground, but the entity hopped away effortlessly, forcing Jun Kyung to reset his stance. He channeled his mana, prepping a fire-based nuke, and threw himself back into the fray against the intruder. The whole world was a raging inferno. The ground beneath Cheonji village wasn't just shaking, it was convulsing like a dying beast. "Get everyone out," now the girl screamed over the roar. They had to scramble to find cover for the wounded before the village collapsed. A hunter rushed up to her, panic written all over his face. "Hey, you really think we're gonna make it out of this?" "Chill," she snapped back, masking her own fear. "Even if the plan goes sideways, the Mountain Lord and I have this under control. They just had to speed up the evacuation." But deep down, she knew if they lost this fight, she and the big cat couldn't handle the fallout alone. The entire fate of Cheonji rode on those kids coming back in one piece. No pressure, right? Cut to the battlefield, absolute carnage. Gon was face down in the dirt, out cold. Inchang looked like he'd been through a meat grinder. Even the girl was barely staying upright. But the enemy, that kid was unleashing some next-level energy attacks. He had totally paralyzed our hero, locking him down. And the look on the kid's face, pure, unadulterated aggression. The power level was off the charts. Lee Junkyung was hanging on by a thread, gritting his teeth against the massive onslaught. He figured his magic growth was cap-nerfed. But wait, the mana flow had actually spiked his stats earlier. Still, his mana flow was stuck at level 1, his fire mastery completely stagnant. No way to level up here. Time for a Hail Mary. Our hero tapped into his deepest reserves, burning every ounce of internal energy he had left. But this kid, he just shrugged it off like it was nothing. The kid landed a heavy hit. Our boy clutched his chest, gasping for air. Okay, that was way too close. Mana flow usually kicks in when you're about to die, but he'd never felt it trigger against regular mobs like this before. This was different. Lee Junkyung gripped his spear. It hummed to life. He knew it. This kid wasn't just another boss fight. He was in a league of his own. Realization hit him, but barely in time. Suddenly, mana flooded every single cell in his body. Total rebirth. Meanwhile, the boy was practically glowing with dark, chaotic energy. Junkyung swung that flaming spear. This might sting a little. Boom. Massive XP gain unlocked. Skill activated sunburst. Inchang's jaw dropped. Was that spear literally sucking mana out of the air? Reality warped around him. His fire control just skyrocketed to level 10. He flooded the zone with flames, crushing the kid's energy beast. Junkyung walked through the inferno like a boss. Game over. The beast was broken. The rage in its eyes faded, replaced by pure, crushing sorrow. It was ready to serve. Above the patron, Fallen Angel watched the livestream with interest. Junkyung got right in its face. Ding, the Fallen Angel gifted a new skill, bonding. He laid a hand on the creature's head. It closed its eyes, totally submissive. But don't let the cute act fool you. This thing used to be a world-ending demon, the Demon King's right-hand man back in the day. The Demon King's son, the Snow King, Beast Lord, the saber-toothed god. Yeah, he had a resume. Junkyung looked at him and said, "I'm calling you Fenrir, bonding complete." Back at the village, the ground stopped shaking. Silence. Then she saw them walking out of the smoke alive. But wait, Junkyung was carrying a kid. The girl panicked, thinking he brought the enemy back. Mountain Lord, help. A massive tiger materialized, growling. "Explain yourself," the girl demanded. Junkyung smirked. "Promise kept." The tiger narrowed its eyes. "You played us. You said you'd destroy the threat." "Correction," Junkyung countered. "I said I'd save the Lord and the village. I never said I'd kill him. Besides," he added, "he's harmless now." The kid hopped down, eyes wide and innocent. He gave the girl a polite little bow. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Junkyung grinned. "See, told ya." He tried to get the kid to say his name. "Say Junkyung." No luck. The kid's vocal cords weren't there yet. He realized the kid was mute. Then Inchang walked up and said the name perfectly. The boy growled at the girl, protective mode engaged. Inchang laughed, "Fenrir, chill. She's friend, not food." Fenrir ignored him and tackled the little ogre in a bear hug. Junkyung sighed. "Hey, cut that out." Then again, whatever. Let him play. Junkyung shrugged. They're just kids after all. Inchang shook his head. "I don't think that's the point." The girl turned to the hero. "Why did you summon me?" Junkyung answered. He'd sworn a blood oath to the Mountain Lord, crush the invader, and rebuild the ruins. "Pull this off," the young man promised, "and you're coming with me." But the protagonist made it clear not today. First, he had a score to settle in the neighboring lands. Once the dust settled there, he'd be back. "Get ready," Lee Junkyung commanded, driving his blade deep into the lakeshore soil. He tasked her with guarding the steel. "Perform a ritual right here. I need this blade blessed for when I return." Lee Junkyung's expression darkened. "It's crucial. This sword is a gift for a very specific someone." Further down the narrow path, locals blocked the group's way not to fight, but to beg. They stammered apologies for the earlier chaos. "Foreigners usually just pillage us," they admitted, heads bowed. Lee Junkyung waved it off. "Water under the bridge. We're good." "Leaving already?" the girl asked, voice trembling. "Clock's ticking," Lee Junkyung replied. "But I'll be back. That's a promise." And then he added, "I'm taking you with me." She blinked, totally confused. "What?" Lee Junkyung sighed internally. Amnesia. Or are the side effects frying her memory? She didn't remember a thing from yesterday. Ask the Mountain Lord for a fix, he told her, adding a snarky whisper, and tell that old man to watch his health while he's at it. Back in the frozen wasteland, the vibe shifted. In-chang looked crushed, her shoulders heavy. Hate leaving them behind, she admitted. Lee Junkyung cut through the gloom. Relax, we're coming back. Kid's got a heart of gold, he thought. Then he made it official. Soon as we handle business next door, we're making a pit stop right here. In-chang frowned. Wait, weren't you here to smash the gate? Clear that out, she reasoned, and we could just catch a first-class flight or ship back. She eyed him. This guy beat Hercules and tamed a mythic wolf. He was basically a walking cheat code. You can't just solo the gate next door. Lee Junkyung's face went grim. Not this one. Nobody on Earth can solo that nightmare. In-chang's jaw dropped. Then, why did we even come back? I love Mount Paektu, but this cold is brutal, she shivered. And Lena's long gone. What's the plan? Lee Junkyung didn't answer, he just whistled. Hey kid, need a favor. Boom. A massive snow beast materialized from the whiteout towering over them. Uber's here, Lee Junkyung smirked. Hop on. They scrambled onto the beast's back, gripping the fur for dear life. The beast launched forward, tearing through the drifts. Skidding to a halt on a ridge, they looked down, total chaos. Orcs and trolls tearing each other apart. Bon appetit, Fenrir, Lee Junkyung commanded. Make it quick. He knew the wolf was starving. He turned to the girl. School's in session. I want to see what makes you tick, that weird power, that speed. I'm teaching you mana flow, he announced. Master this and you'll level up without needing a handout from the system. In-chang gasped. Solo leveling, no blessings. Is that even possible? So that's his secret, she realized. Lee Junkyung narrowed his eyes. She already had a spark of mana flickering inside. Hope flared in her chest. I can actually get stronger. Lee Junkyung opened his hand. A blinding core of pure energy pulsed there. It was dense, raw mana. She's a prodigy, he realized. A total natural. Focus, he instructed. Don't just look, see the flow. Feel it. You have to pull it inside you, he explained. In-chang frowned. Sounds simple. Feels impossible. Stop thinking, Lee Junkyung snapped. Your brain can't grasp this. Your body has to. I'm going to force seal the mana into you, he warned, stepping closer. It's gonna hurt. Like hell. In-chang didn't flinch. Do it. I'm done being dead weight, she declared. Darkness fell. The protagonist lit a fire, watching the flames dance in the silence. In-chang was out cold in her sleeping bag, exhausted from the ordeal. Tough kid, Lee Junkyung mused. Most grown men would have passed out from that agony halfway through. He walked over to Fenrir. The boy was staring into the abyss. Whatcha? Looking it down in the valley, a colossus. A massive drake. The kid was practically drooling. Lee Junkyung grinned. Hungry. Oh yeah, the boy replied instantly. According to the lore, drakes were basically 5-star cuisine for a Fenrir. The protagonist analyzed the situation. Fenrir's been off his game in Paektu. He needs a power meal. Lee Junkyung had already broken Fenrir's spirit, leaving the wolf drained. The real question was, could the pup actually handle a drake in this state? But Lee Junkyung decided it was now or never. He had to accept Fenrir's current power level. The MC gave the green light to hunt. The wolf dove in and the snow beast went purely feral. The drake didn't stand a chance, instantly deleted. Lee Junkyung started second-guessing. The idea that Fenrir had gotten weaker. Taking down a drake that massive wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Moving deeper into the wasteland, the squad stumbled upon a gruesome scene. Frozen corpses littered the shoreline of the icy lake, a graveyard of the lost. The girl asked if this carnage was the disaster Lee Junkyung had warned about. Is this how the entire world ends? Just ice and death? Lee Junkyung kept it real. Things could be way worse. But right now, their job was damage control, saving as many lives as possible. The young man added that heavy hitters from guilds like Asgard were out there. Hunters and heroes were already making moves, doing whatever it took to survive and protect their own. Lee Junkyung promised to go all out, so she needed to chill with the worrying. In-chang admitted that hearing that actually helped. She steeled herself, ready to do her part. Lee Junkyung noted that the ice was solid, meaning they could sprint across the frozen surface without cracking it. Once they crossed that river, they'd be right on top of their target. In-chang asked where exactly they were headed. Lee Junkyung revealed the destination, Guangdong Province. They had a VIP to locate. The girl looked at the frozen hellscape and asked if anyone could actually survive there. Lee Junkyung didn't hesitate, he was certain. But internally, the young man realized he was barely containing the black marble with a constant stream of mana. The dark energy was fighting back, pulsing stronger by the second. Was he hitting his ceiling? How much longer could he keep this chaotic power on a leash before it snapped? Lee Junkyung scanned the opposite bank and signaled to rush across the ice. The young man dropped the bad news. No more riding Fenrir. They couldn't risk drawing heat with a giant wolf mount. It wasn't worth the attention. In-chang noticed the temperature spiking. It was warmer here, and the monster presence had vanished. Lee Junkyung realized that was the clue they were on the right track. Suddenly, Fenrir growled, alerting them to a silhouette, looming in the fog. An armed figure. In Chang gasped, realizing they weren't alone. The young man told her to keep her weapon ready. Li Junqiang explained, "The logic. You don't just randomly bump into people out here." This felt wrong. As they closed the distance, the duo realized they were staring down an armed giant. In Chang didn't freeze. She unleashed a flurry of steel showing exactly what she was made of, and dropped the titan before he could react. But In Chang noted something was off. He had appeared on the horizon looking like a soldier, but up close, the giant attacked like a starving animal. Li Junqiang theorized that this guy was a rogue, an exile. Giants kicked out of their clans for being weak or sick, usually, end up feral like this. That explained why he went down so easily compared to a prime warrior. In Chang shuddered, saying, she didn't even want to imagine what a full squad of healthy giants would look like. The duo stared into the white void. The young man grimaced. There wasn't just one, and they weren't getting a break. Giants mounted on monsters, massive ice drakes, were thundering toward our heroes. In Chang couldn't believe her eyes. Cavalry riding literal dragons of the north. One of the titans boomed a question. "Who are you?" Li Junqiang glanced at Fenrir and sighed. Does this dog seriously want to eat a drake right now? Suddenly, a massive net cast a shadow over them. In Chang spotted the trap instantly. She flared her sword aura, ready to slice the net to ribbons. Li Junqiang told In Chang to stand down. He didn't sense any killing intent. The group was instantly scooped up by a colossal giant. "You're coming with us," he rumbled. The Titan cavalry turned around, continuing their patrol with their new captives. Li Junqiang, In Chang, and Fenrir ended up in a cage, hauled by the giant like luggage. The Titan asked if they were locals. Li Junqiang replied they were travelers from way beyond the borders. The giants muttered that since they were caught with the special one, they were safe for now. Li Junqiang noted that these guys were nothing like the horror stories. The records painted them as mindless beasts, but these warriors were sharp, intelligent. The young man asked if they were being taken to Utgard. The giant flinched in surprise. How did this tiny outsider know about their hidden city? He confirmed the route, repeating that they didn't hurt strangers without cause. The giant introduced himself as Shachi, a proud warrior of the ice giant tribe. The protagonist introduced himself in return. A brief scuffle broke out nearby, and Shachi effortlessly wrecked his enemies with elite skill. Dusting off his hands, Shachi said he had a few questions. Depending on the answers, he'd let them walk. Shachi emphasized that they had free will here. He wasn't going to force them, provided they played their cards right. No matter the decision, Li Junqiang was certain of one thing: they were making it to that finish line. And way faster than expected. They were basically speedrunning straight into the heart of the action. "Welcome to Utgard," Shachi bellowed as the massive gates groaned open. He swooped into the city atop his giant snow goose. The crowd erupted, their champion was back. But In Chang wasn't soaking in the festive vibes. "Are we in a time warp?" she muttered. "This place feels straight out of the Dark Ages." The cheers died down as the locals spotted the cage. Confusion spread. Why drag these strangers in chains? What was their crime? Then they clocked Fenrir. Whispers flew through the mob. Shachi didn't just bag a prisoner. He captured a werewolf. That is legendary loot. Shachi barked orders to clear a path to the chief. Junqiang stayed cool, signaling the team to play it chill. "Don't sweat it," he signaled. Even Fenrir was calm. Until suddenly the vibe shifted. The wolf's hackles rose. He sensed a massive energy spike upstairs. "Enemy," he growled, eyes locked on the ceiling. Shachi hauled the cage toward the guards, announcing his presence. They stepped aside, clearing the lane to the throne room. And there he was, the king looming on his throne. "More uninvited guests," he rumbled. Junqiang's mind raced. Was this the guy? Fenrir sensed. They must have thrown down before the wolf got exiled to Mount Paektu. Shachi dropped to a knee, playing the loyal soldier. "Chief, I've brought the werewolf and his crew. And get this, the beast wants to stick with them." The chief blinked. "Humans taming a werewolf. Yeah, right." Shachi doubled down on the claim. The chief waved a hand, ordering the warrior to leave the guests. But Shachi stood his ground. "I gave them my word," Shachi stated firmly. "Warrior's honor. You cannot touch them. They leave here in one piece. Don't make me break my oath, chief." Back in the cell, In Chang rattled the bars. "Locked tight," she sighed. "But let's be real. I could snap these like twigs." Junqiang cut in. "Do that and you trigger a war with every giant in the city. Confidence is key, but we are deep in enemy territory." In Chang frowned. "Aren't we already in deep trouble?" "I don't trust that chief," she whispered. "He is plotting something nasty, especially with how Fenrir reacted." The wolf felt that pressure. "So what is the plan?" While Fenrir and Gon toasted by the fire, Junqiang remained ice cold. "Relax," he said. "We can bounce whenever we want. But right now, we rest. It has been a long trip." He suggested laying low, but in his head, he saw the worst-case scenario: the city in flames, giants going berserk. The Demon King's archives were clear: the war with the giants was absolute hell. But Junqiang was puzzled. Sure, their king was a monster in combat, but one-on-one giants are weaker than humans. So how did they almost wipe humanity off the map? Suddenly, the door creaked open. A girl stepped in with a tray. Tea and cookies, she offered softly. Junkyung probed. Does the chief treat all prisoners this nicely? She shook her head. No. Junkyung raised an eyebrow. So, what makes us special? She froze, eyes darting nervously. She was terrified to speak. That is when Junkyung clocked it a surveillance bug. He had missed it earlier. A magical necklace hanging right there, broadcasting everything. If he had been solo, he might have missed it. But he quietly deployed a barrier to jam the feed. Audio and video cut. Your name is Su-in, right? He asked. You can talk now. The bug is dead. But keep it down. Su-in relaxed. I have been here a year, she whispered. Others, much longer. Junkyung did the math. Utgard was discovered over a year ago. So why the VIP treatment for us? It is your power, Su-in admitted. Giants respect strength, and one of you is different. Utgard almost fell recently, she continued. The Nars attacked. But then, that child turned into a monster. He slaughtered giants by the dozen. Then the king stepped in, fighting side by side with his elites. They won. The monster fled. It clicked for Junkyung. Fenrir did not just wander to Mount Paktu. He was a fugitive. That explains the exile. Junkyung smirked. Hey Su-in, I need a favor. Do it and I will get you sweets. Chocolate, dark milk, whatever you want. Su-in shook her head. No thanks. I have to watch my pH balance. She paused, eyeing him hungrily. But if you have got any spare iron, that I will take. Sell the iron, save her mom, simple trade. Lee Junkyung was down. But he had a price, locate a specific target. Name's Manhwa. Fast forward several days. At Utgard Castle, Junkyung's squad was stuck in idle mode. 3 squares a day, clockwork service, 0 action. They got yard time like prisoners leaving in Chang, scratching her head at the logic. If the giants didn't need them, why not just cut them loose? Junkyung dropped the truth bomb. This wasn't captivity. It was a training arc. In-chang nodded, though she'd honestly rather face death than rot inside a cage. Junkyung smirked boredom. Wasn't on the menu today. He pitched a chaotic idea, a flex contest. Let's show these titans exactly what kind of heat they're packing. In-chang's eyes lit up. Permission to level the place. The MC watched the girl. This beacon of innocence, grinning like a maniac at the thought of total demolition. He got it. She despised this fortress. In-chang didn't hold back. The vibe here was absolute trash. 0 humans, wall-to-wall giants, and a chieftain who seriously gave her the creeps. Junkyung validated her feelings. Solution. A massive power display. Round 1 spears out. The MC pointed out they'd never actually thrown down for real. In-chang cracked her knuckles. Game on. Junkyung dared her to bring her A game. Was she getting cold feet? In-chang fired back, promising he'd eat those words. Win or lose, she wasn't folding. Junkyung twirled his spear. If he took the W, he'd send flowers to her funeral. She drew her blade, tossing the threat right back at him. The giants were chuckling, trading war stories, when boom. The castle dissolved into rubble. Shashi roared with laughter. His little human pets had just landscaped half the royal gardens into oblivion. He couldn't wait to see the boss's reaction. Bringing these guys was a stroke of genius. Shashi noted that since uniting the clans, the chief had evolved. He demanded the title of king now. The second iron mining started. He pivoted to building a massive war machine. But who was the target? That was the million-dollar question. Shashi ran on pride and noble causes. The chieftain's current agenda, it didn't track. Staring at the fortress from a distance, Shashi just prayed the boss wasn't picking a fight with the wrong side. His aide warned him the window was closing, time to move. Meanwhile, a massive giant was having a chill sit-down with Junkyung and In-chang. They faced off across a table as the Titan noted that trashing the royal gardens was a major foul. But he admitted the giants messed up by ignoring basic human needs. In-chang looked down, feigning guilt. She wasn't sure what the giants knew about their species, so she spun a story about a cultural tradition involving forest, cardio, and combat drills. She laid it on thick, apologizing for the garden disaster, promised they'd watch the collateral damage from now on. She offered to fix things. The giants' counter-offer spilled the tea on humanity. Based on the destruction, it was obvious the giants were clueless about human capabilities. They needed intel. In-chang nodded. Deal made. Back to the spar, Junkyung spear in hand. Unleashed insane fire magic. In-chang analyzed him, searching for a gap in his defense. Result, 0. She needed more speed, more precision. She lunged again, but the MC was just on another level, and she ate dirt once more. Junkyung gave her props, solid effort. Once the dust settled, he leaned in. You gonna do that thing for me? She agreed, asking for the play. Junkyung whispered, play nice with the giants, fake the alliance, harvest the intel. Suddenly, the giants spotted the gardens blazing again. Junkyung was clearly the arsonist behind the chaos. Medic, they rushed a doctor in. Junkyung was chatting away. Despite looking like he went 10 rounds with a blender, the doc checked him, barely a scratch on him. Junkyung figured the doc saw through his Oscar-worthy acting, but giants work differently. He begged for treatment anyway. A quick check later, and the MC realized something wild. This guy hadn't just plugged the leaks. He'd fully reset Jun Kyung's HP. He thanked him dropping the bomb. "It's an honor, Hwada." Suwon smirked in the background while the doctor looked completely shook. "How exactly did you know who I was?" The question hung in the air. Lee Jun Kyung played it cool, claiming total ignorance. The doc scoffed, figuring the kid probably just heard rumors from Suin. Jun Kyung didn't back down, shooting back that getting to know each other might actually be mutually beneficial. Hua Tuo rolled his eyes, spinning on his heel toward the exit. He clearly pegged this kid as a few fries short of a Happy Meal. "Wait, I'm still sick," Jun Kyung called out, desperation in his voice. "You really gonna bail on a patient you haven't fixed yet?" The doctor shot back a look that said, "Nice try." According to him, the kid was the picture of health. It was all just in his head. "It's internal damage," Jun Kyung insisted, eyes narrowing. "How can you diagnose me without even checking my vitals?" Sighing, Hua Tuo grabbed Jun Kyung's wrist to check his pulse. 60 seconds of silence later, nothing. The doc shrugged, declared him fine, and walked out. But Jun Kyung knew he wasn't crazy. He felt it, a distinct magical energy radiating off that old man. That energy meant one thing, Hunter. But the guy hadn't awakened his abilities yet. Jun Kyung paused, totally thrown off. The doc checked his internal flow and saw nothing. Was this really the legendary Hua Tuo, or just some random NPC? We're talking about Hua Tuo, one of the last surviving hunters from China, the legendary healer who patched up heroes and even the Demon King himself. Legend says, when the Demon King triggered the mana flow in the Land of Giants, he got hit with a massive energy surge, right at the moment of activation. It was basically a nasty side effect, like an overdose from a dragon bloodstone. And Hua Tuo was the genius who pulled him through it. Jun Kyung wondered, was he just too early in the timeline? Maybe Hua Tuo hadn't leveled up to his prime yet. Suddenly, In Chang interrupted his train of thought. Jun Kyung braced himself, expecting her to get grilled for the garden chaos, but she looked surprisingly chill. "No drama. Weird. Went smooth," In Chang reported. "Actually, they want to hire me. Mercenary work." She dropped the intel. "Ice giants. The Nars are setting up a base nearby. They're itching for a chance to raid Utgard. The locals are desperate to defend their home, and the other monsters, but they're short on muscle. That's where we come in. Population's lower than I thought," Jun Kyung noted. "The war with the Nars was bleeding them dry. That explains why they're not a threat to humanity right now." In Chang added that the locals were grilling her about the outside world. They wanted to know everything: population, stats, culture, military strength. As always, In Chang handled it like a pro. She took the compliment, then pivoted. "You find anything?" Jun Kyung shook his head. "Zilch so far. But the night is young." Jun Kyung muttered that the plan was grab and go, find the targets, then bounce immediately. "Why stay?" he asked. In Chang shrugged. "The giants treat the humans well here, no oppression. But leaving Utgard meant death in the wild. Basically, they were trapped by their own safety. I want to help them find a way out," she admitted. Jun Kyung paused. His original plan was just to extract Hua Tuo and a few key players, then bail. He realized In Chang had a heart of gold. Him, not so much. Sacrificing the few to save the many. It sounded logical, but Jun Kyung realized he was dangerously close to becoming the kind of monster he despised. Signing the mercenary contract bought him a ticket to stay, but the local hunters weren't buying it. Whispers followed him everywhere. "Is that the guy with the wolf? What's his deal?" Jun Kyung could feel the hostility radiating off them. Outsiders definitely weren't trending here. In Chang felt it too. They were unwelcome guests. Just then, Suin ran up, beaming with gratitude for saving her mom. "She's doing great," she chirped. Behind her, Dr. Hua Tuo loomed. "And how's the patient?" "Much better, thanks to your magic touch," Jun Kyung lied smoothly. Hua Tuo nodded. "Come back if you relapse." Jun Kyung's eyes narrowed as the doc walked away. He had intentionally messed up his own mana flow right in front of the guy. A real master would have spotted that instability instantly. Hua Tuo missed it completely. Something was seriously off. Did Jun Kyung get the intel wrong? Is this guy a fraud? In Chang waved a hand in front of his face. "Hey Earth" to Jun Kyung. "You good?" He shook his head, clearing the doubt. "Don't stress." In Chang smiled. "We'll find our target." Time to gather intel, Jun Kyung decided. He cornered a hunter. "So give me the numbers." The hunter squinted. "You really want to know? How many giants we got? Maybe 1,000. Another guy scoffed. "Try tens of thousands, idiot." Jun Kyung pressed on. "And the Nars." The local explained that Utgard used to be crawling with giants way more than now. But internal drama started, fights broke out, and one of the chiefs took his crew and split. Those defectors became the Nars. Jun Kyung raised an eyebrow. "What about the ones who stayed?" "Civil war killed most of them," the man grunted. "The rest got wiped out by some weird plague. They couldn't handle the environment." Jun Kyung nodded, then dropped the real question. "Any other strangers passed through here recently?" Aside from him, the answer was a solid yes. But Lee Jun Kyung had one burning question. Was this mysterious stranger actually the Demon King in disguise? The diary dropped some major clues he'd trekked through China before hitting the City of Giants. If Jun Kyung played his cards right, he might just find the guy's trail. But the intel was cold. According to the locals, those outsiders had already bounced and nobody had actually laid eyes on them. Of course, that was just the Giants' side of the story. They claimed they'd spotted intruders who vanished into thin air, but something didn't add up. Lee Jun-kyung knew he had to dig deeper. He figured he could leverage some outside world intel to get the Giants to spill their secrets. It was a classic information broker move, dropping knowledge about the chaos outside to gain their trust. And it paid off big time. The meeting was a goldmine. There was definitely a healer in the mix, someone powerful enough to halt the infection spreading through the Giants and gain VIP access to the castle. All signs pointed to Hwada. As Lee Jun-kyung pieced this together, he ran straight into Shachi. The Giant clocked him immediately. Is this the crazy human who torched the castle gardens? Surprisingly, Shachi didn't attack. He thanked him. A rare reaction considering most races like dwarves absolutely despised humans. Shachi mentioned he was heading out on patrol. The Nars were ramping up their raids and things were getting hairy. He hit Jun-kyung with an offer. You want in on this action? Lee Jun-kyung didn't hesitate. He rolled out with Shachi to intercept the Nars, but they ran into a nightmare scenario. Standing in their path was none other than Shrim, the warlord of the Nars tribe. The tension spiked as the two warriors dismounted for a face-off. They locked eyes, the air crackling with hostility. Jun-kyung's instinct screamed danger. A giant named Shrim wasn't a coincidence. This guy was radiating pure, dark, demonic energy. It was obvious Shrim was in a completely different weight class compared to Shachi. We're talking King of Giants levels of power here. Jun-kyung realized he needed to understand their conversation fast. The alien dialect was gibberish until the fallen angel buff kicked in, downloading the giant language straight into his brain. Now fluent, he heard Shrim demanding to know why Shachi was still clinging to his stubborn ways. Shachi clapped back instantly, refusing to take orders from a traitor. That clearly struck a nerve with Shrim. You're really gonna keep bowing to that idiot? King Shrim scoffed. Look how low your tribe has fallen. It's pathetic. He accused Shachi of disgracing the warrior code, insisting his side weren't traitors. They just refused to be slaves to Utgard. Shachi snapped, shouting for him to shut his mouth. He was done listening to the propaganda. A massive axe materialized in Shachi's grip. Shrim smirked, ready to throw hands. Fine, let's settle this the hard way. Then Shrim's gaze drifted to the human on the sidelines. A thought crossed his mind. Is the Special One actually taking orders from a human? Interesting. Instead of engaging, Shrim decided to bounce. We'll finish this later, he teased. And next time bring the Special One and your little human pet. As he left, Shachi's aide asked if they should give chase. Shachi shut that down immediately. Shrim was a monster. Engaging now would just be a suicide mission for his squad. Orders were to avoid unnecessary skirmishes anyway. The warriors looked bummed, but Jun-kyung knew Shachi made the right call. Giants might live for the fight, but the power gap here was astronomical. You don't pick fights you can't win. Plus, the vibes between the two leaders were heavy, like ex-best friends or estranged brothers. Suddenly, Jun-kyung spotted another figure. The Giants ignored the guy, but he stood out like a sore thumb. What was a human doing out here in the kill zone? Jun-kyung pointed him out, and Shachi clarified, he's one of us, another mercenary on Utgard's payroll. Shachi hollered at the guy, asking if he was still hunting for those herbs. The stranger just gave a silent nod. Nars are swarming the area, Shachi warned. Too risky to be solo. You want an escort back. The guy agreed to tag along, but eyed Jun-kyung suspiciously. Who's the new guy? Shachi did the intros. That's Lee Jun-kyung, our newest hire. Then he dropped the bomb, and this here is Hwada. He's a doctor. Bingo. Target acquired. Later, Lee Jun-kyung regrouped with In-chang looking visibly hyped. In-chang had news too. She'd been grinding out in the field when a Nar squad tried to jump her, but they scattered before she could finish them. Jun-kyung's day was way more intense. He told her about the standoff with the enemy leader, a guy with power that was off the charts. In-chang noted he looked wiped out, then dropped another bombshell about her attackers. There was a human running with the Nars, a Chinese guy who casually parried her sword and covered the retreat, and he was wielding a spear. But not just any spear, a long, weirdly shaped one. Jun-kyung's mind raced. A Chinese hunter skilled enough to block In-chang. Could there be another survivor from the outside? In-chang saw the look on his face. What's up? He wanted to confront this mystery spearman, but knew it was risky. I need backup, he said. You down to ride? She nodded. Game on. Realizing the language barrier was a total wall, Lee Jun-kyung pulled a clutch move. He tossed Merlin's necklace to the girl. He told her that bling wasn't just for show, it was a universal translator. Just then, chaos erupted as a wounded man was rushed to the doctor. The doc Hwada didn't flinch. He told the guy to hang tight while he scanned him with his aura channeling raw energy into the wound. Hwada declared the guy would bounce back in no time. Jun-kyung realized the rumors were true in these parts. Hwada isn't just a name, it's the title for a medical god. Now he saw why the title was earned, but the clinic was packed like a sardine can. Jun-kyung stepped up to the busy healer. Hwada tried to brush him off. Can't you see I'm swamped? But the MC shut him down by dropping a loot bag full of rare herbs. Use these however you want, Junkyung offered. Hwada's eyes lit up. He thanked him, realizing this stash was a total game changer. With Junkyung's supply drop, Hwada went into overdrive, healing patients left and right. Finally, the two men had a second to breathe and chat. Hwada threw a curveball. He wanted to check Junkyung's pulse. The MC raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden checkup? The doctor confessed. He felt a weird vibe the second they shook hands, something unnatural. He placed his fingers on Junkyung's wrist. Pulse wasn't enough. He asked to go deeper. Junkyung gave the green light, and Hwada gripped his hand, pumping a stream of energy into the MC's system. Energy surged from palm to palm. Hwada warned him that even with full focus and consent, letting someone else's mana ride through your veins is grueling. It explained why the girl had been in agony earlier. Junkyung analyzed the situation. Hwada was using mana like an MRI scan, but strangely, zero pain, no discomfort. It felt natural, almost like it was his own power. Hwada looked up, stunned, asking if the MC was a fellow cultivator. Junkyung flipped the script, asking if the doc studied mana flow. He needed to know where Hwada learned this technique. The doc clarified. We call it chi cultivation. The hero pressed on who else knew these secret arts. Hwada dropped a bomb. Only the Nars faction possessed this knowledge. The gears in Junkyung's head started turning regarding the people Jung and Chang encountered. Something was definitely sus about this whole setup. But first, Junkyung had to address the elephant in the room, the black marble sphere inside him. He asked the doc for the diagnosis. Hwada didn't sugarcoat it. Your blood is like sludge, and your internal energy flow is totally jacked up. It was just a surface-level scan, but the doctor was certain of one thing. Junkyung was dealing with some serious internal trauma. The MC stared back, realizing he was looking at the guy who literally healed the Demon King. If anyone could be trusted, it was this medical genius. So, Junkyung spilled the tea. He'd messed up his internal energy cultivation. He absorbed a toxic amount of demonic energy from monsters, letting it rampage through his system. That dark power clashed with other energies inside him, condensing into volatile black spheres. These things were radiating raw power, putting his body through absolute torture. Junkyung admitted he was clueless about what they were. Trying to cultivate his energy the normal way was totally useless against this anomaly. Hwada got serious and asked for a full examination, no half measures this time. Junkyung went shirtless and hopped onto the medical table. As Hwada worked, he was impressed. The kid was tanking pain that should have felt like his insides were being shredded. The diagnosis came back weird. Usually parasitic spheres like these vampire a person's life force until they drop dead. But Junkyung's spheres were built different. Instead of draining him, they were actually turbocharging his mana flow. Junkyung asked for the bottom line. Hwada broke it down. The spheres aren't trying to kill you directly. The agony is coming from the forceful rewiring of your internal energy circuits. But Hwada dropped a warning. This is high-stakes gambling. Those spheres are leveling up alongside you. If those dark cores ever overpower your own will, it's game over. They'll hijack your mind, turning you into a psychopath obsessed with total destruction. The only reason he wasn't crazy yet was his insane mental grit holding it back. Junkyung connected the dots. Was this the same madness that plagued the Nars out in the ice? It made sense. The Nars faction were basically mana-addicted psychos, driven by bloodlust and twisted cultivation methods. The MC was processing this intel download, trying to fit the puzzle pieces together. But one thing was clear, the black spheres weren't a death sentence. They were a power-up waiting to be mastered. The protagonist smirked internally, getting stronger. By dancing with death, that's just Tuesday for him. He realized the Demon King must have cracked the code on mana flow through this exact type of cultivation. If Junkyung plays his cards right, he can use chi techniques to optimize his own power in the future. But something still bugged him. He turned to the doctor, pointing out that none of these patients looked like battle-hardened warriors. Why is everyone dropping like flies? Hwada didn't sugarcoat it. This land, it's overdosing on raw energy. Hunters backed by high-tier patrons can vibe with it, turn that pressure into power, but only if they're conditioned. But average civilians, their bodies crash under the voltage. That's the sickness. Explains the body count. Since the gate cracked open zones totally hostile to human biology started popping up globally. Hwada dropped a little lore before China went full gate mode. He was grinding through med school in Europe. He rushed back to the motherland the second the news broke, hoping to be useful out in the field. Society wrote these places off as unfixable hellscapes, pure monster turf. But Hwada pivoted, grilling Lee Junkyung on why he trekked all this way. Isn't a rescue squad supposed to be tailing you? Lee Junkyung scanned his memory of the original plot. Zero mentions of backup. He kept it real. No cavalry coming. Then he dropped the mic. The rescue team is standing right in front of you. Hwada scoffed, unimpressed. So Lee Junkyung broke it down, explaining it was just a two-man operation. Aside from Fenrir, there were two others who'd actually clapped the giants. One wasn't even human, just a pile of bones. Hwada shot back. Does the species even matter? The real mission was a total evac saving everyone. Could they pull that off? Junkyung admitted he couldn't solo carry this raid. He pressed the doc for intel on the defectors siding with the NARS. Maybe we can use them. Hwata laughed in his face. Ridiculous. You don't know who you're dealing with. Junkyung didn't flinch, firing back that ignorance was exactly why he needed the info. The hunter count in Utgard was critical level low. That implied the majority had already flipped to the NARS's roster. Hwata confirmed it, noting that on his last herb run he saw the mass exodus from Utgard. Junkyung's gears turned who had the charisma to lead that pack. No name popped up, but he needed those hunters. To survive the incoming apocalypse, he had to level up, fast. Junkyung doubled down on his request. Teach me key cultivation. If he could unlock that skill tree, he'd be inching closer to Demon King tier power. Cut to Junkyung and the squad scouting Utgard from a distance. Same old snow-buried cityscape. But the scenery wasn't the point. Hwata had just finalized a massive barrier around their zone. Total lockdown, zero mana leakage. Junkyung could go full blast inside, and nobody outside would catch a whiff. Our MC was shook. Is all this security really necessary just for training? Hwata didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Rewiring your internal circuits demands sucking in external energy, and during that process, you trigger power surges the giants will definitely ping. The doc added that hoarding mana in one spot isn't exactly a walk in the park. First step, a barrier that lets mana circulate. Then Junkyung dropped a bombshell. I can already feel it. I'm pulling in the ambient energy naturally. Hwata's jaw hit the floor. Was this kid actually siphoning external mana? With zero technique? Who trained him? What ancient martial arts school was he repping? That's theoretically impossible. Junkyung tilted his head. What's the big deal? Hwata realized Junkyung was a total anomaly, a prodigy with god-tier internal energy control. He was blowing past every limit. The doc admitted that while the kid's raw talent was scary, hearing his explanation proved it was doable. They could actually pull this off. Meanwhile, back at the winter camp, the hunters were stress testing their situation. One asked, panic rising, "Wait, do we seriously have zero heavy hitters left?" His buddy nodded grimly. The rookie wondered, is that the rescue squad finally showing up? The veteran shut that hope down cold. Not a chance. If this was an actual rescue squad, the guards would have clocked them ages ago. We're looking at a ghost team fewer than 10 heads. The hunter kicked himself for his past sloppiness, totally blind to where this chaotic mess was heading. The rookie finally broke the silence. How fast can we level up? The bearded vet grinned. They were already evolving since flipping sides. They'd stockpiled a serious stash of loot too. The hunters locked eyes with the kid. This power-up talk, it was definitely about him. The kid didn't argue. Survival meant getting jacked fast. The chi cultivation training, it was already redlining. Hwata was pouring his soul into the process. The protagonist had never imagined that raw mana could feel this cozy. But the second he sparked that energy stream, bam, it felt like a hurricane tearing him apart from the inside. Hwata barked at Lee Junkyung. Find your rhythm. We're at the finish line. Now brace yourself, this is going to be agony. Hwata warned him to keep his trap shut. The doc realized this destructive energy was way more savage than he predicted. It wasn't just draining mana, it was literally eating the kid alive. But the doc couldn't bail now. He started this fire, and he had to see it through to the bitter end. Boom. A blinding pillar of light blasted through the dome, piercing the heavens. The observer caught every pixel of it. Thiazi felt that dense mana signature ripple across the frozen wastes. Who the hell was that, Hwata? The big boss? No way. Those two didn't have the juice. There was only one monster capable of unleashing a mana nuke like that. Thrym. The guy just popped up out of nowhere, flexing his aura at his old pal. Thiazi connected the dots instantly. He rallied every warrior in Utgard. Gear up, we march. The troops looked around confused. This definitely wasn't on the chieftain's approved list. Thiazi glared at them. How long are you going to take this crap? How long do we cower in the dark, shaking like cowards, while we wait for orders that never come? Where's your giant pride, your honor? Thiazi thumped his chest. I take the fall for whatever happens next. Today we take back our glory. That lit a fire under them. The warriors bowed low. We follow you, Commander. Meanwhile, Thrym heard the war horn blowing and paused. Thiazi, growing a spine. Thrym wondered, is the head of Utgard actually here? The big chief? Nah, that guy was tied up with other drama. So, what was the play? A trap. Thrym grinned like a maniac. Trap or not, this was the golden ticket. He couldn't waste this. He screamed for a total mobilization. Listen up, boys. Today, Utgard falls. The enemy army marched on the barrier-protected zone. Thiazi narrowed his eyes. I see how it is. It was clearly Thrym pulling strings. But Thrym was thinking the exact same thing about his rival. Is their leader hiding in there? While they played mind games, Fenrir prowled the edge of the barrier. The beast was itching for a fight. Jung and Inchang watched the wolf and realized the truth. Lee Junkyung was inside that dome. Thrym spat on the ground. He was done with truces and trusting his enemies. Too bad the enemy leader wasn't here to see this. He was gonna burn it all down. Thiazi gritted his teeth. It was do or die. Every giant was strapped and ready. Both commanders screamed charge, and the armies slammed into each other, a literal clash of titans. Inside the chaos, Lee Jun-kyung snapped awake, leaping to his feet. Finally, Hwada rasped, "The kid's back." But the old doc noticed something else. It wasn't just consciousness the kid was radiating insane technique and raw power. Lee Jun-kyung scrambled over to the old man, just as Hwada collapsed. He frantically checked for a pulse. Still beating. We're good. But the cost Hwada had burned his own life force, sacrificing his youth to save him. A glowing energy-packed apple materialized in the hero's hand. Not on my watch, Doc. You're not checking out yet. The Demon King used to have elixirs for this, but they were fresh out. The only Hail Mary left, the Apple of Eden. A.K.A. the elixir of Asgard. Lee had swiped it from Odin for a rainy day, and folks, it was pouring. I'm gonna siphon every drop of juice this thing has. Following Hwada's old lessons, he slammed the apple onto the doctor's chest. Drink it up, old man. A massive mana surge flooded the doctor's body. Meanwhile, outside, Jung and In Chang were in the thick of it. In Chang analyzed the battlefield. Thiazi was tough, sure, but he lacked that knockout power. A giant loomed over her. Well, look who it is. Little lady still got some kick, huh? In Chang stared him down. This hunter, he was definitely hitting harder than the average giant. Suddenly, Gonza, her pet ogre, came barreling in. The beast went full kaiju mode, exploding to his natural size, dwarfing the enemy. The bad guy's jaw dropped. He was staring at a legit monster. In Chang cracked her knuckles. I've got the human. Gonza, keep the rest off our backs. The ogre smirked, promising to grant her every dark desire if she cooperated. The girl didn't flinch, drawing her sword, and announced she was ready to start this twisted little game. Her opponent flashed a satisfied grin, clearly digging her vibe. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Shrim had to give credit where it's due. Shachi wasn't the weakling he used to be. Shachi scoffed. You haven't changed a bit. He added that he'd been grinding non-stop since their last clash. But the power gap was still massive, exactly what you'd expect from the giant's strongest warrior. Shachi roared. Why would a legend like you turn traitor? Shrim's eyes darkened. He couldn't stomach watching the chieftain cosplaying as a king anymore. He dropped a bombshell. The chieftain had obliterated everything Shrim held dear. It was, the chief Shrim growled, who murdered my friend and your father, Ovaldi. Shachi froze, completely paralyzed by the truth. Shrim doubled down. That scumbag Loki killed him. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung shifted his gaze to the battered Huatu. The dock was stabilizing, but something was off. The Apple of Eden was supposed to be a god-tier artifact, way stronger than any elixir. Yet it looked drained, barely hanging on with zero mana flow. Lee Jun-kyung realized the truth. I think I did that. He must have vacuumed up the apple's energy while gathering mana. That explained the insane power surging through his veins. Right now, the kid felt unstoppable, like he could take Hercules in a one-on-one and win. The hero was baffled by the aura swirling around him. Suddenly, an armed Young and Chang closed the distance, getting right in his face. The girl beamed, asking if he was good, clearly hyped to see him. The fallen angel, however, just sneered. The disrespect caught the hero off guard. His rival scoffed. He's just a human, signaling that this was their moment to strike. A battle cry rang out, but then boom. Hunmu's skeleton form materialized on the battlefield, awaiting his master's command. Hunmu bowed, declaring total loyalty. At his current level, he was ready to absolutely wreck those giants. Lee Jun-kyung noticed the upgrade immediately. Take Huatu to safety, the young man ordered, his voice steady. Hunmu flashed a skeletal grin. Consider it done, master. The protagonist knew the doctor was safe, so he locked in on the fight. Just then, Shrim lunged, winding up a finishing blow for Shachi. But Lee Jun-kyung, he was faster. He blitzed in and smashed a fist right into the giant Shrim's jaw. The impact was deafening. Shachi stared, wondering who the hell Lee Jun-kyung actually was. The kid had leveled up insanely since they last crossed paths. Around them, the Titan clash raged on, blood spilling everywhere with Ganza tearing through the battlefield. Lee Jun-kyung unleashed Fenrir, telling the beast to go wild. A massive ice monster manifested behind him as the hero shouted, "Let's negotiate." The enemy mercenaries hesitated, lowering their weapons. You could see the gears turning. Was this their way out? The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't sleep on them. These guys were heroes in their own right. Lee Jun-kyung cut to the chase. Who exactly are you people? One merc stepped forward. I am Yubi. The name didn't ring a bell, but with skills like that, he had to be in the Demon King's database. Lee Jun-kyung pressed him. Why betray humanity? Because you aren't hunters, Yubi snapped, screaming. I didn't betray anyone. It was destiny. For the greater good, Lee Jun-kyung didn't buy it. He launched an attack, shouting, "That's total garbage. What kind of greater good justifies stabbing your own people in the back?" The mercenary spat back. We have a deal with Shrim. We take down King Utgard, and they help us rebuild China. Lee Jun-kyung scoffed. You could have cut that deal with King Utgard himself. He lunged, spear tip, aiming for the kill. Yubi gritted his teeth. He'd never align with Utgard. Not after the king wiped out countless lives with that plague. Working with a monster like that was suicide. Lee Jun-kyung realized he was talking about the classified incident, the one that happened right after Wonho died. That explained the ghost town in Utgard and the mass hunter betrayal. But the young man caught a contradiction. Yubi preached about saving China while actively screwing over humanity. Yubi screamed again. I told you it's not betrayal. The protagonist shook his head. Too many questions. First beat them into submission, then get the answers. Back in the Giants' duel, Shrim dropped more truth. Your father caught the chieftain scheming. Loki intends to terraform these lands into a new Jotunheim. Shachi blinked. What are you talking about? He wants to cleanse the realm, Shrim hissed. Total genocide of every living creature that isn't a giant. And Ovaldi died trying to stop him. Shachi clenched his jaw, furious. Why the hell are you only telling me this now? Thrym snapped, launching a savage assault on his opponent. Why hide this? He roared, attacking again. But deep down, the giant knew he couldn't risk losing Shachi. Shachi was the ultimate loyalist, a dog of the giants. Would he really betray his leader, even knowing that monster slaughtered his own father? Thrym didn't hesitate. He crushed the counterattack and shut Shachi down. But even as the truth hit home, Shachi's body still moved on instinct, fighting the realization. It was over. Thrym left his fallen brother in the dust, whispering a cold command. Sleep until the nightmare ends. Hold it right there. A voice sliced through the chaos. Lee Jun-kyung stepped out of the shadows looking like absolute trouble. Flame spear in hand blazing. Thrym smirked. Now this is getting interesting. This wasn't just some random human. He radiated danger levels, rivaling Loki himself. Thrym had been hoarding his power for the boss, but this guy, he was a variable Thrym couldn't ignore. Lee Jun-kyung raised his spear high, then threw his hands up. I surrender. Wait, what? Before anyone could react, he tossed recovery potions to Yubi and the injured squad. Drink up, guys. Bottoms up, he grinned. I've got zero reason to brawl with you anymore. With Commander Utgard out cold, the board had changed. The protagonist finally clicked on why people were siding with the Norse faction. I'm just a mercenary, remember? Lee Jun-kyung shrugged. My job here is done. I'm bouncing. Music to my ears, Thrym laughed, accepting the surrender instantly. His crew erupted in cheers. Victory was theirs. While Shachi's squad looked crushed, Thrym laid down the law. No more fighting. We've spilled enough blood on this ice. I'll be watching the show from the sidelines, Jun-kyung called out. Don't let me down, big guy. The alliance was set. Giants and humans turned their gaze toward the real target, King Loki, in Utgard. The protagonist was confused, but the fallen angel was absolutely vibing with rage. Not happy at all. Probably triggered by the name Loki. When Thrym asked why he was backing off, Jun-kyung kept it real. Mercenary rule number 1, I follow the cash. You got the coin, I got the skills. Maybe we can work something out. Chang whispered. You serious right now? Jun-kyung just winked, reminding her of the game plan from day one. We ain't picking sides, remember. We hit our targets before we even stepped foot in China. The hunters here can save the civilians. We get paid, they get saved. Win-win, right? She nodded, getting the picture. Meanwhile, the Norse invasion was cutting through the defenses like butter. The giant warriors were unstoppable. With full stamina reserves, the Norse faction breached the city walls without breaking a sweat. Dr. Manhwa finally woke up. You good, Doc? Jun-kyung asked casually. Manhwa wasn't having it, he was fuming. Were you playing us the whole time, he spat. Jun-kyung threw his hands up looking genuinely shocked. Whoa, where's this coming from? We literally talked about this. Jun-kyung sighed. Bit late for the drama now, don't you think? The rescue squad touched down. Jun-kyung pivoted to Yubi. Round 'em up. We're getting Utgard's people out of here. If there's an exit, take it. Doc, go with them. They need a face they trust. They won't panic if you're leading the charge. Get it done. Manhua realized the guy actually cared. I still don't get your angle, the doctor grumbled, but I'm in. Cool. I'm back to being a hired gun. Then Jun-kyung grinned. The doctor paused. And you, holding up. Never better, he flexed. Eating good, sleeping like a baby, and look at these gains. I'm in my prime. As Wanhua led the evacuation, he threw back a warning. Watch your back. The king is a monster. Ignoring the danger, Thrym kicked open the doors to the throne room. There sat the king. You filthy traitor, he sneered. How dare you step foot in my castle? Your turn's over, Utgard Loki, Thrym roared. You should have finished me when you had the chance. Big mistake. Jun-kyung watched from the back. Even facing 100 enemies, the giant was ice cold. No fear. But the king, his aura was suffocating. There were definitely hidden mechanics they didn't know about yet. Thrym stepped forward. Regret it yet, not handling me like you handled Ivaldi. I know Ivaldi turned you, Loki scoffed. That hit a nerve. Thrym bristled, ready to tear the king apart, right there. Cute Loki smirked. Suddenly the ground rumbled. The massive crypt in the center of the room cracked open. Boom. A red giant rose from the depths, eyes glowing with pure mindless rage. And he wasn't alone. Crypts everywhere burst open. One by one, identical red titans leaped out, until an entire army stood between them and Loki. Lee Junkyung analyzed them instantly. Soulless, mindless drones, just like the ones he farmed earlier. He cracked a dark smile. The fear was gone. This was his playground now. But Thrym, he was screaming, "You scumbag, is this how you treat your own kind?" Lee Junkyung knew the official story. A mysterious plague had wiped out most of the giants. But looking at the monsters in front of him, he realized that was a total lie. These things were on a completely different tier. In this frozen wasteland, their power was off the charts. Mindless hollow shells, driven only by a berserker frenzy. They were absolute puppets for the king. The final pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for Junkyung. The king didn't just rule. He butchered his own subjects to build this zombie legion. Loki needed weapons that wouldn't ask questions, and these giants were the answer. "Consider this the ultimate honor," Loki sneered, ordering his brain-dead soldiers to rip the rebels to shreds. Thrym took a direct hit, getting launched through the castle roof like a ragdoll. The giants, stripped of their free will, stormed forward to execute the kill order. The warriors panicked with Thrym MIA. They were leaderless and terrified. But Thrym wasn't done yet. He crawled out of the wreckage, battered but alive, and roared at the Nars to stop shaking and fight like they meant it. Seeing their alpha return from the dead, the warriors got a massive morale boost and charged back in. Jung and Chang stood there totally confused by the chaos. The young man broke it down for him. The king needed a private army, so he literally hollowed out the giants' brains to make it happen. In Chang looked sick. Did Loki seriously experiment on his own people? Junkyung confirmed it. The guy wasn't a king, he was a psychopath, who viewed living beings as spare parts. A straight-up monster. Junkyung realized that these stitched-together giants felt no pain and had no fear. That's why they fought like unstoppable demons. If this kept up, the Nars were toast. Loki announced he was going to make an example out of the traitors to keep everyone else in line. The protagonist pumped mana into his spear, locking onto the king. He spun his weapon, declaring that he was about to end this tyrant's reign permanently. Loki narrowed his eyes. He'd been watching this human and realized his power level was way higher than the rest of the trash. The king braced himself for impact. Junkyung knew he couldn't dodge the next strike. He had to tank it. The king hesitated, shocked. Had this guy been suppressing his aura the whole time? Who the hell was he? Suddenly, Shachi burst into the room, his eyes burning with a thirst for blood. Junkyung yelled at him to stay sharp, but Shachi was too far gone. He swore he'd feed the king to the giants. Bad move. The king swatted Shachi down face first into the floor. Weak Loki scoffed, begging a human for help. Pathetic. "Once I win, I'll turn your corpse into one of my soldiers." Junkyung knew he needed backup. He summoned Fenrir. The frost beast materialized instantly. Loki laughed, noting the wolf looked weaker than the legend said. Jung In Chang saw that the enemy wasn't letting up. Junkyung grit his teeth. He needed 60 seconds. Thrym let out a war cry and tackled Loki. Junkyung knew the giant couldn't hold the monster alone. He shouted for Jung In Chang to step up. The girl promised to stall the enemy even if it took an hour. Junkyung thought, an hour? No way. He just needed a little more time. Loki took a hit to the arm, buying them a second. The protagonist's spear began to glow, power spiking from the intense heat, but he felt it wasn't enough. It had to be a one-hit kill. The spear hit critical mass, trembling as if it were about to shatter. Junkyung wound up and hurled the weapon with every ounce of strength he had. Bullseye. Mission accomplished. The fallen angel watched with satisfaction. Loki looked down to see a massive hole blown clean through his chest. The doctor and hunters gasped. It was an impossible shot. The sun, hidden for ages during the eternal winter, finally pierced the clouds over Utgard, bathed in that blinding holy light. Loki disintegrated. The king and his fortress of nightmares burned to ash, erased from history. With the mind control broken, the Nars wiped out the remaining giants. The four leaders met at the smoking ruins. Shachi, Thrym, Yubi, and Junkyung stood together. But the drama wasn't over yet. Thrym turned to the mercenary. "I keep my promises." He looked at Shachi. "Do what you have to do." Thrym added that regardless of the motive, Yubi was a traitor, and he had blood on his hands. The revenge was finished. Thrym looked up, hoping Shachi would spare the innocent Nars who followed him. Shachi nodded. Done. Junkyung asked the giant if he held a grudge. Shachi shook his head. He was actually grateful Junkyung had forced him to make the hard call when it mattered most. Looking out from the high tower over the territory, the protagonist noted the rebuilding was going well. "It's all thanks to you," Yubi said softly. But he dropped a truth bomb. Normal humans couldn't survive long. In this frozen hellscape, the mercenary mentioned they were planning to head beyond the wall. He asked if Junkyung would guide them. Junkyung agreed to help, but admitted he had a bad feeling about that decision. With the tides shifting rapidly, our MC knew better than to cross that massive wall right now. Leaving would be suicide. Hunkering down was the smart play, since the entire world was about to turn into one giant gateway. Junkyung flashed a piece of fruit and dropped some knowledge. "Check out this Puramora. It's not just a monster, it's dinner." Lee Junkyung explained that They can fertilize these bad boys with monster bones, and boom, starvation becomes a thing of the past. Yubi was shook. How does this guy know the meta? Meanwhile, our protagonist shifted focus to the real enemy, the freezing cold. Thrym chimed in, asking if the giant's new boss was actually pulling his weight. Junkyung smirked. Curious, go ask him yourself. Thrym blinked, caught off guard. Face his enemy. Seriously, Junkyung doubled down. Give it a shot before you judge. You can't lead people you've slaughtered. That's why he shut down Shachi's offer cold and took command of the Nars instead. Those ice giants are savage born for combat. No enemies means no leveling up. Thrym dropped a hard truth: when monsters are just snacks, the only real threat left is us. Junkyung warned him, fixate on humans, and both sides are gonna get wrecked in the endgame when the war starts. Then Junkyung dropped his real agenda. I'm here to learn from you guys. Thrym nodded. If that's what Loki wants, he gets it. The guy saved their entire race after all. Loki, Junkyung tilted his head. Thrym broke it down in the ancient giant tongue. The Slayer of Loki. With that title dropped, our boy got straight to business. He wanted to master release. Thrym hesitated. He could teach it, but could Junkyung handle it? Release isn't a parlor trick. It unlocks every ounce of dormant mana in your body. But the cost: insane mana consumption. Unless you're built like a giant with a mana tank to match learning, this is basically impossible. Shachi whipped around, eyes wide. He felt a surge. That massive energy signature. Could that be Junkyung? In-Chang stared, legitimately questioning if the guy was even human anymore. Our MC, now overflowing with condensed mana, got exactly what he came for. He was sitting on a bigger mana pool than Thrym himself. Perched on a hill, overlooking the frozen wastes, he gazed down at snowy Utgard. Mission complete. Turns out Loki was just a wannabe tyrant, experimenting on his own squad to build an army. The big, bad villain, just a puppet, using stolen tech from Chinese hunters to turn noble giants into brainless killing machines. But Junkyung couldn't shake a thought. How did the king brainwash them so perfectly? Piecing together what Thrym and Shachi said, the king was a brawler, not a scientist. He didn't pull this off solo. Someone was pulling the strings. Those intruders at the fortress just bailed without making a move. Suspicious. Around here, any stranger could be the Demon King in disguise. But if it wasn't him, Junkyung's mind flashed to that mystery figure in the black hood. Who was he really? And what's his endgame? Suddenly, Jung and Chang cut in. The locals were throwing a festival. We gotta go. Before he could protest, she grabbed Junkyung's hand and dragged him toward the lights. Everyone's waiting. They hit the town square and looked around. This was the reality of life out here. Sure, it wasn't paradise, but survival is messy. Sometimes you just gotta be thankful you're breathing. In Chang called it beautiful. With the festival right by the gate, Junkyung felt a spark of hope. He let his friends enjoy the moment, then climbed up a makeshift stage on the hill. The crowd murmured. Who's that? Is that him? The guy who wrecked the giant king? Loki Junkyung didn't speak. He just opened the floodgates, letting his mana level skyrocket. Flames erupted around him. The whole town swarmed the square to witness the legend of Loki. Even Thrym had to admit this guy was built different. Junkyung raised a hand and blasted concentrated energy into the sky. The locals gasped. A sun. Up there, since when can a human pull off miracles like that? The magic condensed, locking into a core fueled by the dragon bloodstone. He'd created a dragon heart. Weak, sure, but insane for a human. Yubi whispered. You ready to bounce? He nodded. He'd already infused heat into every support pillar outside the city, copying that infusion technique he snagged from watching Park Ji-hyun. But he didn't stop there. He layered on Merlin's necklace magic. As long as those pillars stand, the holy fire won't consume them. The eternal flame was locked in, blazing steady. Yubi hesitated, questioning if bailing now was the right play. The guilt was eating him alive. He hadn't settled his debts yet. But Lee Junkyung cut the pity party short, promising their paths would cross again. With zero hesitation, our main character swan-dived off the observation tower, landing perfectly right in front of In Chang. To her, he wasn't just a warrior. He was the guy who literally raised the sun. He'd finally made it. And he made one thing clear: the people were safe now. He'd rigged the place to stay toasty long after he bounced. Even Lee Junkyung had to admit this girl had a heart of gold. Junkyung pivoted back to Fenrir with a silent command. A split second later, the air crackled. A massive ice beast materialized out of thin air, looming over the squad. Junkyung smirked, hoping the next time they met, Yubi would be on his level. Yubi watched them go, fully believing in that reunion. Twilight faded into ink-black darkness as the crew pushed forward. They were forced to camp out in the freezing tundra. Fenrir and Gons passed out instantly, snug in their gear. Meanwhile, Junkyung and In Chang vibed by the crackling campfire. In Chang let out a breath, admitting the pressure was real. But honestly, the trip hadn't been a total nightmare. Still, the guy confessed that after a trek that brutal, he wasn't exactly itching for round 2. In Chang cracked a smile, noting she hadn't seen his playful side in ages. Gons dragged himself out of his sleeping bag, chiming in that he actually dug the adventure. Junkyung switched to business mode, asking about her cultivation grind. He'd warned her it would be a nightmare difficulty. Chang nodded. She'd finally unlocked a clue about the mana flow. The MC got serious. She needed to speedrun this process. There was barely any time left on the clock. Even right now, the dragon's heart was vibrating near his own, charging up automatically against his will. It was flooding his system with raw magic, power leveling him while he sat there. Everyone was getting buffed without even trying, a massive red flag that the endgame was approaching. Junkyung realized the scaling was off. Everyone was getting too strong too fast. Even the mobs were evolving. The whole world was shifting gears. That mana spike in China, just the tutorial for what was coming. Chang's gaze snapped to the mountain peak. Mount Paktu wasn't just smoking, it was an inferno. Frenzied monsters seized the moment, swarming the burning village like locusts. Civilians scrambled for their lives, while the hunters locked and loaded. The beasts didn't stand a chance, getting absolutely shredded by the defense squad. But that was just the opening act. The hunters confirmed the civilians were clear of the kill zone. Just as they prepped to move down Mount Paktusan, a colossal giant stomped into view. And something was seriously wrong with this guy. He was leaking an insane amount of mana. The hunters realized this wasn't a skirmish anymore, it was a suicide mission. Out of nowhere, Fenrir, the legendary snow beast, teleported in to face the giant. The hunters stared, realizing backup had arrived. Lee Jun-kyung stepped out of the shadows with his crew, casually asking if everyone was still breathing. The lead hunter was practically crying with relief. Jun-kyung cut to the chase. Where are the Mountain King and the Bear Woman? He couldn't track their energy signatures. A local pointed up the chief had headed to Heavenly Lake to try and seal the king. Jun-kyung turned to Chang, ordering her and the doctor to lock down this area while he handled the big leagues. Meanwhile, the Bear Woman stood her ground at the rendezvous point. The Mountain King wasn't just angry, he was livid. The tiger let out a bone-shaking roar, acting erratic. The girl couldn't take it anymore, her heart was breaking. That beast was basically her dad. She was an orphan. There was no way she could raise a hand against him. But the monster didn't care about family bonding. He was out for blood. Defeated, she offered herself up as the sacrifice. Tossing her blade into the snow, she whispered that she was done, fighting totally drained. Just end it. The tiger went berserk. His eyes glowed with demonic light as he roared, ready to strike. Boom, Lee Jun-kyung flashed in between them like a human shield. He glanced back, asking if she was good. He didn't wait for a reply, snatching her up and flickering away to a safe zone in the blink of an eye. He set her down gently, demanding answers about her new look and the absolute chaos unfolding. Eungyo spilled the tea. The man in black was the puppet master. The second he touched the Mountain King, Mount Paktu morphed into this hellscape. Lee Jun-kyung's expression darkened. He knew exactly who she meant. The hooded man. Eungyo mentioned he'd been MIA for days since the incident. She was convinced the king's corruption was all his doing. Jun-kyung proposed they calm the beast down first, ask questions later. Eungyo shook her head. It was hopeless. They'd thrown the kitchen sink at him. Seals, spells, everything. They even tried a full exorcism to drain the demonic energy, but the Mountain King was just too OP to be stopped. So, no other options, Jun-kyung asked the void. The system's response was cold and immediate. Destroy him. Our MC powered up his fire spear, the flames roaring to life. Eungyo, get to safety. Now. He grit his teeth. I might have another play here. Jun-kyung opted for some extreme shock therapy. He launched himself at the Mountain King, his spear dancing as he fired off precise stinging bursts of flame. Eungyo watched, jaw on the floor. Was this really him? How did he level up this hard in just a few days? The guy had evolved like he'd spent years in a time chamber. But the Mountain King, he was a tank, shrugging off the therapy and staying on the offensive. Jun-kyung didn't flinch, raining blows on the colossal beast. The tension snapped. Eungyo's resolve, she couldn't stay silent and let out a desperate scream. Mid-combat, Jun-kyung shouted at the beast, "Relax, I'm not gonna kill you and I'm not doing anything shady." He was betting it all on the dragon's heart, that dragon bloodstone was the ultimate battery pack. It was a fusion reactor combining the Mountain King's raw strength with the ancient spiritual energy pulsing through Mount Paktu. And it was more than just power. With that stone, you could literally feel the magic vibrating in the air. Our hero's plan, absorb it all. Even the toxicity causing the king's berserker rage. He was turning himself into a human filter. But then the vibe shifted. Jun-kyung realized he messed up. His spear started darkening, twisting into a cursed weapon right in his hands. It wasn't just taking the madness. It was sucking the king's life force dry. Jun-kyung forced himself to focus. Reversal first, I have to give the energy back. Snap. Purification sequence initiated. Seeing the opening, our MC floored, the gas accelerating the process before it was too late. The massive tiger collapsed, pinned by exhaustion. Jun-kyung exhaled, thinking, did I pull it off? But Eungyo shrieked and sprinted toward the fallen guardian. Tears streaming down her face, she threw herself at the beast. I'll fix you, just hang on, please, just a little longer. Don't you dare close your eyes, look at me, she pleaded, shaking him. Seconds ticked by. Silence. Eungyo was a mess of sobbing apologies. Suddenly, movement. A doctor burst onto the scene, riding a massive ice construct like a majestic steed. The healer sighed, thinking he'd made it in the nick of time. But as the dust settled, Junkyung stood before the king, who was now sitting up. He was conscious. The madness was gone, sanity restored. But the victory was hollow. The king's aura was fading fast. The damage wasn't just physical. His very essence was unraveling. It was over. Junkyung's mind raced. Who was that hooded figure? Why target a literal god of the mountain? It didn't add up. How did a being as ancient and powerful as the Mountain King get played by some shady guy in a cloak? The tiger's voice was weak but calm. I'll explain. But first, is Eungyo safe? Junkyung nodded. She's physically fine, just exhausted from the stress. The doctor chimed in, then grim-faced. I've patched the external wounds, but his insides are shattered. The core is destroyed. There's nothing more magic can do. The beast chuckled dryly. I know. My time is up. He locked eyes with Junkyung. The deal still stands. You'll take Eungyo with you. Then the confession. The hooded man. He looked like death, yet his energy. It felt familiar. He didn't hunt me down. I went to him. Down in the village of Heavenly Lake. He was just standing there watching the houses like a statue. I approached him, the mountain lord rasped. But after that, it's a blur. The memory is fractured. I saw him in Cheongju too. But the crucial piece is missing. Junkyung realized the trail was going cold. He wasn't getting the who or why today. Meanwhile, In Chang gathered the villagers. Listen up, I'm putting the ball in your court. Option A, you stay. We rebuild. It's your home, but it's going to be a grind. Option B, you pack up and come with me to Korea. New start, safe haven. I'll handle the government red tape and find you a roof over your heads. You've got 3 days to decide. As the crowd murmured, Eungyo tugged Junkyung's sleeve. Uncle, she didn't care about the politics. The king, he trusts you. Please take me to him. Junkyung didn't hesitate. Let's go. Eungyo collapsed next to the fading giant. Wake up, she whispered, voice trembling. Please just wake up. You're my family, my best friend. My father. The dam broke, and she buried her face in his fur. Thank you for everything. I will never forget you. As the words left her lips, a radiant light burst from the tiger. The spirit of the mountain lord separated from the flesh, soaring upward. The entire village watched the streak of light pierce the heavens. One by one, they dropped to their knees, bowing in reverence. Looking at the rubble, they wondered was leaving, right, maybe, but they swore they'd return one day. In Chang returned, leading a herd of reindeer. These are your rides, she announced. Elders and kids up front, we move out now. Once we hit the pass, it's gonna freeze. Bundle up and mount your reindeer. Finally, Junkyung walked out with Eungyo. In Chang did a double take. Eungyo wasn't empty-handed. She was cradling a tiny mewling tiger cub in her arms. Eungyo hoisted the tiny cub high, declaring that Sangun was now her permanent sidekick. Lee Junkyung noted the parallel to Hokjun, the patron. The big man had stepped up to replace the fallen king of the mountain, within Eungyo's lineage. But the rebirth came at a cost, total amnesia and zero power. Junkyung turned to his teammate. Breaking the news, they were heading back to Korea. The girl practically vibrated with excitement. In Chang cut in, asking what the game plan was post-return. Junkyung hinted at a busy schedule, as a radiant new blade materialized in his grip. In Chang's eyes went wide. What kind of weapon was that? The mana radiating from it was insane. Junkyung mentally credited Eungyo for her stellar work, noting aloud that this was a genuine gift. A pang of envy hit In Chang. Where was her legendary loot? She circled back to the plan, teasingly wondering if Junkyung was stockpiling presents for some secret girlfriend. The hunter blinked, totally blindsided by her wild imagination. Meanwhile, the Mount Baekdu refugees halted on the frozen tundra, gazing hesitantly at the massive barrier looming before them. Lee Junkyung strode toward the blockade, with zero hesitation, initiating a specific sequence. The protagonist recalled his vow to breach this wall within a month. The deadline had slipped just a little. Unleashing his unique signature skills, Lee Junkyung pressed his palm against the cold surface. He mused that his growth had skyrocketed beyond expectations. He could handle this solo. But physical force wasn't enough. He needed to channel the mana flow and tap into the dragon's heart, the relic that had devoured the Mountain King's essence. Back on the northern front, the atmosphere shifted. Sentries in the watchtower scanned the horizon with bare eyes. One guard noted the eerie quiet. Ever since that guy deployed to the front lines, monster sightings had dropped to near zero. His partner scoffed if they meant that loser, it had to be a fluke. Though there was a slim chance he had actually wiped out every beast in the northern sector. The skeptic added that even for an outsider, pulling that off twice was impossible. Legendary heroes had failed before. Suddenly, the sentry shouted, pointing frantically to the right. The barrier was warping. Its structure and outer edges were undeniably shifting forms. What was coming? Back in safety, In Chang savored a hot coffee, wondering, has Java always tasted this heavenly? A guard interrupted, informing the squad their companions were holding up in the adjacent auditorium. But who exactly were they? Lee Junkyung kept his voice dead serious. vouching for them as reliable survivors from the northern territories. The protagonist emphasized that these folks were bona fide hunters. Inside, Eungyo and Yubi urged patience, promising comfort. Lee Junkyung observed Eungyo, calculating that the curse hadn't hit its terminal phase. The dark energy that fueled her power and trapped her in a child's form was fading here. Lee Junkyung asked to borrow her for a moment. Telling the group he needed to steal her away, Lee Junkyung guided the girl to a private spot, explaining that the curse had been purged, triggering her physical transformation. The young hunter decided to run a diagnostic using his mana flow. Eungyo stood immobilized as energy surged through her system. "Hey, what's the big idea?" she snapped, indignant. Lee Junkyung noted, with shock, that her power levels had tanked. Eungyo scoffed, refusing to buy it, and ran her own check. Freezing her stance, she shut her eyes and revved up the mana circulation in her veins. The verdict was in: she was definitely weaker. But how Lee Junkyung theorized her strength was tethered exclusively to Mount Baekdu, where she dominated the energy field. That concentration was what kept her in a childlike state, proximity to the peak. "Don't sweat it," he assured her. As a hunter, he had the tools to fix this. Eungyo cut to the chase. "So, what's the real talk?" About Lee Junkyung warned that the feds and the association were already tracking her. They'd be grilling her, and the Cheongju refugees soon enough. He noted her squad was surprisingly overpowered. If the association recruited them, it would be a win-win. But that wasn't the snag. Eungyo raised a brow. "Is it a trust issue?" Lee Junkyung nodded. The risks were high deportation or getting shackled to a slave contract with the government, or the association. He knew the Asgard president Jung Hyojin wouldn't just send a lackey, he'd come personally, to monopolize their strength. Lee Junkyung leaned in, offering a solid alternative, but emphasized the ball was in their court. Outside, a sleek white SUV pulled up. A figure in dark shades stepped out, greeting Lee Junkyung like an old friend. "Long time no see. Welcome back," Lee Junkyung admitted. The guy with the spectacles couldn't hide his shock. He hadn't laid eyes on him since they were just kids in school. But now, he was totally blown away by the moves Lee Junkyung was pulling. Our MC didn't just survive a suicide mission. He came back without a scratch, and brought the surviving northerners home with him. And surprise, surprise, those survivors were elite hunters. But Lee Junkyung had a sneaking suspicion the association had already tried to slide into their DMs first. The glasses-wearing official paused, sensing a snag. The real question was floating in the air. Could these defectors actually be trusted? The association president was ready to cut a deal, offering them the world. Junkyung realized Asgard was finally making its power play. Spectacles dropped the details. The president wanted to lock every single hunter down with a signed contract. Junkyung needed to be crystal clear, asking if they meant individual contracts for everyone. The nod confirmed it. But here's the kicker. Signing those papers is basically signing your life away. One wrong move, and the penalty clauses turn you into a glorified slave. That is when Junkyung dropped the ace up his sleeve. Too late. They already signed a contract. With me. He made sure they knew he brought them here voluntarily, no coercion involved. But he couldn't risk losing them, so everyone inked a soul-binding mana contract. And in this world, you can only pledge allegiance once. The man in the dark shades looked rattled, muttering that he needed to run this up the chain to the president immediately. He told them to sit tight. Our hero smirked internally, dying to see how the mighty Odin would handle this curveball. The truth was about to come out. Meanwhile, Yubi was trying on her new gear, raving about how the fit was absolute fire and super mobile. The crew from the north was also losing their minds over the cafeteria food. Back in Chongjin, it was a potato-only diet. Was this actually heaven? In Chang admitted the grub was undeniably top tier. Junkyung nodded, reminding them that starving was the norm back in their neighbor's territory. Then the girl confessed she was actually missing the grind. She wasn't built for chilling on the sidelines for too long. Junkyung realized In Chang was also itching to get back to hunting monsters. The young boss promised them they would be back in the action the second they touched down. Later, standing atop a nearby peak, Junkyung scanned the silent landscape. He knew the world was about to go to literal hell, so he figured he should soak up these peaceful vibes while they lasted. Suddenly he spun around. Someone was standing right in his face. She introduced herself as Choi Yun-sung. He told her the name stuck, but he was more focused on how on earth she managed to ghost her way so close to him. She had completely bypassed his radar until she was in striking distance, even though he usually senses mana flows like a hawk. If she had been an assassin, he would be a corpse right now. Choi Yun-sung shrugged it off as her special talent. Junkyung cut to the chase. "Why are you here?" She admitted she was curious about his endgame. Because of those ironclad mana contracts, the hunters had zero choice but to follow his lead. And honestly, that absolute control was freaking some of them out. Junkyung stated flatly that they were marching to the capital. He figured Odin already knew the score that these hunters were contractually his. As long as Junkyung was tied to Asgard, the Chongjin crew was a package deal, and the association couldn't touch them. Choi Yun-sung pressed him, asking, Okay, but what happens after that? Jun Kyung replied that he had a job for them, but he wasn't about to act like a tyrant. He wasn't forcing anyone's hand. Great power, great responsibility, you know the drill. He just needed them to do their job. The girl vanished, and suddenly the dragon's erratic heart in his chest stabilized. Finally, the ability was primed and ready for launch. The only question left, how OP was he now? He calculated that even if Hercules went full berserk mode, he could take him down. Jun Kyung realized he was leveling up at an insane rate. A guard interrupted his thoughts, announcing that a rep from the association was here for a face-to-face. Turns out it was an old buddy, the bald hunter Song Gu-yun. They dabbed up and exchanged greetings. Jun Kyung mentioned that if this mission worked out, he would try to come back. It was a brutal gig, and survival was his only real paycheck. He asked what the association's verdict was. Song Gu-yun dropped the news almost every association member overseas had already been recalled to the country. Jun Kyung was shook. A special gate opening isn't just an event, it is a sign of rebellion. These gates spawn nightmare fuel monsters, and the fallout is catastrophic. And they aren't just popping up here, it is a global phenomenon. Hunters everywhere are retreating to defend their homelands. Even Odin, totally in the dark about what these gates truly meant, had summoned all the heroes. Song Gu-yun added that the emergency meeting dragged on for days. Naturally, Jun Kyung's name came up. The bald hunter noted they were expecting him to return, but nobody expected him to bring back a literal jackpot. Jun Kyung thought to himself that the Cheongjin hunters were definitely worth their weight in gold. The size of the army he now commanded was staggering. But the bald man pointed out the snag: this treasure didn't belong to the state, it belonged to Lee Jun Kyung. Song Gu-yun broke it down. A mana contract is designed to force total servitude. Jun Kyung had imported a massive amount of firepower, and now every single one of them answers only to him, the head of the High League Guild. The kid was painting a giant target on his back. The whole world was about to see him as public enemy number one, mostly because mana contracts and the guild system were like oil and water, total opposites. But Lee Jun Kyung just brushed off the danger. "I'm good," he claimed with zero hesitation. "I've got Asgard watching my six." The guys locked in a tight bro hug. Song Gi-young let out a breath he'd been holding, just grateful his homie had made it back in one piece. Our main character dropped the bomb on the Northerners. This was the end of the road for their little excursion. The hunters nodded down for one last ride. They went full goblin mode, eating, sleeping, and doing absolutely zero. But Jun Kyung warned them to soak it up, cause things were about to get crazy hectic. "Chill while you can," he advised. Sung Hyun pointed at the mystery girl, confused. "Who's she?" the other hunters whispered back in awe. "A straight-up goddess." "Wait, did he fly all the way to China just for her?" In Chong cracked up, dismissing it. "Nah, that's a joke. He didn't hit up Tianjin just to scout Eungyo." Jung In-chang smirked, claiming Jun Kyung was already drowning in ladies, implying Eungyo was just his latest secret stash. Then she froze, realizing what she just said. Wait, did he actually have a roster overseas? How many romantic rivals was she actually fighting? Lee Jun Kyung looked at her, totally clueless about her mental spiral. Meanwhile, Song Gi-young looked like he could literally hear the gears grinding in her head. Suddenly, the crew from Mount Pektu found themselves smack in the middle of the concrete jungle. Jaws dropped. Eyes popped. Total sensory overload. Jun Kyung figured their brains had just short-circuited. He turned to Eungyo. "Handle your people," he ordered. But she was just as frozen. Jun Kyung realized Eungyo was buffering just as hard as the rest of them. It made sense. She was a mountain girl, born and raised. This modern metropolis was probably alien technology to her. He tagged Jung In-chang to guide the Tianjin squad. Then he turned to the beast. "Fenrir," he warned. "Obey In-chang. No beefing with anyone." Suddenly, both Lee Jun Kyung and Fenrir froze. They felt a massive presence, the association president, radiating from the penthouse. Jun Kyung narrowed his eyes. "Time for a lesson," he said. "You've got stuff to learn, Fenrir. No growling at the suits, keep the fangs hidden. You need to be chill, prudent." Fenrir nodded, vowing to play nice. Upstairs, the president welcomed them, scanning the crowd. "You brought quite the entourage, Jun Kyung." He did the math: over 100 hunters, plus 2 absolute heavy hitters at the hero level. Impressive. But there are 3 anomalies here, the president mused. Jun Kyung figured he was clocking Eungyo and Wanghwa as the heroes. So were the anomalies Fenrir and Sangun. "Wait, why 3? The president smirked. "You, Jun Kyung, you're number 3. We need a debrief on this trip," the president said. But first, Song Gi-young stepped up. "Today's the day," he announced. "The kid gets initiated into Asgard. The conference starts now." Jun Kyung was the hot topic, so every hero in Asgard had pulled up. Inside the war room, one hero scoffed. "Why are we even considering this weirdo for Asgard?" Others pushed back. "His stats skyrocketed overnight," they argued. "Plus, he survived China." "Is he actually that insane?" they whispered, disbelief painting their faces. Suddenly, a sensor-type hero stiffened. 3 energy signatures entering. Heimdall, Odin, and something massive. "Is that the rookie? No way he's that strong." The double doors swung open with a bang. Lee Jun-kyung stood in the doorway, radiating power. He scanned the room and smiled. "Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Lee Jun-kyung." Meanwhile, back at the Grind Association reps and Mr. Kim, an old buddy, were camping the gates. They were glued to the spot, waiting for the squad to bounce back. On the flip side, the Mount Pegtu crew stood tall. Mr. Kim dapped up the White Tigers group. "Solid work, everyone." The young leader thanked them. "Thanks for waiting. We speedran that dungeon. Should make cleanup a breeze for the civilians now." Kim noticed something different about this squad. Good vibes, insane skills. Eungjeo wiped sweat from her brow. Any gates left? She was itching for round 2. Mr. Kim blinked. "I mean, sure, but don't you guys need a nap?" "We don't do breaks," she shot back. "Point us to the next raid." Inside a special gate, Jung In-chang was in the zone, bathed in blood, hacking through a swarm of winged nightmares. Her patron Prince Charming was juicing her stats like crazy. Gonza, the ogre, was throwing hands, smashing skulls, while Hyunmoo picked off targets like a sniper. The doctor unleashed hell-shredding monsters with pure magic boosted by the Great Doctor of the East. Lee Jun-kyung spun his spear, a blur of steel taking on an entire mob solo. In-chang grinned. They were crushing it because they were elites, and their patrons were watching them like it was the Super Bowl. The protagonist nodded. "S-rank monsters, please. We're tearing through this like tissue paper." Lee Jun-kyung clocked the pattern immediately as their power leveled up the gates, mutated into something far more twisted. Mana wasn't just existing, it was drowning the world. And the apocalypse. It wasn't a maybe, it was on the itinerary. He noted that the doctor and In-chang had absolutely crushed it so far. But the tutorial mode was over. They needed to grind harder than ever. In-chang sensed the vibe shift, asking where Lee was headed. Was this pep talk actually a goodbye present? Lee shrugged it off like he was booking a flight, claiming he was just gonna globetrot for a bit. The girl looked shook. Dude just dropped a doom prophecy, with a face like stone, and now he's planning a gap year. I mean, sure, the guy earned some PTO, but the timing was wild. In-chang nodded, realizing burnout is real, and respected the move. But then the young man dropped the real instructions for the squad. From this moment on, they were drafting into the White Tiger group. And since Fenrir was already on the roster, Lee told the Beast to babysit the team. Those allies would be clutched down the line. To his friends, he framed it as a vacay, just checking out for a bit. But internally, it wasn't leisure. It was a mission only a time traveler could handle. Zero choice involved. It was time to face Odin. Fast forward a few days, and he snagged the keys to the Bifrost from Song Yoon. The bald guy looked nervous, telling him to watch his back out there. Nobody expected Odin to sign off on this joyride. But Lee smirked. He'd cut a deal with the god, trading the one thing Odin couldn't resist. The Bifrost is usually VIP, only Odin doesn't share toys. But that intel Lee dropped was the golden ticket that cracked the gates open. The currency, info on the man in black. Fresh back from China, Lee had whispered something in Odin's ear, a story that completely flipped the script on what the survivors claimed. He told the president that a shadowy figure, dubbed the Man in Black, was cooking up a disaster. This guy didn't just break China. He turned it into a graveyard and wiped a Heavenly Lake village off the map. That tea was hot enough to get Odin's full attention. The president agreed they needed to dox this villain immediately and figure out his endgame. Asgard pledged full sponsorship for the mission. We're talking the entire realm, actively backing the loser. Cut to the arrival, a knight stood there, claiming he'd been counting the seconds until the hero showed up. Lee played the humble card, calling it an insane honor to meet the lone knight Lancelot. He acted like this was way above his pay grade, figuring they'd send some mid-level HR rep from the council. Lancelot looked down his nose, saying he actually pitied the kid, dropping a backhanded compliment about finally seeing the loser in the flesh. This guy wasn't a nobody, he was a legit knight of the Round Table. The Round Table Council, secret British society, weird vibes. While other guilds are out there gaslighting humanity, acting like saviors, the council just chills in the shadows watching the chaos. They're stacked with power, but they never lift a finger. Not heroes, not villains, just observers. And the nuclear reactor powering this whole operation is Merlin herself. But even if you subtract Merlin, the council is no joke, because they command the Order of the Knights. These knights are built different, way stronger than your average hero, and they've been the secret MVPs in every British crisis. Throughout history, Lancelot mentioned that Merlin was actually checking for Lee, and now the whole squad was dying to know who this loser really was. Lee caught the vibe instantly. Lancelot was looking at him with pure venom. It definitely had jealous over Merlin written all over it. Everyone knew Lancelot was down bad for Merlin, but she ghosted his feelings, and that totally wrecked their dynamic. The guy wasn't evil or a snake. He was just wildly codependent. It was so obvious that the council's gossip usually revolved around his drama. Lee stated he was just there to honor his pinky promise to Merlin. Then he stepped up, clarifying this was official business. He acknowledged Lancelot was trying to big bro him, but the knight was stepping way out of line. If a knight can't check his own attitude, does he even deserve the title? That line hit a nerve. Lancelot snapped the audacity of this guy. Lee calculated his next move, betting Merlin was live streaming this whole interaction. The only blind spot she had was the dorms. The knight sneered, claiming he didn't care about the loser's clout or lack of it, but he wasn't going to let the disrespect slide. Boom! Merlin materialized in the room, commanding Lancelot to chill, pointing out he was treating her VIP like trash. Lancelot saw red, completely losing it, and challenged the loser to a 1 versus 1 right there. Merlin was livid had he lost his mind, but he just smirked, accepted the invite, and told them to lead the way to the dojo. The other knights weren't shocked. Lancelot was starting drama, but a real fight. It had been a minute. They assumed Lancelot, as usual, was gonna sweep. But who was the new guy, that loser from Asgard? The two fighters squared up in the center of the arena. Lancelot sized him up, another spear user, but mentally noted that the loser's form looked amateur at best. Lancelot played to the crowd, thanking everyone for watching the beatdown. Lee looked around, genuinely confused, asking, "Is this guy a knight or a stand-up comic? Because looking at this circus act, I'm thinking, sir, might be the wrong title." The protagonist had heard rumors that duels in these parts weren't just for show killing. The opponent was actually on the table. He asked if those hardcore rules applied here. Lancelot gave a cold nod, confirming that yeah, the young man's life was officially up for grabs. He considered showing mercy, maybe sparing the loser's dignity, but then he hesitated. Why bother? Lee Jun-kyung read the room instantly. Judging by the trash talk, this guy was drowning in his own ego. A total narcissist. A fraud wearing armor. Sir Lancelot, please. The knight spat a curse and launched himself like a missile at his opponent. Lee Jun-kyung recalled the lore, Lancelot, the lone wolf, who ends fights in a single breath. Okay, the rumors weren't hype. The strike was heavy, ignoring the guy's trash personality. A legit battlefield beast. Clang spears smashed head-on. The shockwave of raw energy was absolutely massive. The gallery gasped. Did the rookie just tank Lancelot's signature move with a casual block? Unheard of. Impossible. Lancelot froze, eyes wide. Why couldn't he budge? Someone finally stepped in to cut the tension. That's a wrap. Enter Gawain, Knight of the Round Table. Lee Jun-kyung studied him. Smooth talker, graceful moves. But don't let the elegance fool you. This was the Green Knight, a hunter fully awakened. Legend says he held the gates alone, painted head to toe in monster guts. Hence the grim nickname. Lee Jun-kyung lowered his weapon. No beef with this guy. He raised his spear, signaling the show was over. Gawain didn't miss a beat, lecturing Lancelot cold. Check yourself, know your limits, and respect who you're up against. Lancelot hissed back. He disrespected me. Gawain ignored the tantrum, signaling Galahad to scrape Lancelot off the floor. Lancelot hung his head. Game over. Lee Jun-kyung nodded internally. Gawain was the real deal, sharp as a tack. He had clocked everyone's power levels from the start. Meanwhile, Gawain was reeling, deflecting Lancelot's magic nuke with one hit. Insane. A new star just went supernova in Asgard. The whispers were true, this kid actually dusted Hercules. Back with Merlin, the protagonist set boundaries. One time only. He took the fight because he wanted the smoke, sure, but no sequels. Let's be real, Merlin runs the round table like a puppet master. The knights move when she pulls the strings. If she hadn't silently greenlit this beatdown, he never would have crossed blades with Lancelot. The protagonist only stepped into the arena because she allowed it. Of course our hero had his own agenda. Lee Jun-kyung said he was settling a score. Merlin smirked. Straight shooter, aren't you? You agreed because you personally wanted to throw hands with Lancelot. I've got an ego too, Lee Jun-kyung shot back. I'm a proud man. But truthfully, I needed to test my leveling after the China arc. Consider the debt paid. He looked at her. You got what you wanted, right? We're square. Plus your boy Lancelot just got a free lesson in humility. Merlin had calculated every move. She knew the hero wouldn't drop. She needed Lancelot to take that loss. She realized the kid was playing 4D chess smarter than she gave him credit for. She desperately wanted Lancelot humbled. Merlin knew Sir Lancelot had god-tier potential, but was drowning in obsession and arrogance. He needed a wake-up call to evolve. The young man was just the hammer she used to crack his ego. Merlin nodded, accepting the payment. Poof. The next second, Merlin shifted, shrinking into a young boy. You're not off the hook, yet the kid chirped. You made a promise. Did he keep his word? Lee Jun-kyung stiffened. He wasn't looking at a random kid. King Arthur was in the building. A blade materialized in the protagonist's grip. He held it out. Arthur's face twisted in rage. You mocking me? Is this Excalibur? Lee Jun-kyung said calmly. Just grab the hilt. The boy snatched it, scoffing. You, claiming this decorative toothpick with a little magic inside, is the legendary blade. Don't insult me, Arthur spat. Pathetic trick. You really thought I'd buy this. Suddenly, Merlin manifested right next to Arthur. The kid jumped, but then the vibe around the sword shifted. Arthur stared. Could it be? The real deal, the curse felt? Gone. Even Merlin looked shook. They actually separated. Lee Jun-kyung hit them with a grin. Promise kept. It actually worked, Arthur whispered, stunned. Lee Jun-kyung added, hate to break it to you, but that's a knockoff. Built it to scam your boss, the Lady of the Lake. Patron saints have selective vision. Keep 'em happy and they don't look too close. Merlin and Arthur blinked, totally confused. What? Wait, Merlin frowned. The lady ordered us to fetch Excalibur, but we were flying blind. Knew nothing about it, except the shape. Merlin realized what happened. You knew the specs of Excalibur, and forged a decoy to fool a god. Li Junqiang nodded. The sword of the lake Excalibur has been marinating in that water for centuries, soaking up mana. Knowing the lore, I was able to patchwork this replica enough to pass inspection. Arthur looked at the blade. It's a fake, but we're free. Merlin's expression darkened. For now. Once the lady realizes she's been played, the clock starts ticking. Arthur snapped, rage flaring at the thought of the curse bouncing back, but Merlin physically checked him before he could explode. Even a replica bought them a ticking clock. But Li Junqiang cut in. It wasn't about time. It was about totally finessing the patron. And if the truth dropped, the blade still held leverage. That nasty hex wouldn't kick in as long as they stayed tethered to the round table. The patron planted that curse for one reason, to force them into hunting down the real Excalibur. But Junqiang's part, done and dusted. Arthur wasn't having it, claiming he was tanking way more damage from this curse than Merlin ever did. He was trapped in a pint-sized kid's body while Merlin was just body snatching. No wonder the guy had such a massive attitude problem. Junqiang decided to drop a bonus bomb. He'd give them the chords for the actual legit Excalibur. Cut to Hercules' power fully restored, fighting like a savage beast. His opponent totally unbothered, cool as ice. Wielding a mystic blade, the guy mocked Hercules for moving in slow motion. The demigod got absolutely wrecked, dropping to one knee in defeat. The victor towered over him, blade gleaming. Hercules gasped, demanding to know what kind of monster weapon that was. Just a recent pickup, the man shrugged. Hercules stared, stunned that anyone could just casually wield something that powerful. Wounded and leaking magic aura, Hercules listened as the man declared his debt paid. He'd done enough to squash the beef for breaking their deal. Hercules realized he was actually off the hook. No punishment coming. But the man clarified that pardon was only from him. Athena still wanted a piece of Hercules for the screw-up. Hercules whipped his head around. Athena was right there. How long had she been lurking in the shadows? He hadn't even clocked her presence. The sword wielder spoke up. Athena, something on your mind. Athena stepped forward with intel. She reminded him about the inquiry regarding the loser. Fresh back from China, the target had hopped a flight to the United Kingdom. Motives, currently a total mystery. But he made contact with the round table. The man ordered eyes on the loser and told Hercules to quit slacking on his training. Athena and Hercules bowed, swearing loyalty to Zeus. Back in the room, Arthur's eyes went wide. Wait, does that mean Zeus has Excalibur? Junqiang nodded. Arthur couldn't wrap his head around it. Zeus was already packing the lightning bolt of Olympus. Why would he need Excalibur too? Junqiang looked baffled. Where did everyone get this twisted idea about the king of gods? What lightning bolt? Junqiang asked. Arthur bristled. Why was this guy talking to him like they were homies? The rookie shot back that Arthur dropped the formalities first. Was it really that deep? Arthur demanded to know the plan for retrieving Excalibur. Junqiang blinked, genuinely confused. Why are you asking me? He dropped the location. The rest was a DIY project. Arthur fumed. Junqiang had promised a solution. Junqiang checked the receipts. The request was to find the sword capable of shattering the curse. Mission accomplished. Now run him his money. Arthur argued that Zeus wasn't exactly the type to just hand over a legendary weapon. Junqiang shrugged. Merlin would figure an angle. She was the brains of the operation after all. Defeated, Arthur asked what the price tag was for this service. Junqiang figured Merlin was already deep in a strategy session on how to snatch that sword back. No point explaining 4D chess to a musclehead like Arthur. The rookie said he'd save the details for when Merlin got back. Right on cue, Merlin materialized in the doorway, announcing they were ready to talk business. Junqiang laid it out cold. He wanted Merlin and Arthur alive. He needed their absolute trust, which meant following his every command if they wanted to make it out in one piece. Done deal. Call it even. Arthur blinked, looking totally lost. Hold on. One debt, but you're demanding two favors. The math ain't mathing. The rookie smirked. Unless you're eager to die today, that would be a total waste. Merlin nodded slowly, but his eyes demanded answers. Junqiang's voice dropped an octave. Something massive is coming. A mutated gate and twisted mana. Don't tell me you two didn't feel that shift in the atmosphere. That's why you rallied the round table, isn't it? Merlin sighed. Spot on. The magical density across Great Britain is spiking like crazy, all because of that gate. Junqiang cut in grim. And trust me, that's just the first wave. More are coming. Merlin raised a brow. Is this the catastrophic event you warned us about? But why the condition for us to survive? The hunter shook his head. The real event isn't the arrival. It's when every single special gate vanishes. We need to prep for that fallout. Cut to a desolate wasteland. Arthur cracked his knuckles. My private training ground. Even the council is in the dark about this spot. He dropped into a stance. Let's dance. You feel different, kid? Stronger. Since we last threw down. Junqiang gripped his weapon. He wasn't the same rookie anymore. The hunter locked eyes with the king. Have you ever fought the lightning? User Arthur froze. You. Just gonna ask that. Straight up. Do you have a death wish? Junkyung didn't flinch. I just want the truth. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Yes. Good enough for me, Junkyung roared, launching a preemptive strike. He lunged, driving his spear straight for the kill. Too slow. Arthur sidestepped effortlessly. This isn't just sparring, Junkyung realized. It's a reality check. I need to go all out. His spear ignited. Roaring flames blessed by the fire monarch himself engulfed the steel. Not bad, Arthur admitted, impressed. Junkyung gritted his teeth. The king was a monster, but he wouldn't fold. Just one hit. That's all I need. He coiled his muscles for the next strike, wrapping his spear in a vortex of fire magic. Arthur's eyes widened. Is he absorbing ambient mana? The dragon's heart pulsed, unleashing a torrent of power. What is that? Arthur shouted. Junkyung screamed. Solar flare. Magnificent, Arthur whispered. Then the world exploded. The king countered with his signature move. Oops. Arthur scratched his head awkwardly. My bad. Haven't felt this rush in ages. Might have overdone it. Junkyung hit the dirt, face first. KO. Arthur loomed over him. You asked about white lightning earlier. Right now, you'd be vaporized. But, Arthur smirked. Maybe, just maybe, you're the one who can take down Zeus. Sunset. Junkyung groaned, waking up. His body screamed for rest. I'm alive. Must be Merlin's healing magic. He flexed his hands. Healed. Sure, he got crushed, but a grin crept onto his face. I landed one. I actually touched him. His spear had grazed the head of the round table. Proof undeniable he was leveling up. Is Master Junkyung here? Gawain's voice boomed. Merlin told me you'd returned. To save Great Britain from doom, I hear. He bowed slightly. And again, apologies for my subordinate's disrespect earlier. You're a righteous man. Reliable. Junkyung waved it off. Water under the bridge, Sir Gawain. But you didn't come all this way just to chat, did you? Gawain's eyes twinkled. I heard about your brawl with Arthur yesterday. Fighting the king. That's a dream I can never chase. So, Gawain gripped his hilt. Fight me in his place, Junkyung smiled. You're on. I've been wanting to measure your strength anyway. Is this an English thing? Junkyung sighed. They're all battle junkies. Since arriving at the council, he'd thrown hands with Galahad, Lancelot, and now Gawain. Realizing the pattern, Gawain chuckled, dropping the formalities. One quick match. I came for Excalibur, Junkyung thought, taking his stance. Ended up in a fight club. Later, Merlin tossed him a shimmering necklace. A little boost for your stats. Keep it close, you're gonna need it. First the support from China, now this. Junkyung nodded. Thanks, Merlin. I owe you. If you find the time Merlin started, could you visit the Nile? The Nile. Junkyung's mind flashed back to Iniba, the troublemaker. Why bring him up now? He remembered last year after the brutal injury. During the Great Warrior Battle. Iniba had found him offering sanctuary in the Nile. Rumor was the kid got grounded for it. I see you remember him, Merlin smiled. That desperate kid. He begged me to get you two in a room. On the banks of the Nile. His travel ban is lifted. Junkyung paused. The round table stays neutral, which means they'll spread the warning about the apocalypse. My work here is finished, he realized. But I've got one loose end. He glanced at Merlin. I'll think about it. Then his gaze locked onto Arthur. With his mind set on going all out for the cataclysm, the protagonist steps into the shop expecting to find Park Yoo-jin. Instead, a stranger behind the counter eyes him up. Who are you? Lee Junkyung pauses confused. Isn't this Park Yoo-jin's turf? She gives him a once-over, noting he doesn't have the vibe of a shady loan shark or a angry hunter returning a dud potion. Doing the math, she figures he must be a regular customer looking to spend some cash. Not buying, Lee cuts in pressing for answers. Who are you? She shrugs, explaining she's just holding down the fort. Apparently, Yoo-jin explicitly asked her to cover the shift so she wouldn't have to be there. The young hero clarifies, I'm here because her older brother sent me. Recognition flashes in the girl's eyes. Yoo-jin had actually briefed her about him. Then she drops the bombshell. Yoo-jin joined Olympus. Lee's blood runs cold. The timeline. It's shifted again. That move wasn't supposed to happen yet. Why the rush? A heavy realization hits him. This butterfly effect is all his fault. History isn't just changing, it's spiraling. Lee whips out his phone and dials the one person he needs right now. Jung-in Chang picks up sounding way too chill while lounging on a beach somewhere. What's the emergency? Gear up, Lee orders, cutting straight to the chase. I need you here. Now. Song Guyan has the details. Get the whole squad to Egypt except the White Tigers. In Chang doesn't hesitate. She's game. Staying put was boring her to tears anyway. She hits up Balder immediately, dropping her location pin Egypt. Song Guyan is floored. Egypt In Chang keeps it vague but serious. Just got business to handle. Is this cataclysm stuff? Guyan presses. In Chang's voice drops. Might be something way worse. Heimdall chimes in with a warning. Warping there unannounced is messy. Egypt is a powder keg right now. Her showing up could light a diplomatic fire they can't put out. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung freezes in his tracks on a busy street. Surrounded by armed guards, he slowly raises his hands. A local officer barks, "Why is the dark horse in our territory? What do you know?" The officer realizes the language barrier is a wall and signals for backup. Two figures with painted faces step forward. "We'll take it from here." They command flashing credentials from the executive branch. The Nile is making plays. A young man steps out of the crowd. He introduces himself as the liaison for the Korean Association's Egyptian chapter. "I'm Yoon Kyung-tae," he says, eyes wide. Meeting the hero of Asgard, huge honor. He leans in closer. "HQ already flagged us. They said to expect you touching down today." Lee figures. In Chang pulled strings fast. The squad wasn't kidding about speed. "I've heard the rumors," Lee says, keeping his voice low. "Egypt's unstable. Give me the real scoop." Yoon Kyung-tae nods grimly. "The Nile controls everything," Yoon explains. "But it's split into three distinct factions. Memphis runs the politics. Hermopolis locks down the money. And Heliopolis, they watch the hunters and the association. It's a constant power struggle. Everyone's trying to snatch a piece of the other's pie. Chaos is the baseline here. Heliopolis used to be the top dog holding all the cards. But then, the Horus incident happened, and they took a massive hit." A memory clicks for Lee. Ineb said he was Heliopolis. But what went down? Yoon shakes his head. "Nobody knows the full story. Even our best intel can't crack what really happened. We just know it went down during a gate raid. Ended in total tragedy." Lee recalls Ineb's haunting words. "It was the red ore." He looks Yoon in the eye. "I need to meet a specific hunter first," Lee insists. Name's Ineb. Egyptian captain, heroic rank. Later at the airport, Lee links up with In Chang. "Been a minute," he says, a rare smile breaking through. "Too long," she agrees, gesturing behind her. "But I brought the whole cavalry. Ogre Gonza, Fenrir, and even Dr. Wanhua." A red-haired guy smirks, stepping up. "What, no hello for me?" It's Balder, one of Asgard's heavy hitters. He stretches, looking around. "Haven't had a vacation in ages," notes Odin's right hand. Lee frowns. "Why are you here, Balder?" Balder feigns shock. "Showing your claws already, don't be a buzzkill." "Just kidding," Balder laughs. "Association president sent me. Said the Dark Horse might need some backup to crush this overseas mission. With those special gates popping up back home, we'll wrap this up in record time. So chill out. I'm actually hyped to team up with you." Lee Jun-kyung could feel it in his bones. This trip was destined to be a total disaster. Yoon Kyung-tae dropped the bad news. Their meeting with Anubis, the hunter from the Nile, was dead in the water. Apparently some serious drama had gone down inside the Nile Guild. Jun-kyung racked his brain. What exactly went wrong? Tae explained that Egypt was on lockdown, recalling all its hunters, just like every other nation. And the timing was brutal. Seth, the second in command of Heliopolis, had just returned. With Horus's reputation shattered by the recent incident, Seth was poised to snatch the throne. Our MC didn't bother hiding his anxiety. Tae twisted the knife further. Seth wasn't just a commander. He was currently the strongest hunter in the Nile. Jun-kyung did the math. If the Nile was the shadow power running Egypt, and Seth was their apex predator. The underdog flashed back to his duel with Arthur. He'd gone all out, pushed his limits, and all he managed was a single scratch on the guy's cheek. If Seth sat at the top of Egypt's food chain, just how much more overpowered was he compared to Arthur? Jun-kyung told Mr. Tae to keep spamming those meeting requests to Anubis. They needed a way in no matter what. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a tangent-level sit-down Heimdall versus Odin. Odin played it cool, noting he hadn't pressed for details yet, but he was in the dark about Heimdall's connection to the Dark Horse and the secrets they were burying. Odin admitted the rookie continued to spark his curiosity, but the kid refused to give a straight answer. The association president couldn't wrap his head around why Sung-hyun was treating this rookie with kid gloves. Odin found the level of trust Heimdall placed in the guy totally bizarre. It was like they had decades of history together. Odin needed to know, what was this underdog actually chasing? His motives were a complete black box. Heimdall finally dropped a hint. Lee Jun-kyung's endgame aligned perfectly with Odin's. That got Odin's attention. In that case, he replied, "I'll keep watching." Sung-hyun knew that was his cue. To elaborate, the bald man laid it out. They shared a common enemy destroying the sponsors. The hunters, backed by the ruler beyond the river, were losing their abilities left and right. This was historical, the first time hunters lost powers, while still breathing. The bald man emphasized that this domino effect started the moment the underdog obliterated Gunther. Cut to Jun-kyung and Balder isolated in a private office. Balder cut to the chase. "What's on your mind?" The hero didn't blink. "Which Nile hunter is the mole for Asgard?" He pressed on since the association president personally ordered Balder to be here. How high was the priority on cooperation? Balder admitted that the president's orders were absolute: cooperate and assist with everything he had. Jun-kyung doubled down. "Then I'll ask again. Which hero of the Nile is connected to Asgard?" Balder caved, promising to reach out to his contact. This was highly classified intel. Jun-kyung thought back to Tae's report. Even their best sources had hit a wall. But the protagonist figured if they listened to the manager of the Korean Association's Egypt branch, they were in the right spot. Hero-class hunters. That kind of firepower should be enough. Intel secured Jun Kyung, and the squad pushed forward on their route. The doctor finally asked the million-dollar question, "What is your ultimate goal?" Jun Kyung, Jung In-chang, chimed in, realizing she was clueless too. The doctor theorized that Jun Kyung was always grinding towards something massive, even if he kept his short-term plays close to the vest. No one knew the endgame. You aren't dreaming of world domination. Are you? Jun Kyung flashed a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Actually, world domination is exactly what I'm thinking. In Chang couldn't tell if he was trolling or dead serious with Jun Kyung. The line was always blurry. Suddenly, the protagonist spotted a group cloaked in heavy, dark, demonic energy. "Freeze," he commanded, sensing danger. The leader of the pack beelined straight for Jun Kyung. It was Seth, and his aura was suffocating leagues above Arthur. Seth sized him up. "You the underdog," Jun Kyung nodded. Seth didn't attack. He just wanted a quick word. After Egypt broke from the kingdom, it became the Arab Republic of Egypt. You know your history. Seth schooled him. Egypt was still technically under the kingdom's thumb, ruled by the Nile dynasty. They pulled every string in the country. Jun Kyung cut through the noise. "So you're trying to usurp the dynasty?" Seth confirmed it without hesitation. "You're sharp enough to see the play here." Then Seth threw a curveball. "Want to guess why I need to replace Osiris and take the head seat of the Nile? And what I need to do once I wear the crown?" Jun Kyung paused. Before this, he figured Seth staged the accident, just to grab power. But if this wasn't just about the throne, there was becoming king just a stepping stone. Later, In Chang asked for a debrief on the meeting. Lee Jun Kyung took a breath and spoke. Seth threw the question out there, "What's the endgame?" In Chang pressed for the tea, but our MC was drawing a blank. Seth's true motive, it wasn't even on the map. At first glance, it looked like a classic power grab. But nah, it's way deeper than that. Seth is a walking hazard, sure, but he isn't straight up villainous. He's operating in that morally gray zone, neither hero nor monster. Lee Jun Kyung admitted he couldn't drop a solid answer just yet, and In Chang instantly caught the vibe. Then Balder stepped up looking for Lee Jun Kyung. Looks like everyone wrapped up their side quests. Balder couldn't help but notice Team Underdog is built different. Every single member is flexing Duke-level stats. It makes you wonder why haven't they signed with Asgard? Free agents running around with top-tier classified intel. In this world, nothing screams threat louder than that. In Chang figured this guy was just size-checking them. But Jun Kyung wasn't having it. He shut down the banter real quick, demanding a straight answer to his previous question. Balder finally spilled the beans. Odin gave the direct command to back Lee Jun Kyung 100%. But before they could shake on it, a massive explosion ripped through the sky, right over the skyline, tearing open a dimensional rift. In Chang panicked. A special gate just spawned dead center in the city. She was shook. The rift barely opened, but the mana density was already spiking off the charts. At this velocity, the dungeon break would hit downtown instantly. That's a death sentence for civilians. In Chang screamed at the MC, insisting they seal it before all hell breaks loose. But Lee Jun Kyung just looked at her and told Miss In Chang to chill out. "Right now. Take a breath," he said. She looked at him like he was crazy. How are you going to tell someone to relax when thousands of lives are on the line? They needed action stat. Lee Jun Kyung nodded, but the girl wasn't waiting. She was ready to solo this raid if she had to. Totally confused why Lee Jun Kyung was lagging, when every tick of the clock meant casualties. Then In Chang glanced up. Local hunters were already blitzing toward the rift. And leading the charge, Seth. Lee Jun Kyung reminded her that this is the Nile's turf, and they handle business their own way. But honestly, even he was caught off guard. He didn't expect the big boss to show up on the front lines personally. And just like that, the special gate was wiped. Speedrun strats at their finest. It was clear the guildmaster wasn't outsourcing this one. Even with a high-tier dungeon break, they zeroed the threat with zero collateral damage. Lee Jun Kyung glanced at In Chang, but she just snapped at him to quit playing around. She was still on edge. Lee Jun Kyung, though, he actually gave her props. He knew she only acted that frantic because she's got a hero's heart. Suddenly, a weird noise cut through the air nearby. In Chang sensed trouble and sprinted toward the commotion. When they arrived, the scene was ugly. Local hunters cornering a terrified civilian. She stepped up, demanding to know what the heck they were doing. The hunter scoffed, offended. "You really talking to us with that attitude?" Lee Jun Kyung slid into the frame, asking for a status report. The thugs froze, realizing they were staring down the underdog himself. Wait, is he speaking fluent Arabic? Our MC mentally thanked Merlin's necklace for the auto-translate feature. It's a lifesaver. He pressed them. "Why are you guys manhandling a civilian?" One local hunter stepped up, spitting back that this was none of a foreigner's business. Lee Jun Kyung wasn't budging. "I see you assaulting someone. I can't exactly scroll past that." He demanded details, warning them he's about to report this mess to the association. It didn't matter what the excuse was. Hunters don't get a pass to beat up normies. The local guy laughed. explaining that in Egypt, the power dynamic is a whole different beast. The gap between awakened and regular humans isn't just physical, it's legal. Hunters here can discipline civilians whenever they want, zero consequences. But before he could finish his power trip, Seth materialized on the rooftop next door. Egypt has laws, he stated coldly. The bullies turned pale the second they clocked him. Seth announced that Nile hunters have the authority to police their own kind. And the penalty: instant elimination. In a flash, the corrupt hunters were wiped from existence. Inchong watched, horrified, asking if Seth is actually one of the good guys. I mean, sure, he saved the civilian, but nuking them, isn't that a bit extreme? Lee Jun-kyung realized Seth's play. He was going to intervene regardless of the Nile's politics, and Seth knew it. But instead of letting the MC handle it, Seth executed his own men. It was ruthless. Inchong pressed again. Are you sure we can trust him? The MC admitted he's clueless. Suddenly, Anubis stepped out from the shadows saying, "It's been a minute." Our hero immediately clocked the girl beside him. Who's the plus one? Anubis introduced her as Lamia. Codename, Bastet. The MC had hoped for a private one-on-one sit-down with Anubis, but just as he predicted, eyes from both the Nile and Asgard were locked on them. Anubis cut to the chase. Why did you call me out here? The MC shrugged, claiming no special reason. Then, with a smirk, he announced he was initiating a specific mode, establishing a private frequency only Anub could hear. The rule's verbal responses had to be positive to keep up appearances. Anub was shook. Magic. From this guy, out loud, the protagonist casually mentioned wanting to see Lee Jun-kyung, who immediately clocked it. You're looking thin, man. They feeding you okay, but on the psychic channel, the real question hit. I'm here for the red ore. Is it linked to Hercules' power? Anub played along aloud, claiming the Nile feeds him just fine. Lee Jun-kyung brought up their past city-saving gig. Mentally, is the Horus disaster tied to that ore? Anub confirmed the intel silently, while audibly complaining he's just a picky eater. Lee Jun-kyung pivoted to Numek, the warrior who had his back in the big fight. Is he living good? The mental frequency buzzed again. Did the ore mess up Horus the same way it broke Hercules? Out loud, Anub just chirped that Numek was chill. Got it, Lee Jun-kyung nodded. Balder was standing there totally lost. So you like Numek, huh? Telepathically, is this Seth's fault? Anub laughed off the matchmaking attempt, calling Lee Jun-kyung a total clown, claiming he didn't know Numek's vibe. Lee Jun-kyung caught the drift. Anub wasn't sure if Seth was the villain yet. Loudly, he suggested they'd make a cute couple. Need a wingman? Anub played the game saying that would be solid. Yeah, could use the help. Lee Jun-kyung grinned, locking in a date code for a tactical meetup. Balder was spiraling. Did Lee Jun-kyung really drag them here just to play Cupid? Using Asgardian resources for dating advice, Odin was gonna flip his lid. Lee Jun-kyung just smirked. Is Odin really that rigid? He assured Balder the All-Father would be hyped with the results later. Trust the process. The protagonist declared his Egyptian business wrapped up. We bounce in 3 days. I just need 72 hours to tie up loose ends. Then the million-dollar question. Who's the mole in the Nile? Balder sighed. You already met him. Cut to a secluded spot away from prying eyes. Anub slid in, admitting he was running behind. Sorry, had a tail. The young man didn't flinch. Anub looked around nervously. Eyes are everywhere. Lee Jun-kyung stayed cool. Pay attention to the vibe shift. Don't sweat it. Barriers up. He'd popped a protective dome like it was nothing. Space distortion active. We're invisible. Anub was floored. You actually wield magic. But he hesitated. The Eye of Osiris sees all though. Nowhere to hide from that thing. Lee Jun-kyung considered it. Even with Merlin's juice flowing through him. Could they pierce the veil? Maybe not 100%. Let's cut the chatter and get to work. Why am I here? Anub dropped the bomb. Horus is in a coma. It's the red ore. That cursed rock packed insane energy, rivaling the power Hercules unleashed in their duel. It started when Seth brought the ore in. Lee Jun-kyung paused. They found it already. The timeline was shifting. That artifact turns monsters into absolute units. Stat boosts are off the charts. They'd run tests trying to harness the juice. Success rates spiked, amplifying power like crazy. But there was a catch. Zero control. It's unstable. Anub explained. They had to shut it all down. Lee Jun-kyung mused. Madness is poison. Even the hunters couldn't crack the code. Hercules was the outlier, the only beast capable of surfing that wave of insanity without drowning. Horus volunteered, Anub revealed. The heir to the throne, treating himself like a lab rat, used his own body. Lee Jun-kyung frowned. Same scenario, Anub nodded. They tried to stop him, but Horus was dead set on taking the risk. Why chase that kind of power? Lee Jun-kyung asked. Seth came the reply. Even though Horus was next in line, Seth was making a power play. Constant beef between Osiris and Seth. Horus needed an edge to check Seth's strength. The protagonist analyzed the board. Is Seth running the Nile really that dangerous? From his point of view, Seth didn't seem like a villain. Just an outcast hungry for the crown. Just typical royal drama. If it was just a throne war, that's simple. Wrong, Anub corrected. Horus is a saint. He actually planned to give the throne to Seth. Out of nowhere, Seth's voice cut through the air, demanding to know who he'd visited first. He was closing in on them fast. Junkyung figured Seth had been tailing Anubis, but this didn't add up. Merlin's barrier should have been bulletproof. Junkyung called it out. Seth had been lurking there the whole time. Seth dropped a fake apology for eavesdropping, claiming he just had a quick question. Seth admitted he knew Horus tried to dump the throne on him, but that didn't matter. He was dead set on mastering this chaotic power. He needs control, but for what endgame Anubis spilled the tea, Horus claimed someone else was pulling Anubis's strings. Seth's eyes narrowed as he asked how many people knew about that. Anubis kept it 100, just him. Seth wasn't buying it. Anubis clarified he dropped that info way before the red ore experiments even started. Maybe Horus leaked it to someone else, but who knows. Junkyung noticed Seth had been totally chill up until this second. But now, the guy was radiating pure anxiety. It looked like Horus was actually onto something. Junkyung decided it was time to split, telling Anubis to bounce. As for helping Horus, he said he'd sleep on it. No promises though, better not to get their hopes up. Seth chimed in, basically ordering Anubis to get lost. The kid agreed to obey the command. Junkyung realized that once Anubis locked onto a decision, there was no stopping him. Seth turned back, saying they needed to have a little chat. He confessed he'd been keeping tabs on Junkyung. Junkyung shot back that he knew he was being watched, but didn't expect Seth to be breathing down his neck. Then he dropped the big question, is Asgard backing you? Flashback to Baldur's warning about meeting a spy. Since Seth is gunning for the throne, him teaming up with Asgard makes total sense. Seth smirked, admitting Junkyung wasn't completely off the mark. But he wasn't exactly right either. Seth clarified he wasn't some spy, it was just a mutual partnership. Junkyung called out the shocking confession. But the real question remained, who is the mastermind behind Seth? Who's the puppet master in the shadows? Seth laughed, agreeing the rumors were true. Junkyung really did have nerves of steel. Junkyung analyzed Seth's stance, the way he gripped his blade screamed Asgard. But there was still a missing piece to this puzzle. That meant someone was powerful enough to control the leader of a massive organization. Junkyung realized his odds of winning this were basically zero. He'd have to gamble his life on this one. Seth grinned, saying things were finally getting fun. He added that snagging the red ore wasn't an accident. The clash was inevitable. Both fighters drew their weapons. Junkyung knew he only stood a chance, thanks to the skills from the Knights of the Round Table. He triggered a skill, barely dodging Seth's strike. Seth paused, admitting his eyes hadn't deceived him. Junkyung was actually the real deal. And the red ore finding him, that wasn't luck. That mysterious man set it up on purpose. Seth said now Junkyung should understand his first move as the future king. Junkyung called him out. Seth was nothing but a cheap knockoff. It was pathetic to see him try to act like he was on the same level. A hunter famous for terrorizing others versus one trying to redeem his shame, no comparison. The moment our hero looked at Seth, he saw the aura of a straight-up demonic king. Junkyung accused him of wanting the Nile and the crown just to become a total dictator. Seth busted out laughing, confirming he was absolutely right. Later, Junkyung couldn't stop wondering if Asgard knew about Seth's shadow boss. If Asgard didn't know, they never would have let him roam free like this. Or maybe they're banking on Junkyung keeping his mouth shut. In-chang walked in asking why Junkyung was still up. She insisted that Seth gave off majorly bad vibes. She didn't buy his good guy act. It might just be a gut feeling, but she trusted it. His public face and his real personality were like Jekyll and Hyde. The whole thing felt like a performance. Junkyung only caught on to that last night. This girl's intuition was seriously next level. Baldur was still confused about Junkyung's moves. Our protagonist played dumb, pretending not to get it. Then, Baldur dropped the bomb, the liberator of Asgard he mentioned earlier. That was Seth. That morning, Seth abruptly cut off all intel sharing with Asgard. The reason, the outer god. What was Junkyung planning? He told them he was crashing the Nile's debate. At the venue, the welcoming committee was hyping them up, saying it was an honor to meet Asgard's heroes. Junkyung played the part perfectly. He smiled, saying he was glad to be back. Today, he was officially rolling up as Asgard's representative. The host noted they'd been expecting them. Junkyung thought to himself that dropping Odin's name was a galaxy brain move. So far, the plan was flawless. Junkyung had successfully infiltrated the heart of the Nile. Seth materialized up ahead. Lee Junkyung froze, trying to read the guy what was up with that twisted look on his face. The clock was ticking, and he needed to execute the plan now. Junkyung whipped around to Bastet. Where's Horus hiding? I'm going in. I'm gonna cure him, the rookie declared. Suddenly, Ineb stepped out of the shadows, locking eyes with Bastet to beg a favor. You're Horus's right hand. Let the dark horse work his magic. Bastet didn't hesitate. She gave the nod and kicked into high gear. Ineb trailed her, praying this gamble wouldn't blow up in their faces. Junkyung and Baldur sprinted to keep up. Baldur's mind raced. If they didn't pull this off, they were all dead meat. If push came to shove, he'd have to play his ace card and force a truce between Asgard and the Nile. In-chang whispered to Bastet, "What are the odds they spot us?" Bastet didn't sugarcoat it. They already know we're here. The real question is, can the Dark Horse actually pull off a miracle? Jun Kyung scoffed. Little late to be asking that now. He couldn't promise a win, but he was going all in. No guarantees in this game. But if he choked, there'd be no stopping Seth's rampage. Suddenly, government suits blocked the path. Halt. They couldn't believe these kids were crazy enough to storm the heart of the Nile. Bastet stepped up, eyes cold. Clear the way. Now, I really don't want to hurt you, so don't make me get violent. One hunter stepped forward confused. Bastet, why you can still turn back? Xing Bastet drew her blades instantly, knocking the guards out cold before they could blink. In Chang gasped. Whoa, why'd you drop them? They trusted you. They could have helped. Bastet sheathed her weapons. That's exactly why. Jun Kyung cut in, explaining the play. She's actually protecting them. If we mess this up, anyone helping us becomes a target. In Chang hung her head. My bad. Didn't see the big picture. Jun Kyung smirked internally. Merlin's necklace was coming in clutch. Finally, Jun Kyung, his squad, and the Nile crew reached the massive gate. Horus is right behind that door, Bastet announced. She turned to Numek. Can you hold the line here? If you don't trust me, walk away right now. No hard feelings. Numek stood tall. It's an honor to fight beside you, Bastet. Bastet saw the fire in her eyes. When we pull this off, Numek added, I want Ineb by my side. Ineb grinned. Then we definitely won't fail. In Chang clenched her fist. Failure isn't an option. Our MC couldn't agree more. They pushed through the tunnel, squinting as light flooded the exit. A woman stood next to a sarcophagus, aura radiating. I knew you'd come for my son. Ineb bowed low. Lady Isis. Jun Kyung's eyes widened. He knew that name. Osiris was the big boss of the Nile, and Isis was his queen, the mother of Horus, and easily top 3 strongest in the entire region. Don't take another step, Isis commanded. The air around her crackled with energy lighting up the cavern. Jun Kyung sensed the shift immediately. A barrier. Just walking up to her wasn't gonna fly. There was a monster lurking in the Nile. Isis softened slightly. My son speaks highly of you, Ineb. He said you'd find the one person who could save him. She pierced Ineb with a look. Do you truly believe this is the man to save my boy? With my life, Ineb replied, without flinching. Isis turned her gaze to our protagonist. And you, are you actually capable of this? The honest answer, no. I can't promise a miracle, Jun Kyung admitted, but I'm gonna fight like hell to save him. That was enough. Isis dropped the barrier. Listen closely. The moment that sarcophagus opens, the seal breaks. You have exactly 30 minutes. After that, it's over. We can't reseal it. If you fail, nobody leaves this tomb alive. Jun Kyung stepped forward. Good thing I don't plan on dying today. Meanwhile, Seth sensed the shift. The Dark Horse has started, he thought, and Isis is guarding them. Isis, his first love. He still had a war to win, but he couldn't believe he was actually hesitating over old feelings. He shook it off. Seth turned to his army. Listen up, today the uprising begins. Today the throne of the Nile becomes mine. He locked eyes with Anubis. Rally the jackals. March on Horus's location. Anubis tilted his head. And your orders, sir? The rebel smirked darkly. I'm going to slit the pharaoh's throat. Osiris is already shaking in his boots. It's time to end our toxic little history. Anubis, leaking dark energy like a broken reactor, grinned. I shall reap the harvest of souls. Back in the tomb, Jun Kyung barked orders. Mr. Manhwa, keep his power in check. The doctor nodded, rushing to the sarcophagus where the Prince of the Nile lay waiting. Baldur looked at the protagonist, sweating. Can you really do this? The young man didn't look back. I have to. Jun Kyung is officially handing over the keys. He's putting full trust in Inchang Fenrir and Hyun Mu to hold the line. The hero's support group locks in, swearing they won't fumble the bag. Wenhua gives the green light. Prep work is 100% done. Jun Kyung figures Baldur can handle the boss fight with Seth. It's go time for Horus's treatment. Once the procedure starts, Jun Kyung is going to be a sitting duck. He has to have blind faith that his squad will keep the enemies off his back. He steps up to the sarcophagus. This isn't just healing a patient. He's securing a god-tier ally. We're talking about Isis here. With her on the team fighting, the entire Nile region isn't a suicide mission anymore. The odds just shifted. Then he does something absolutely unhinged. Jun Kyung ignites his spear and drives that blazing tip straight into Horus's chest. Isis loses her mind. She screams and lunges at Jun Kyung, eyes burning with pure motherly rage. But Anubis intercepts, body blocking her charge. She screams at the warrior to move, but Wenhua cuts in. Chill out and watch closely, she warns. Suddenly, the scene flips. Mana starts swirling around the spear, wrapping Horus's body in a mystical cocoon. Isis is shook. Is that spear actually sucking up the corruption? The dragon's bloodstone is literally feasting on the red madness. Jun Kyung feels that toxic energy flooding into his own veins. It's a total deja vu of the England raid. Back then, the dragon bloodstone nearly cooked his brain. It was a bad trip he barely survived. But he's leveled up since then. Using the dragon's heart, he's tanking the madness like a pro. The heart drains the toxicity from the stone. Those bloody bandages on Horus, they're turning white again. He's being cleansed. The corruption courses through every inch of Junkyung, but just healing Horus isn't enough. To clap Seth, he needs to take this to the next level. He flips the energy flow, deciding to devour every single drop of that madness for himself. It's evolution time. He's growing a dragon's heart. His body convulses, shaking from the raw power surging inside. Wenhua is floored. Junkyung is completely absorbing that red magic. In-chang watches her teammates sweating bullets. Isis finally clicks. The curse that was eating her son alive is flowing straight into the dark horse. Horus is safe. Meanwhile, Nephthys is down for the count, screaming in agony as her systems crash. In-E rushes in with a potion, forcing the brew down her throat. Nephthys reboots instantly. "I'm good," she gasps. She asks about Bastet, but the situation is grim. Anubis has Bastet by the throat, choking her out with dark demonic energy. Isis screams for him to stop the rampage. Anubis just tosses Bastet aside like a rag doll and locks eyes with Isis. Bastet hits the dirt totally motionless. That's when the jackals step up, pledging absolute loyalty to their dark master. "Harvest them," Anubis commands. Isis yells out orders: "Protect Horus and the Dark Horse at all costs." In-A and Nephthys acknowledge the mission. In-Chang and Wenhua brace themselves. It's about to get messy. Wenhua rushes to stabilize Bastet, while the admin NPCs charge at Seth. Huge mistake. Seth obliterates them with a curse. "Pathetic," he scoffs. "You don't even recognize your new king standing right in front of you." He calls out his brother, claiming he's the only one with the main character energy to rule the Nile. Cut to Asgard. Odin's turf. Everything here runs on ancient, unbreakable laws. Odin kicks off the council meeting. The T-Seth has officially gone rogue and started a rebellion. Even if the Nile floods, they gotta keep it under control. Odin says today's agenda is strictly about the river crisis. Balder patches in via video link. "We're engaging Seth now. The war is on." Odin gives the green light. Back on the field, Seth and Balder are staring each other down. The tension is palpable. "Didn't expect to see you here," Seth admits. Feelings mutual, Balder shoots back. Seth smirks. So Asgard is finally making a move. He powers up his sword. Time for a warm-up before the main event. He admits Balder is strong, and they clash. Meanwhile, Anubis's jackals are closing in on the squad blades drawn. In-Chang grips her massive two-hander. She is absolutely not here to play games. Whoosh, her strikes are so fast the jackals get launched into the air. Wenhua doubles back to assist. The doc realizes every single enemy is a hero-class hunter, but In-Chang, she's shredding them like paper. She's cracked. Save the applause, In-Chang grunts, eyeing the horde. Focus on the kill. Isis unleashes hell, torching attackers and scattering them like bowling pins. It's brutal efficiency. Anubis steps through the chaos. "Clear out," he orders his minions. "She's mine." He smirks at the goddess. "You really think you can hold that barrier up while 1v1? Ingmi," Isis realizes with horror. She can't. Mid-brawl with Anubis's goons, the squad spots a glitch. The barrier is down. It's go time. They flood in thinking it's an easy win, but Yuan knows better. Big mistake. They aren't rushing into a breach. They're sprinting straight into a meat grinder, because Fenrir is waiting. Boom, a massive snow beast materializes out of nowhere, catching those jackals completely off guard. It's a massacre. Fenrir shreds everything in range. Inaba signals the counterattack. This is their window to wipe out every single survivor. Meanwhile, Seth is still locked in a deathmatch with Balder. He calls him out. Balder is still holding back, hiding his real strength. Impressive restraint, Seth taunts. But ultimately, a total waste of time. He's only doing this for his brother. But the talking stops now. Seth flips the switch. Dark, demonic energy erupts, coating his entire body. Balder's internal alarm bells go off. He was just trying to stall, but one slip up against this. He's dead. But then Odin chimes in. The All-Father wants blood. Asgard's command is absolute. Balder has no choice, he locks in. Seth blitzes him instantly. Balder barely tracks the movement, but he spots a flaw. Seth's weakness. He doesn't control the territory. Time to show him the gap between a pretender and a god with true power. Balder screams Brita Blick and charges head-on. Suddenly, Anubis senses a shift. Seth's energy signature, gone. Poof. Isis realizes something is seriously wrong with Seth. The scales of power just tipped dangerously. Anubis refuses to fold. He can't believe Seth actually got taken out, but he spots Isis looking shaken and capitalizes instantly. He claims he doesn't want to destroy her. As he unleashes the veil of truth, dark energy floods the zone, hitting Isis hard. It drains her instantly. Anubis traps her in a demonic cube, mocking her for dropping her guard. Locked inside, Isis is paralyzed, helpless. Anubis declares she's not just a prisoner. She's his new battery. Yuan sees this and snaps, rushing the barrier to save her. He hammers the cube with everything he's got, but nothing works. It's impenetrable. It feels like hitting a sponge. It just absorbs the impact. He switches up his style, unleashing a rapid-fire combo to pierce through. Still zero damage. Worse, the barrier is expanding. Bastet is freaking out. Impossible. She senses Lady Isis and Inaba's energy, flowing straight into Anubis. The jackal god laughs drunk on the massive power surge. Yuan demands to know what the hell the dog is planning. A quick scan shows Fenrir. The snow dog has already wiped out the minions. It's just Anubis left. He smirks, claiming he's reaping souls and they're next on the menu. Yuan watches stunned. The dead aren't staying dead. They're rising. Anubis commands his new zombie army to slaughter his enemies. Bastet shouts a warning. This is Anubis's forbidden zone, where the fallen become his puppets. Yuan nods. He gets it. He's seen this movie before. Just like the giants back in China, monsters born from a ruler's greed. Seth Anubis. They're no different from the giant king. They can't be allowed to walk away. He's confident. He's crushed these types before. But Baldur cuts in. It's pointless. Breidablik is shattered. Territory control grants the owner absolute dominion. Yet despite Baldur's control, Seth broke free. He didn't just escape. He destroyed the very rules binding him and busted out of the dimension. Baldur tries to convince himself it's a bluff, but he's rattled. Why did his territory control fail? Is he out of options? Baldur prepares to engage again, but he checks with Odin first. The order comes down. Retreat. The cost is too high. Abandon the Nile. Secure the dark horses and bail. Baldur complies immediately. Seth laughs, mocking him. Asgard's decision, huh? Running away, Baldur burns with humiliation, but his hands are tied. Asgard's word is law. Seth speaks up, telling him not to feel shame. Asgard made the smart play. Cut to Seth standing in the throne room facing the ruler. The ruler greets his younger brother. Finally showed up. Seth notes his older brother looks terrible. Is this condition the price of your choices? Seth asks. Why did it have to end like this? The ruler has zero regrets. Seth presses him. Was it because of me? Is that why you chased power until it almost killed Horus, just so you could seize the throne? His brother warned Seth to check his ego, stop acting like he owned the place. There are titans walking this earth, Seth, and trust me, they aren't all fighting for the good guys. Seth paused, shook. Wait, had his brother actually met the man in black? A dark chuckle escaped him. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked into place. That meeting broke his brother, totally defeated him. Desperate to level up and surpass that man, he became addicted to a forbidden power he couldn't handle. It was madness. Even as the red ore consumed his own son, pushing the kid to the brink of death, his brother was too blinded by ambition to stop. He admitted Seth was physically stronger than Horus, sure, but that red ore, it was a vampire draining his youth and vitality. Seth scoffed. I'm built different. Different from you. Different from him. He stepped forward, vowing to prove exactly how unique his power truly was. Dark energy surged, twisting Seth's body into something nightmarish. The ruler watched in horror, unmistakable signs of the red ore's corruption. Seth smirked through the transformation. This power was your dream, brother. You just bet on the losing horse. On cue, a shadow beast burst from the darkness, a demonic dog snapping its jaws at the ruler. The second the words left Seth's lips, Seth dropped his manifesto. He wasn't stopping at the Nile. He was following that man to conquer the entire globe. This little river kingdom was too small for his ego. Meanwhile, the battlefield was chaotic. Jung and Chung were locked in a death dance with Anubis's jackal squad, with Ogre Gonza crashing through the fray. Hyunmu unleashed a masterclass in hand-to-hand combat, using his signature moves to systematically shut down every opponent in his path. But Anubis played dirty. He feasted on the souls of the fallen jackals, stitching their bodies back together as mindless, obedient puppets. Cheng grit his teeth, panic rising as the enemies stood back up. They won't stay down. We've got only one play left to end this. Boom, flash, freeze, icy blasts ripped through the air, shattering the puppets instantly. Fenrir had entered the chat. The wolf beast maneuvered skillfully, isolating Anubis. But the jackal god was too quick. He landed a critical hit, slicing into Fenrir. The impact forced the ice beast to revert to his human child form, collapsing hard. Anubis stood tall, bathed in an endless stream of power. He felt invincible, like he could crush Osiris himself. Game over, he snarled. Time to put an end to this charade. But then the protagonist's voice cut through the chaos. It's done. Anubis froze. A terrifying new energy source spiked nearby. It sent shivers down his spine. The sarcophagus cracked open. Horus rose up, eyes burning with a need for retribution. He was here to restore order. You dare, Horus roared, blasting pure energy straight at the demonic cube to obliterate it. Anubis watched, jaw dropped. Did this guy just shatter the veil of truth like it was glass? Isis wept, tears of joy. Her son was finally awake. A silent greeting passed between them before Horus whispered, "Rest now, mother. I've got this." Filled with resolve, Horus promised to return in a heartbeat. He vanished, leaving Anubis standing there isolated. Anubis tried to gather his dark energy for round 2, but Ineb realized the game had changed. The veil was gone. That meant Anubis lost his remote control over the dead. The real showdown began. Horus versus Anubis, no holding back. God-tier abilities clashed, sparks flying. But it wasn't even close. Moments later, the rebel lay broken in the dirt, deactivated. He blinked, shocked he was still breathing. Horus looked down coldly. It isn't my place to take your life, rebel. Horus turned to Lee Jun-kyung. This work for you. The protagonist nodded, satisfied. Yeah, that's perfect. Hyunmoo, puzzled, asked the master why he spared him. Lee Jun-kyung shrugged. You looked lonely, the young man added. Figured I'd make you my brother. The skeleton grinned wide, murmuring words of pure gratitude. Suddenly, the ground convulsed a massive quake. Horus's face fell, his expression shifting from triumph to grief. Father is gone. The Nile hunters dropped to their knees, morale crushed. Without Osiris, they were finished. But the senior hunter screamed, It ain't over. Look up. Horus is awake. He needs our strength right now. Thoth, leader of Memphis, shook his head. Memphis sits this one out. He looked at the rival faction. What's the plan? Hermopolis Sekhmet didn't hesitate. We fight Seth. We aren't cowards. I won't watch the Nile burn. Thoth sighed. Fine. In that case, I'll go to the Temple of Ra. Need a front row seat to see the new king rise. Sekhmet sneered. Thoth was just a fox waiting to side with the winner. The stage was set. Seth versus Horus on the grand platform. Seth taunted, You look like trash, nephew. Horus narrowed his eyes. And you look like you're having way too much fun. The hunter announced the stakes. Ra would choose the new king right here. It was Judgment Day. Fate would decide who sat on the throne of the Nile. Rule the Nile, Sekhmet roared. The crowd erupted, chanting in unison. Rule the Nile. Isis and Ineb joined the chorus. Rule the Nile. Seth threw his head back, laughing at the spectacle. Everyone's here for the coronation. The defeated rebel stared at the protagonist in awe. That dark horse. He actually pulled it off. Who would have bet on this kid awakening Horus? But it played out exactly as that man predicted. Lee Jun-kyung stood there, totally stunned by the turn of events. Lee Jun-kyung wasn't entirely sold that he could actually fix Horus, but the mastermind pulling Seth's strings, he called it perfectly. The question hung in the air, did Seth seriously want him to save his rival? The answer was a hard yes. Seth claimed a true king needs a unanimous victory, and that meant Lee Jun-kyung had to step up to the big leagues where the throne would be claimed. Sekhmet and Thoth were absolutely shook. What was this guy spouting? Was he actually inviting a random outsider to crash the Royal Rumble? Seth shot back, asking if Horus had picked up on the vibe yet. He dropped a bombshell. His patron, the son of the desert, had his eyes locked on Jun-kyung too. The protagonist's mind raced. Ever since Horus woke up, rumors were flying that the son of the desert was watching him. But why was the angel beefing with him? What did any of this have to do with the crown of the Nile? The hero realized that even though he drained Horus's madness, the guy was fresh out of the seal. Horus had a 0% win rate against Seth. Jun-kyung stepped up to the Falcon God and promised to have his back. Horus nodded, taking that as a major morale boost. Seth proposed a clash to see whose backer reigned supreme, the wolf of the destroyed desert or the son of the desert. It was official. Horus and Lee Jun-kyung were squatted up. They braced themselves for a heavy-hitter showdown. Meanwhile, Odin sat alone, brooding. The Nile was prime real estate for absorption, but Seth was flexing a dark crimson magic that totally wrecked any control over the territory. Odin felt a chill he hadn't felt in ages. Fear. Then it twisted into a sick kind of thrill as he flared his own dark demonic energy. Odin figured he'd stumbled onto a golden opportunity. With that mystery power, Seth was packing. Wiping out the patrons might actually be doable. He decided he was done playing with the Nile, but Seth was a different beast. The second this rebellion wrapped up, he'd have to intervene. Odin spun around and froze. There was a guy in all black standing right there in his office. How did he bypass security? Nobody enters without an invite. Odin demanded an ID check and asked how he got in. The stranger just reached out a hand and promised to grant Odin some serious power. Back on the battlefield, Horus went full send against Seth, fighting to prove his birthright. He shouted that Ra was his witness. Seth had to admit Horus had leveled up, but he was still clumsy with his new stats. Seth conjured a sandstorm so hot it felt like a furnace. Horus took a massive hit and got launched backward. That's when Lee Jun-kyung closed the gap, thrusting his spear right at the enemy. Seth caught the blade barehanded, completely shutting down the attack. Seth gave props where Lee Jun-kyung was way stronger than before. The protagonist realized he was out of options. He had to tap into the madness he'd absorbed. Jun-kyung triggered the dark energy, winding up for a devastating combo. Seth was legitimately surprised. How was this kid wielding the power of red ore? It must have transferred when he was healing Horus, leeching off that raw power. Lee Jun-kyung challenged Seth, asking if he was finally going to drop the name of the guy behind the curtain. Seth scoffed, saying it wouldn't matter even if he did. Either way, Jun-kyung was punching his ticket to the afterlife today. Seth unleashed a flurry of heavy strikes, but Jun-kyung parried them all, using his spear and unique skills to stay in the game. Horus shouted, demanding to know why Seth murdered his father. The brawl raged on, but nobody had the clear advantage yet. Lee Jun-kyung threw out a deal if they won. Seth had to spill the tea and answer their questions. Seth laughed, saying that was a pipe dream. Lee Jun-kyung smirked, telling him not to get too comfortable. Channeling the power of madness, the hero overflowed with mana. He was ready to unleash Sun Glare. A massive surge of fiery energy exploded outward. Seth finally got why they called him the Dark Horse, but it still wasn't enough. Seth clapped back by cranking the sandstorm's heat to lethal levels. The nearby hunters scrambled to flee, but it looked like game over for them. That's when Chang ignored all survival instincts and charged straight into the storm. She was a blur of steel, her sword deflecting massive boulders rocketing toward her and the terrified hunters. Zhang and Chang screamed for everyone to fall back to the safe zone. She vowed to hold the line. While the evacuation happened, the hunters shouted their thanks and scattered, retreating to safer ground. They all knew this wasn't a standard raid anymore. Horace looked at his partner, breathless, asking if they'd actually taken Seth down. Lee Junkyung shook his head. Even though the hit landed, it didn't finish the job. The enemy's mana pool hadn't dropped one bit. Seth looked at his opponent, admitting the attack was wilder than he expected. He didn't think the Dark Horse could pierce his sandstorm defense. Now the hero understood why Balder took the L against Seth. Seth was stunned that this kid was forcing him to unleash his true power. Sekhmet watched in horror, realizing the Dark Horse had zero chance. What kind of nightmare mana was Seth holding? It was heavier than Horus and the Dark Horse combined. Hell, it overpowered every single hunter on the field. The vibe in the arena shifted instantly. Everyone knew Seth was in God mode, and nobody was taking him down. Seth smirked at Horus, his voice dripping with venom. "Look at you, nephew." Totally gassed. "Looks like the title of New Ra belongs to the Wolf of the Ruined Desert now." He raised a hand to finish him. "Sleep now." Suddenly it clicked why Balder had bailed. That dark red aura wasn't just magic. It was a bottomless void of pure nightmare fuel. Staring into it made every instinct scream, "Run." But Lee Junkyung, he didn't flinch. Even Seth had to give him props. This kid had the heart of a savage. Everyone expected the Dark Horse to tail tuck and retreat to Asgard, pulling a total Balder move. But it didn't matter anymore. Seth was so buffed up even Odin would get wrecked. Inside, Junkyung knew the odds. Winning this fight was a pipe dream, but quitting wasn't an option. That's the heavy burden of real power. Boom. The clouds split open. A massive beam of golden light slammed down, illuminating the battlefield. The patron of the desert sun had entered the chat. Isis gasped. "That's Ra's true light. Impossible, right?" But there it was, wrapping around both Lee Junkyung and Horus like a protective shield. Junkyung's eyes snapped open. The pain vanished. His wounds stitched themselves up and his mana reserves overflowed instantly. The desert sun wasn't picking favorites, it was backing both hunters. Junkyung smirked in disbelief. A double buff, seriously. Even the fallen angel stayed quiet watching the spectacle. The crowd went wild. Since when does Ra's light hit two players at the same time? Seth's confidence cracked. Was this Ra's Hail Mary play? Then the impossible happened. Wings burst from Lee Junkyung's back. His dragon heart, usually his weak spot, started pumping overdrive thanks to the desert sun's juice. He shot into the sky like a rocket. The world looked different now. He could literally see the mana currents drifting in the air. It was a light bulb moment. He didn't just have to use his own tank. He could siphon energy straight from the atmosphere. Time to go big. He prepped the Demon King's signature move, triggering the decisive blow. The mana flow whipped into a frenzy. His dragon heart inhaled the ambient magic like a vacuum. The activation sequence roared to life. But even with the divine assist, Seth's power level was still higher. Junkyung needed more juice. He had to drain every drop of mana around him. System alert skill acquired King of Fire. This was huge. He wasn't just following a path anymore. He was blazing his own trail. A warrior with no patron leveling up on his own terms. His stats skyrocketed. Below the hunters shielded their eyes, there were now two suns burning in the sky. Seth scoffed. Is that it? He knew the truth. The real heir to Ra wasn't the Desert Sunday. It was the Wolf of the Ruined Desert. Seth ramped up his aura, throwing out feints looking for an opening to end this. Junkyung flared his wings, blocking the view. Horus moved now. He'd managed to override his body's limits just in time. In Junkyung's mind, the checkmate was set. Seth was toast. Suddenly, a dark sun spawned on the field. A massive gravity well grabbed Junkyung, dragging him in. He couldn't fight the pull. He poured everything into the King of Fire, but he was running on empty. He couldn't break the tether. Helplessness washed over him as he sank into the abyss. No sky, no light, just nothing. A cold, empty void where existence glitched out. Junkyung felt himself falling forever. Is this the game over screen? No, he gritted his teeth. Get a grip, Junkyung. Whoosh, a hand snatched him out of the darkness. Balder, the god, cranked up the speed, hauling them away from the void. Balder tore through the gravity well, dragging Junkyung to safety. He didn't stop putting maximum distance between them and that dark star. But the energy behind them was going critical. Use Bifrost, Balder screamed, or you're gonna detonate. K-boom, a shockwave of dark energy rippled out. Balder glared at him furious. What is wrong with you, man? They needed Bifrost to bail, but the Dark Horse had used it to shield the temple instead. Why throw away their escape route? You got a death wish, Balder yelled. Junkyung gasped. If I didn't, Everyone else would be dead. What's done is done. Down below, Wanhua realized what happened. Junkyung had wrapped the explosion in a barrier, with himself inside. He contained the blast to save the team, but surviving a nuke like that at point-blank range, 0% chance. Wanhua sprinted toward the glowing dome. Junkyung. Suddenly, Jung In-chang grabbed her wrist. Hold up. She whipped around, eyes wide. Let go, he's inside. We have to help him. In-chang's face was stone cold. Don't bother. You gotta get used to his style, he said casually. Give him a minute. He'll walk out like nothing happened. It clicked. The rest of the squad wasn't panicking, they were just waiting. They knew the drill. That's just the kind of guy he is, In-chang added, pointing at the dome. Look, the barrier's still up. If the barrier stands, the caster is breathing. Horace and his mother watched the smoke, hearts pounding, waiting for the smoke to clear. Seth had dropped the bombshell earlier. If Jun Kyung wanted the crown, he'd have to survive the arena first. He figured Jun Kyung was just another rival claimant, especially since the kid had snagged the Light of Ra. Suddenly, the Dark Sun manifested on the battlefield, unleashing a cataclysmic blast that slammed straight into the Bifrost barrier. The impact swallowed Baldur's territory whole, twisting those once pristine lands into a smoking wasteland. Jun Kyung surveyed the chaos, at least the block worked. But then, a harsh realization hit him about the Norse god. Baldur was a total simp for Odin, unconditional loyalty, and Jun Kyung knew exactly how to exploit that weakness to drain his power. Baldur snarled, admitting he might have saved the kid on a whim, but forgiveness, yeah, that wasn't on the table. Jun Kyung gazed out at the sea of ash, stunned. Did he really cause this total annihilation? And the Dark Sun. It left the zone looking like ground zero of a meteorite impact. Baldur ordered a search for Seth, though he sounded skeptical. I mean, seriously, nothing could survive that hellscape. The MC fired up his mana detection to scan the debris. But honestly, it was just dust and rocks, as far as the eye could see. Wait, a scrap of cloth. How the heck did that survive the blast? He quickly stashed it in his inventory just in case. Baldur resigned himself to the emptiness, asking if the kid found anything. Jun Kyung kept a poker face. Nope, found nothing. With the search being a bust, Jun Kyung decided to drop the shield. The barrier shimmered and faded away. Back at base, Wanhua chimed in, noting everything went down exactly like In-chang predicted. In-chang was a mess of happy tears seeing Jun Kyung back in one piece, sobbing that she never doubted him for a second. The doc teased that Jung In-chang had been stressing the hardest. And yeah, the girl couldn't hold it back anymore. As soon as he got close, she launched herself into a hug. After that nightmare in Egypt, the relief was real. But was it really over? Hunter ranks were swelling, and regular folks were starting to panic. They were terrified of being replaced by the Awakened. But the big question remained. Who stopped Seth? The legendary Dark Horse was back in the spotlight. Wanhua checked in on Jun Kyung's condition. The kid shrugged it off, saying he felt fine but agreed to a checkup just to be safe. The doctor wasn't buying it. That insane power spike after healing Horus, that had to come with a cost. Plus, channeling the son of the desert should have wrecked his system. He grabbed Jun Kyung's wrist to check his pulse. But the doc's jaw dropped. The kid wasn't just healthy. He was jacked with more power than before. Jun Kyung admitted even he was confused. Whatever the reason, he was leveled up. Then In-chang cut in waving a fresh newspaper. Guys, you need to see this. It was all about the Dark Horse. The headlines were screaming about a mysterious Korean hunter who saved Egypt's bacon a few days ago. Usually the papers are cluttered with random hunter news, but that noise was gone. Now, the entire world was obsessed with this one guy. It felt orchestrated, like someone was pulling strings to distract the public. In-chang pointed out the obvious. The civilians are freaking out. Jun Kyung nodded. It makes sense they finally witnessed what high-tier hunters can actually do. It wasn't just a skirmish. It was a display of godhood. But In-chang argued it was bigger than just individual strength. It works though, Jun Kyung replied. Now the fear sets in. He stared off, imagining a dark future. A world where hunters rule like tyrants and regular humans are treated like